Welcome everybody to another edition of the PulpMX Show, presented by Motorsport.com. Fly Racing and Decal Works coming at you. It's Monday, August 8th, 5 p.m. Pacific. Holy shit, we got a lot to talk about tonight. I know there was no Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Nationals, but we had a week of Loretta Lynn's with some upsets, some real twisting plot points in that race. We have this SuperMotocross series. 3 extra races tacked on the next year. 11 nationals. We got World Supercross news. Yes, buckle in. He didn't walk away from the ranch feeling good about himself either, huh?
No, he started out his week pretty strong. I think he won his first moto of the week. He actually showed, to me, I believe he was the all-around best A rider. I do, but the results don't show that, because he did have a mechanical in one moto. He was on his way to winning another one when he did a front flip and the bike hit his back, and got a fifth that moto. But he won from the back, he won from the front. Mm-hmm. A really cool thing that changed this year at Loretta Lynn's is the pros went 25 minutes. In the past, they've always gone 20. I mean, to me, it was just Ryder, Cole Martinez, and Braswell that can, of the A guys, that could really go 25 minutes, their best pace.
Right. But Ryder D not as impressive as Deegan. Like, Deegan to you was showing of the week.
I wouldn't say like that. Like, Deegan's faster than Ryder, and he would beat Ryder.
But just a more impressive week.
Oh, for sure,
in Tennessee.
Yeah, for sure. He won 4 motos, and Ryder won 2 or 3, I think.
Yeah.
Pretty similar, I guess. But yeah, Ryder had a mechanical, so did Deegan. Yeah, just similar weeks, but Deegan got a title and Ryder didn't.
Right. Caden Braswell. Tell me about this kid. I don't know anything about Gas and just,
he's from South Carolina. He's gone to maybe it's North Carolina, but he's been at Loretta's a lot, and he has a pretty good record at Loretta's, like always top 10, often top 5. But he's a quieter kid. Like, he's not at least from what I know nothing about him. Yeah. I'm just saying what I know about him. Not real media darling or social media savvy, it seems, right? So I think he's a little bit unknown, and he's lets his results do the talking, but he made a statement, I think, this weekend for sure. Obviously, he's the Horizon Award winner. That's a big statement, but he's kind of been hurt all year and under the radar, and hasn't.
Does he have a ride with anybody?
He is part of the brigade. Okay. Orange Brigade now is also Husky and Gas, so he is part of that program. AEO does his suspension. We'll talk to Jeremy Scism about him later. To me, his speed was good. It wasn't electrifying, but his fitness was really good. I'm
getting a note that Braswell is from Florida.
He lives in Florida now. Okay. He is from South Carolina.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, he lives in
Florida guy, so
he lives and trains in Florida, but he's not OG Florida.
Okay. So he doesn't have a real a walk to the, unlike other Horizon Award winners. He doesn't have a path to the pros right now.
To my knowledge, I don't think he has any sort of concrete deal to be a professional next year.
Right.
And I think his future's up in the air. Like, he has no Supercross experience. He didn't do any Supercross futures this year that I know of. Maybe I don't believe so. I think he's had a few injuries the last couple of years.
Okay.
I could be incorrect.
Yeah.
But yeah, a statement at Loretta Lynn's. He was consistent. He was always pretty much a good starter, and his fitness impressed me. And that, I think, is, when we watch all these amateurs at Loretta's, like anybody who's in that tower watching, we're picking things apart, and sometimes you have to put results aside a little bit. Sometimes it's like the qualities you see in the rider, his tendencies, what he can do. Like, hey, this guy can go wide open the whole 25 minutes, or he just needs to do a little this or do a little that, or but yeah, I think he has a brighter future as a professional than he did as an amateur, is my opinion of him after watching him this week.
We couldn't give the Horizon Award winner to Cole Martinez or Mike Brown?
No,
I mean, those guys look pretty good.
Mike Brown's not eligible. Neither is Cole Martinez.
Mike Brown
really.
has a real good future at Loretta's.
Yeah, well, yeah, he'll probably win again next year, right? So he won 6 motos again. He actually got the Vet Rider of the Year award. He was the best vet at the week of the week.
All right.
Yeah, Braswell is your Horizon Award winner. Casey Cochran is your Youth Rider winner. Avery Long is the amateur winner. And Caden Dudney, a 80 kid from Texas, who won 2 competitive 85 10-12 classes, like with there's a stacked group in that age group right now, and he won both titles on a KX80, which is underpowered and overweight compared to his competition.
Yeah, so
impressive.
Okay. And so, you were pretty impressed by that.
Impressive. He was just very consistent. If you look at the results of that class, they're all over the board. Like Vincent Way has a moto win, but he has a 9th, and Seth Dennis has a moto win, but he has a 7th, and they were legit.
And as much as this pains me, Paul, Renthal.com, Paul Perebjinos, Evan Ferry, sick all week. He went to the hospital at one point. He didn't perform. He didn't. Yeah, he didn't even race his last moto.
Rough week. Yeah. I mean, he was he was in contention for the B title going into the 3rd moto.
Yep.
And that unraveled. I believe he crashed maybe on the first lap or something. And just an underwhelming week for sure for him, I would imagine.
Like his dad, maybe Supercross only.
And I spoke to Timmy at length under the starting structure there, and I mentioned that. I was like, well, Timmy, the Ferry bloodline, he's obviously going to be a Supercross guy.
Yeah.
And he was like, of course. Yeah. We all know this.
Yeah, we all know that.
He understood.
I believe, I think Timmy's nickname was the King of Supercross, I think.
I think you guys beat this King of Supercross, or he did.
Oh, yeah, no, we beat him.
Handily. Many times.
No, for
especially at the LA Coliseum.
Renthal.com, more titles than all the other brands combined in the pro paddock, whether it's in the MXGP, whether it's up in Canada, whether it's in America. The best riders choose Renthal, whether it's a sprockets, chains, bars, grips. Renthal.com, real cool dealer locator part and dealer product stock part as well. Locator on the website. You can also check out the bar bend on their website. Really cool, informative website, renthal.com. And I was telling you, we've done a lot of giveaways over the years on the show.
Yeah.
And I don't know if there's been one that's more popular than those purple bars. The limited edition purple bars, which, by the way, like, to me, in my opinion, you need to have a Cowie and maybe a Honda to run them, in my opinion. I wouldn't put them on a Yamaha. And it didn't matter. It didn't matter for our listeners.
I was shocked. It didn't matter for a lot of things I
Red,
saw on social media.
Gas, it doesn't matter. Whatever.
And it was super funny that they introduced the new KTMs shortly after we did our purple bar launch, and the new KTMs had purple in the graphics. I was like, holy moly.
Yeah.
What a nice coincidence that is.
So we have more fat bars and twin wall bars to give away, purple ones.
I brought 3 more of each because they were so popular, and they were marketing samples and things that I was using for, and they're no longer need to be used, and they're brand new, so we got to figure out how we're going to give away 6 purple bars tonight too.
Yeah, we can do that. We'll do an email thing. You know what, let's introduce the minions while we can. Directing the show, holding things down over there, new segment, I Wasn't Listening, by Travis Marks. What's up, Marks? How are you?
Hi.
What's going on?
Rough start.
Are we up or no?
Yeah, we're up. I'm not very happy right now. But
why? What the computer crashed?
My computer crashed, yeah.
So.
Oh. Okay, goddamn.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right. Well,
sorry, I'm not more full of energy, but I'm pretty pissed off right now.
Turn that frown upside down.
You know what would help?
What?
Sushi.
Well, we're getting
sushi.
Right.
We're getting it.
We're getting sushi tonight.
Now I'm smiling.
It's complete bullshit.
Oh,
I'm never going to financially recover from this.
I appreciate the accommodations. You walk into this palace with high ceilings and such organization. Yeah, I pulled out the room service menu, and sushi was at the top of it. So,
all right, great.
I'm excited about it.
Taking your phone calls over there, holding things down. He is barely awake. Producer Pete, what's up, man?
Can I request a new segment called "Is the Show Almost Over"?
Sure. Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Okay, so here's what we're doing, Producer Pete. We're going to get you into the game early on the show. We're going to get you in early.
Okay.
Yeah, you want to get your stud going early, like you're talking. It's football talk almost. We're gonna get him
when
some targets.
When I actually have energy is when you'll get me on. Then
we're gonna get him involved.
7th caller gets a pair of purple Renthal
this
bars.
This is not where I thought you were going.
7th caller, and ask if they want twin fat bar or twin wall. Which one they want?
And ideally, if they have a dirt bike, not just people trying to get free stuff.
And they need a oversized bar mount as well.
That's almost standard nowadays.
We had a guy at KDX. Remember KDX guy?
You'd be surprised at what people will have. Yeah.
I am surprised.
Seventh
sometimes.
caller, 702-586 Pulp. And
You
producer
got it.
Pete, I will be watching
Consider it done.
these 7 lines. Don't
we
cheat
just had
them.
one.
Yeah, don't cheat
I'm going to
them.
announce it as it comes in.
There's 2. No, there's 1
Nope, still just
Sorry.
one.
People are gonna stop calling. You can't say that.
2.
It's all delayed. It's all good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, 7th caller
You
wins
got
a
it.
set of purple Renthal limited edition bars. Jason Weigandt coming right up here on the show as well. Thanks to the folks at Firepower. Great chains, great batteries. Firepower Honda guys, also a big part of everything that's going on in the sport right now. They got a World Supercross team. They got Supercross Motocross. They had Max Anstey at some nationals this year. FirepowerParts.com. They got chains made in Japan, featherweight lithium batteries as well. You can get more power and supreme reliability by choosing Firepower, FirepowerParts.com. Check them out at your local dealer. Go to FirepowerParts.com and check it out. Next year, Dean Wilson will be over there from what we hear. You know anything about that?
Really?
Yeah.
I don't.
Okay.
That's news to me.
Firepower Honda, check them out. Thanks to FirepowerParts.com for bringing us Paul Perebjinos. It was such a look. You know this amateur stuff better than I do, right? You're more plugged in than I do, but and I'll maybe get Weege into this question too. Martinez, Alessi, Jimmy Albertson, Heath Harrison. These are guys whose pro careers are done.
Yeah.
And they're back at the ranch and they're beating these kids. Not all of them and not all the time, but certainly, some pretty impressive showings against most of these kids. Is that good or bad? What's your impression of that kind of stuff? To me, and no offense to Cole Martinez, but when a guy who was a top 10 250 Supercross rider, now off-road, goes back to the ranch and runs with Ryder D, who I think has a great future. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
He's got a great future. But when he runs with Ryder D and beats him, I kind of say, hey, all of you amateur motocross people just beating off over the amateur races, calm down, because here's a professional.
Yeah.
You said yourself, 25 minutes.
I don't know. It's
right.
It's our sport's changing and evolving, right? I mean, we have guys going longer as professionals too. Like the older guys are beating up a lot of the young pros too.
Yeah, we got top 29-year-old Eli Tomac. Yeah,
I don't know. We have training facilities all over the country now. Is it more of that route? Is the amateur class?
Is it hurting them?
Is it hurting the amateurs? Is it all these top amateurs are only riding a 250 anymore? They're not riding the big bike as well either. Like they're not. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how we've evolved to get here, but it's present. It's truth. Like the older guys the old dogs are still are pretty damn good.
Everything goes in ebbs and flows, so
Yep.
I'm not ready to be make a judgment on. But this was a weird year.
It was
in my mind. Ryder D and these other guys, Gavin Towers, they should be working these older guys that show up at the ranch with.
Yeah, and maybe that's again.
And then Chris Kiefer's getting beat by some guy, Mike Brown.
Right.
No, I'm kidding on that, but yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah.
No, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Like, and I don't know if there's a one answer to it. Like, it's got to be a culmination of things, and it's just society and culture. I mean, we're talking. It's a whole different world now, and it's like a lot of these older guys keep showing up. Like Weege mentioned on his Weege show, it hasn't really happened before. Emig was the last guy to come back to the ranch and race be an older guy and come back and race and actually beat him. Yeah, but that was Jeff Emig, national champion Jeff Emig.
Right.
I was a pro that year.
Yeah,
he
no
came
offense
back,
to
he
Heath
smoked
Harrison.
us.
No offense to Heath Harrison and Cole Martinez, but they're not Jeff Emig.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I vividly remember hole shotting and leading a moto at Loretta's, and Emig passed me, and then Brian Gray passed me, and then Richie Owens passed me.
Okay,
I faded. But anyway, Emig won that year, and Brian Gray was the next big pro guy to leave there, and his last Loretta's, Emig smoked him. Emig took the trophies from him.
Yeah. We got our winner, by the way. We got our winner. Jordan won a pair of fat bars from the Renthal guys. We'll have more contests. We'll do some social media stuff. A cloth pad as well. We got to do some.
We have lots of cloth pads.
Yeah.
And this is these are the early samples. They're still not in stock and not going to be in stock for a little bit. This is we're
rare.
giving the Pulp fans a way big earlier shot here because you've been yelling and screaming about them for a while. So
I've been on you for cloth pads for 2 years.
Yeah, so we're actually going to collect a lot of content with Doc Wobb over at the Vet Motocross of Nations.
Yep.
He's going to have all these cloth pads and all the colors on all his bikes with all his riders. He can get us a lot of content, and we're going to kind of share that with all our distributors and customers on our social media platforms and kind of launch it just that way. And that's at that same time, product will finally be shipping to distributors.
Right.
We have the Parts Unlimited show next week. I'll be showing them there. So
Okay,
they're coming.
Back to Loretta's, and we got SuperMotocross to talk about. I hate that name. Prater said he loves the name, Dave Prater. I said that I don't like that name, Dave. But anyways, we got SuperMotocross to talk about. Jason Thomas just got back from Sweden, so when he comes on, we'll talk about that. And then, of course, World Supercross as well. So, look, I'm not judging the amateurs from a week at Loretta's, right? Like, I think Hymas will be fine, and Ryder D will be fine. But, okay, Jet's not really a USA amateur product, right? He's come from Europe.
Jet Lawrence, yeah.
Jet Lawrence, yeah.
Yep.
He's, Romano, Fry, Thrasher,
Kitchen.
Kitchen.
What are we naming?
We're naming
Like Horizon winners?
Yes.
Kennard, Bogle?
No, not back those.
Okay.
The most recent ones.
Okay.
And again, like, why am I blanking on the other star kid? Romano and
LeBlanc?
LeBlanc, thank you. So LeBlanc, Romano,
Yep.
Kitchen, Pierce Brown.
Yep.
The recent crop of kids,
Yes.
Fry, Cantrell, I'm not judging them because it's too early. Like, they just started racing. Lots can happen. But are we in a down cycle a little bit for American motocross stars? Are we a little bit of, down on some of the kids coming up? And we can get into the facilities and, reasons why. But I don't see, like, okay, Kitchen won a moto. Good. Got second in another one. Good. Kitchen probably stands above the other kids.
Yeah.
Pierce Brown and Volan and, Volan is a little special case because no one really thought he was ready anyways. Mm-hmm. But anyways, are we in a down period for American motocross kids? Like,
I mean, I think what you're saying is the trend, especially over the last however many years, seems that the amateurs aren't taking to the pro step as good as they used to.
And then
right?
we see a Martinez come in, and are we just in a lull period here?
I mean, maybe a little bit. That's a hard question to answer. I mean, the step to becoming a professional is I think harder than it's ever been because we have guys staying in the classes longer. We have guys racing longer, like especially since the Supercross 250 advancement rule changed, and now guys are staying in that class longer. Mm-hmm. It's harder for these amateurs to make the jump. I go back to what we said earlier. As far as like our amateur system, maybe it needs revision, but I think we're getting that revision, right? Like, they're making the motos longer. We're doing Supercross futures. We're doing combines.
Yeah, they're trying. I guess we got so spoiled from Kennard and Bogle and Eli, and go on, right? I think
yeah, these super talents, right?
That come in and they're just like top three. Dino, Baggett.
Yep.
I consider Dino USA an amateur guy.
Yeah, he was.
So it didn't take long for these kids to get up in the top three.
I know.
Or win.
Yeah.
And I don't see, look, I'm not writing off Romano and LeBlanc, but I don't see even that many top tens.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they got to be winning. I don't even see top tens right now.
So what are you thinking? It's just the current way of the amateur system, which hasn't changed much either. It's no different than when those guys were doing it. When Izzy and Stroop and those guys, what happened?
I feel like it's just ebbs and flows, right?
Yeah,
we're in a down period. We'll go up. I don't know. I wonder if this is a bigger indicator of anything, or if it's just
hard to say.
Because to me, and again, no offense to Cole Martinez, who's going to come on tonight and did a great job. Ryder D should work Cole Martinez, because Ryder D is not getting Cole Martinez's 250 Supercross results when he turns pro. I don't believe.
No, I wouldn't think he would either.
I would think
Ryder
he's better.
will be the better Supercross rider, obviously.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And Cole was top 10 he never really had a factory ride. He was on B teams.
Yeah.
But to me, Ryder D should be like working Cole Martinez, and he didn't.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just
Hymas, right?
It's got to be a product of just society and how kids. I mean, it's obviously kids grow up differently than they did 10 years ago. It's a different place, a different world, and maybe there's tendencies there or distractions that are limiting our guys in a certain way. I don't know, man. That's a tough one to answer.
And we'll need to know a few more years. And
but that's why. I mean, I think when we always bench race about amateurs, we're trying to look deep in to see who that next one is coming that can be that pro, right?
Because no
Like-
offense to you, Paul, but you've had some misses.
Oh
with the-
yeah,
with
I have,
some
because
good-
I'm always trying to think of it too. Like like how Dean came in and how Stu came in and Ricky. Like we're always trying to look to see can we get another one of them, because that's exciting for our sport. Another talent, another.
Tomac's the last
Yeah.
one, maybe. Well, Chase.
You know,
I don't
like
even
the
think-
big
Yeah.
fan of our sport, who
Right.
can carry our sport, who's
Right.
going to be that guy that has the whole package, like the
Yeah.
you know, the attitude and the personality and the marketability and the talent and the speed and the work ethic. Like, so we're always looking for that guy. And yeah, like all you can do is pick from the crop that's coming
Yeah.
through and say, and kind of see what you see and see. I think he's going to be the good
yeah,
pro.
Yeah,
You know?
And you know what? And look, Sexton was good, but he wasn't amazing. He lucked into the. Let's face it, Faulkner was faster and tore his
Yeah.
knee up, and Sexton got that title, and then he won one Moto 250s, right? One Moto in his career in 250 motocross, saddled with maybe not the best bike, but he can overcome that. And then he blossomed, and he's
Yeah.
one of the top 5 riders in the world right now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I-
So there is that. Like,
I remember sitting in Mitch's office after their last year at Loretta's, chasing Austin. I think it was 2015, and I told Mitch, I was like, I think Chase is going to be the better professional, because he was always coming from the back, and Mitch was like, well, I hope not. Austin's our guy.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, like sometimes again, that's kind of what I see in Braswell. I think the changes of being a professional, racing every single weekend, racing tougher guys, more aggressive guys, fitter guys. You try to look for those qualities in an amateur that he'll have to be successful in the pro ranks, and I do think that about Caden Braswell. I think he'll be a better professional than he was an amateur.
Right. Okay. Jason Weigandt coming up here. I want to thank the folks at Michelin. Our guy Randy was down there at the ranch.
Yeah.
Paying out contingency.
I saw him a couple
for
times.
Senior Citizen. Yeah.
He's always on the run. He's marketing.
I bet you Senior Citizen's bank account got drained quite a bit, because I believe he had to pay Brownie and Kiefer. And
What was he paying him?
with sticker bonuses, I think.
Like how much money are we talking?
I have no
here?
idea.
Oh.
I think it was $222.
A moto win or a title, or
I think a title,
oh,
Yeah.
So he's out $444.
if not more. MichelinMan.com//motorcycle to learn more about the complete offering of Michelin motorcycle tires. The Starcross 6s are out. Motorsport.com's got them. Thanks to Michelin Silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range, 11% more durability. You would like that. Like not 10, 11. That's something you would like.
You think?
Well, just that they measured it and they came up with 11.
Oh, it's scientific.
Right,
It's
like-
not marketing.
Yeah,
It's-
yeah.
yeah.
Like-
It's
like 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the
they're
previous
doing
generation.
some calculations.
16% more traction when new.
How do you measure that?
Well, this is Michelin, Paul. They have
Let's
super
talk to-
scientists
Okay.
going on. Probably Bernard.
I would love to hear.
A guy named Bernard probably did it. Designed to win the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range. Thanks to these guys for coming on board. They got a lot of different versions, 6 of them to be specific. Sand, mud, medium, soft, medium, hard, and hard versions with a naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions. Starcross 6. Go on and check it out. Thanks to those guys for coming on. Before Weigandt gets on, let's get some calls here. Spencer, what's up, man?
Okay, Steve. How can Racer TV present Loretta Lynn's all week long, and Mass TV can't get it right for 4 hours on Saturday?
That's a great question. And even Flo. Flo didn't get it right at Washougal, right?
Yeah, I agree, but it's kind of funny. Not really, because
Well,
$150.
I'm guessing Mark's, like, in all seriousness to Spencer's question, would streaming the race on an app be different from streaming the
Yes.
race on a
Yes.
on a laptop?
The answer
Because
is
there's no app from MX Sports. It's just
right. It's just straight to YouTube, so that eliminates the need for servers or creating your own infrastructure to stream that stuff. All you gotta do is plug into YouTube and send it, and that makes things about 100 times easier, if not more.
So
100
Spencer,
times.
100 times easier.
Well, what can you do to make that happen?
What can I do, or Mark's?
Yeah,
I'm out.
either one of you, because this is ridiculous, man.
A lot of money and a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean,
How does it get done for Loretta's? I mean, it's
Well, we just told you. Spencer, we literally just broke it down for you. 100 times easier.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
anyways, it was worth a shot. It's just frustrating knowing that Flo got $150 and it hardly works, and Mass TV.
Why did they get
Fuck
150 there? It's like $7 a month.
No, I did not get an option for monthly or yearly. It was like I purchased it on my phone.
Spencer,
and it was
call,
like $150.
email them back and be like, "Hey man, I want the $6.99 option." They'll fix it for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
They will fix it.
Yeah, they'll fix it, and
they
then
will.
you'll just pay $7 for the 2 months, and then you can cancel.
Okay. All right, well,
right.
that'll work. I'm disappointed I get a pair of twin walls, though.
Oh, he's going for twin walls because he's so disappointed in
is he?
TV coverage. So
Yeah, I'm going that route. I'm just kidding. But
yeah. All right, thanks,
you guys,
Spencer.
thanks for taking the call.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Spencer gets the new segment. Spencer wasn't listening.
Wiseco Pistons. Paul, do you know Wiseco's been manufacturing pistons right in the USA for 80 years?
I learned it from you.
Did you know that A-Ray and Cade are Wiseco athletes, along with Troll and
No,
Phil?
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or 4-stroke, Wiseco is a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite Series. If you're in the market for a piston, or if you're in the market for a Garage Buddy rebuild kit, clutch and valve training components, there's a code on PulpMXShow.com underneath the Wiseco logo to save from the folks at Wiseco. Thank you to those guys for coming on board. Wiseco bringing you our first guest of the night. This man was the voice of Loretta Lynn's all week long, and he's doing it injured, an ACL that's hanging on by a thread. It's Jason Weigandt. What's up, Weege?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
What's up, Weege?
Yeah, it's blown out, dude. And I'll be honest, I wish I could say that announcing all day really kills your voice, but I have to say the nightlife does a lot more damage than the actual announcing.
So
Paul, you could probably
Weege
verify.
told me this story in the booth. He's like, I was like, how's your voice hanging? Like, it's Thursday.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, well, I've skipped a few nights at the beer tent, so I'm doing pretty good. But it sounds
Yeah.
like you fell off the wagon on Friday and Saturday.
I had a nice couple of years of maturity down there, but this was not one of them. And I have to say I had a really good time. So no regrets, everybody.
Not a single letter.
All right. So, and the Twitter world wants to know what's up with the brace. You were seen with the brace on. You were seen with the brace off. I was getting DMs from the nightlife part of Loretta's with the brace back on. Like, what is going on here with the brace? What's the story? Are you okay? Are you recovered? What's happening?
Okay, so I don't feel like I need the brace at all. I move and walk around all day in my house fine just without it. But the story with ACLs allegedly is around the 3-month mark, you feel great, but you're actually at your most susceptible to re-tearing it. Your muscles and your coordination and all that stuff has come back, but the actual surgical ACL itself is very weak. So the doctor's like, I don't care how you feel. You're actually more susceptible now than ever, so wear the darn thing. But I got so beat down by you heathens that my mental health was suffering more than my actual physical health. So because of you guys and your peer pressure, I took it off.
Well, Rhino was there counseling everybody on mental health. You could have talked to him about your mental
Well,
health.
what would his recommendation have been?
For sure. He would have told
Get
you
rid
to
of the thing.
Yeah.
But I felt like I had beat the path from the announcer's tower to the podium enough to know that I wasn't going to have any problems. But once the nightlife kicked in, I was like, we're in an uncomfortable, unpredictable world here. I'm walking across the Groom racetrack in the middle of the night when it's like 8 inches deep, tilled up, and I don't know where I'm going, et cetera, et cetera. So I just thought that was a safe route.
You're walking across the track in the middle of the night?
Well, the shortest distance between where I started one night and where the tent was to go across the track. It was the shortest distance. It was a straight line. And I'm like, the straight line is right through the racetrack, so let's go from the Verb tent to the other tent.
Weege is maybe the only human I've never seen in a golf cart at Loretta's.
Oh, really?
He walks.
Yeah, he walks? Yeah.
I've never seen him in any sort of vehicle. He's always walking.
He's got his GoPro and he's walking and talking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't. Where do these golf carts? How do I get one of these golf carts? These highfalutin golf carts. Yeah.
Couple things. Should the Horizon Award winner gone to Mike Brown? 6 moto wins. I like that guy. I like his pro chances.
Honestly, with Brownie, I would too. I mean, if you said Brownie was showing up for Buds or Unadilla or Ironman, would you count him out of doing something impressive?
No.
Would you think he'd do better than the other amateurs that raced?
Did our guy Kiefer have anything for him at any point?
No.
No.
Really?
Not even remotely.
Okay.
Although there was
remotely.
Not even remotely. It was about 4 seconds a lap. However, there was a brief #never change problem with the transponders in the first moto, and for 1 second, I thought Brownie had crashed, and Kiefer came around number 1 on the transponder screen.
Oh, okay. All right.
And I thought it had happened, and our buddy Randy Richardson was at the base of the tower watching closely because they're both senior citizen athletes.
They are, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yep. And I'm like, oh, my God, Kiefer's in the lead. And he's like, what? I'm like, he took the lead, man. I don't know what happened, but he took the lead. Brownie had a 3:28 lap. Must have been a disaster. And then the next lap, Brownie had a 1:28 lap and was back in the lead.
Now look,
wow, that's fastest of the week, I think.
Look, I saw Kiefer beat Brownie straight up World Vets last year.
Oh yeah,
that's GH, okay. And Brownie was claiming not much practice, blah blah blah. But Kiefer worked them, and now they go to Brownie's territory, and Brownie worked Kiefer. So we got to meet in the middle.
He said on the podium, he said, "This is Brownie's GH. I can't beat him here."
Yeah.
It was well said.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. Yeah, this is Brownie's GH.
Yeah, he's good.
Weege, a little bit of a weird year. Paul and I were talking before you got on. Like, high miss Ryder D, a bit of off weeks, right? High miss more so than Ryder D. Cole Martinez wins 2 titles. And no offense to Cole, but like a little weird year, Loretta's, it seems like. Like, Braswell wins the Horizon thing, and Paul said he's got no direct path to a pro ride. Just a weird Loretta's.
Not a little weird. I'd say a lot weird. The Hymas thing is beyond bizarre. I couldn't make any sense out of it. And, Paul, you were probably the same thing. All week you're waiting for the leaking of he actually is riding with a broken wrist or something, or he has COVID. You're just waiting for it. And usually, it feels like you're there a month. Like, the stories just continue and build as the week goes on. And it never came out. Like, he just continued to not ride well. He had some motos where he had bad starts. You're like, okay, I guess that's it. But then he started getting good starts, and he would be good for 8, 10, 12 minutes. And then it was almost inevitable. Like, by the end of the week, you just knew it wasn't going to happen.
Yeah.
You just knew, like, yeah, he's in third, but they're going to get him. I don't understand, and there's a million theories. The first thing you hear is like, oh, he already knows he's got to ride, so it doesn't matter. And I'm like, yeah, but I've seen the guys with the guaranteed rides ride their balls off to win anyway. Like, they only know one way. It's not like Kitchen and Hymas went to war last year to win those titles, and Kitchen didn't have to win Loretta's.
Right.
Paul, you've seen it. Like, there's plenty of kids with guaranteed rides. They still want to kick everybody's butt.
Yeah, he simply, like we spoke about it earlier, he, and I'm close to it a little bit, right? I sponsor him, and I'm very close with Jake, who trains him, and it just snowballed the wrong way. Like, you start chasing bike setup, then you're mentally kind of just lost it, and you're getting arm pump, and it was just a shit week. And the only thing I could tell him was like, hey, like, you've done enough here at this place to earn the next level, so just all you can do is go be better at the next level, because he just had an awful week, an off week, and that's it. It was an off week.
Yeah, I don't think he was mailing it in like he didn't care.
No,
I don't think you guys have that in them. Another thing, I'd even heard this, like, okay, the track, we all know the ranch had to be rebuilt, the structures themselves. But Jeff Russell, the track builder, he told me that when they got there, the track was just covered in gravel.
Yeah.
So they had the jump shapes were kind of there, but all the dirt they had to redo. So a lot of riders told me it seemed harder and more slick on the base than before, and things like that. So I'm like, okay, maybe everybody had their Loretta set up, and it was way, way, way off. But the track guys were like, we don't think it was that different.
Right.
They didn't think it was any more. You can't make the same track identical year to year just due to weather. They didn't feel like it was much, much more different than it would be, any year-to-year change. So, but maybe that was it.
Yeah, I heard from a lot of people that the base was much, much harder. I think the Dunlop guy told me that about maybe 15 wheels had been broken on that big jump into the sweeper, because that base right there was way harder than it had ever been.
Yep.
I think we saw less scoops on the track, and so I think it was a much different Loretta's, and maybe that was something to do with all the weirdo results, because I think that people did show up and it was a little more odd than they remembered.
Props to Cole Martinez, huh, Weege? That's really cool.
Oh,
yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's an all-time memorable thing. Now, look, I don't want to take anything from Ryder D. Like, I think if the ball bounces the right way, Ryder D actually ends up winning both titles, and then the world looks totally normal.
Yeah.
Like, he was getting it under control. Oh, another thing that's changed is they run 25-minute motos now.
Yeah, Paul mentioned that, yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't think, it's still the longest amateur race. It was the longest amateur race. It's still the longest amateur race. I didn't really think it'd make that much of a difference.
Oh, it did,
but it did, because you could see how you were kind of waiting at times for Ryder to just pull the pin and just well, why is he not just destroying these guys? But I think they all had to conserve energy at some point. They couldn't just sprint, and the difference between 20 and 25, I guess, is that. So there was a moto, and Paul, you probably saw, where Ryder was just cruising in second behind Hawkins, and he wasn't catching him, and then Broswell started rolling up on him, and you're like, what is going on? And then it was like Ryder's like, okay, now I better
now.
go.
Yeah.
And he beat them and he won. So I'm like, okay, there's a level of management. You can't just go 3 seconds lap faster than everyone the entire race. You have to manage it. And I think he was on his way to doing that. He probably would have still squeaked out that title if his bike didn't break. Although Broswell caught him and passed him in the last moto, I think he still would have got second, which is all he needed to do. And then he blew the start in the last moto. So take away the one blown start and the one blown engine. Maybe he ends up winning both titles in the Horizon Award, and it seems normal. Maybe it's just two minor things that made the whole thing look weird.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that, yeah.
White Skull Pistons.
He was really good. He wasn't dominant, but he was still really good.
White Skull Pistons bringing you Jason Weigandt on the Pulp Show.
I said the same thing to Steve earlier. Like to me, I really loved seeing the 25-minute thing because that is where you're really starting to see what it's going to take to be a professional and who has it. And to me, it was Cole Martinez, Ryder, and Braswell were the ones that could go their speed all 25 minutes. Those were the three I think that could do it every time.
Yeah, and if the goal here is like the teams keep saying, like we want a more realistic scouting. Maybe what we've just discovered here is that Braswell is better than we thought when you get a chance to do these long motos.
Yeah.
Which he never had a chance to show that off before, so he wasn't really considered that great of a prospect. But now that he's long moto, I mean, dude, he was just a machine. He would take 3 or 4 laps, he would wait, then he'd get going, and then no one could do anything with him.
The biggest surprise of the week was Braswell.
Like,
totally.
Yeah, for me, for sure.
Yeah.
And you know, to speak about the 25 minutes thing, they started doing this at Freestone a few years ago for the A class, and it's become a really good gauge again, that race, because that's a damn rough track, a proper national, 25 minutes, or they go 20+2 or something. It's a pretty long race, and that's where we first got to see Kitchen and Hymas. They're in shape, and you learn a lot from that extra 5 minutes that they had. Like
so, Weege, I got a text from a former pro that said Deegan's bike got claimed. You confirmed this on a text, but then it didn't get claimed, and what happened?
Yeah.
How does that not go on? And then I found out from another person that for the last moto, Deegan put in a different motor in Hayden's bike, maybe because they were scared of getting it claimed?
Well, okay. Yeah, let me unpack all this.
Yes,
it's
please
very
do.
complicated.
Yeah.
Very complicated. And I think it's very fitting. Like, we know this is going to be Deegan's last amateur race. So, yeah. What?
What? Oh.
So you cut me off there. We know it's going to be Deegan's last amateur race, so why not go out with a little amateur-level drama and controversy? There is a claiming rule, and it's, I believe for Loretta's, it's double the MSRP of a bike. And the reason that rule is there is to discourage you from running a pro works bike or a super expensive bike at Loretta's. It's an easy way to level the playing field. Don't build the bike that costs more than $18,000 because anyone on the line has the right to buy it from you for $18,000. So if you want to build a $40,000 works bike that's got secrets in it, be aware that anyone can take it. And this rule is there for that reason. And I was told by the Team Green guys that, like, for example, DeFrancesco just rides an off-the-shelf pro circuit bike that anyone could buy. I'm sure it costs more than $18,000, but it doesn't have any secrets in it.
Right. Yeah.
That they wouldn't sell to the public.
Yeah, I like the rule. I like the rule.
Yeah,
I think it's good.
It's been there for a while, and that's even changed. Like, it didn't used to be double MSRP. Years ago, it was a percentage on top of MSRP, but they've adjusted it.
Yeah, good rule.
Yeah, I heard I think it's still at an amateur race, MSRP plus 30%, but now, I think for Loretta's, they gave them a little wiggle room, went to double MSRP. But anyway, we all know $18,000 for any of those good bikes is a freaking bargain, right? So, 8-kit suspension alone and a motor package, even if it's not works. Anyway, so someone in Deegan's class claimed the bike. Now, I heard many rumors as to why. The kid actually said himself that he wanted to do a YouTube video with Deegan's bike.
Sweet.
That's awesome.
Yeah, which, I don't know, not a bad idea. Some were suspicious that the kid's engine builder had the kid do it for him so he could break the engine down and then essentially sell a Deegan spec star motor, which, again, at $18,000, that's a great investment. But what I think the problem these days is ECUs. Like, I'm sure in the two-stroke days, what would you get? A look at the porting, maybe the transmission, the carb?
Yeah, you could measure the transfer ports and the heights. Yeah, you could.
Yeah, but I think ECUs are the scary part. What is in these ECUs? Can you even access it? Because the Cowboy guys are telling me they believe theirs are so password protected that you couldn't even access it. And if you can't access the ECU, none of the rest of it even matters.
Yep.
Needless to say, I think Star was very worried. I don't think Deegan maybe has the exact, say, Justin Cooper Pro Race engine, but it must be close. some of their ECU tricks I'm sure are in there.
So what happened?
I don't think they were. What?
So what happened? Okay, so someone
Why
claimed
did it go away?
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. So the rule is that you immediately have to turn the bike over. However, Deegan did have another moto on that bike scheduled for that day. So because of that, he got to keep the bike until the end of his final moto. And so they impounded it.
That's not a rule. Like, they could take it from you after your second moto? That seems weird.
Yeah, I guess the way the rule is like you get it when the person is done with their schedule. Because here's what you could do. If you did that, you would just do it at the end of the first moto and just ruin the guy's week and be like, you only teched one bike and you're not allowed to race now.
Yeah. So so
like,
they let him ride the third moto.
You should be able to claim it after the third moto, though, and they should tag the bike
I
to where
hear
nothing
No. He
changes.
did it after the third moto of his one class, but
he still had schoolboy too.
But now I heard he put another motor in.
Well, yeah. So
if that's the case, they should be tagging these things, so that can't happen.
Well, they did. They told Star. Now, Star, I'm sure, is claiming we need another motor because for durability purposes, it's timed out.
Yeah.
Now,
sure. Right.
They might have been like, swap a stock motor in there. So what I believe they were going to do is tag it. Well, we're going to tag the ECU and the case and cylinder and everything. And when that third moto is over, you have to put the tag motor back in. Like, do not swap.
Yeah.
The motor he bought is the motor he gets. But the only difference was they basically had 18 hours or something between this claim and impounding it and when Deegan's final moto would run. And somewhere along the way, like 4 hours after the kid claimed it, he basically came back and said, I don't want to do it anymore. And no one knows exactly why. He had a change of heart. Someone convinced him to have a change of heart.
Amateur racing, everybody. Catch the fever.
Yeah, it is. Exactly. It's amateur racing. It's amateur racing.
God.
Yeah. And Tim Cotter, I talked to Tim Cotter about it today, and he's like, I told the kid, like, no, I want you to be clear, like, we have not pressured you in any way. You have to tell us that you have not been pressured by anybody. Like, you can't threaten to beat people up.
Yeah, so the kid said I wasn't pressured.
No.
Okay.
The kid said no. Yes. And supposedly the kid had a sponsor that told him, like, this is not a good way to go about racing in your career. So I don't know if it's just that or something else.
I think it's fantastic. I would claim that bike if I was rich and an amateur dad, and I would laugh about it and race it the next year. And I wouldn't if my kid was good enough, Kawasaki's not going to go, hey, man, you claimed Deegan's bike. We're not giving you a ride. No. If you were good enough, you'll still get a ride. You're not going to get blackballed for claiming a bike under the rules.
Well, as long as you're really good. I mean, we all know.
Yeah.
We are serial killers if you're fast.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, if you're a serial killer, you'll get a ride if you're fast.
This has happened before at Loretta's when, like, a claiming story, right? And I think the way around it in the past was that the bike that was being claimed, that rider would essentially get sponsors to approach other riders and provide them the money to also bid for the claim, right? Or put money in for the claim.
So you can make multiple claims.
Yeah, so essentially like, okay, well, we had this one guy rider who claimed the bike. Now all of a sudden we have these 10 other riders that want to claim the bike. We have to put all their names into a hat and pull one out.
Yep.
I believe that's how it was done in the past to go around that.
It was, like, because it decreased, then it becomes a lottery.
It's a lottery, so at least you're like, well, we got a 9 in 10 chance to get it.
Right.
Yeah. No, I heard, I was talking to some people, Carmichael came back and raced 25-plus years ago, and actually, knowing Carmichael through this, I don't think he brings a works bike. He always told me that he tried to keep his bikes pretty stock as he gets older because it actually forces him to ride a little slower and safer. But I think they were expecting this to happen, thinking he had the trickiest testing Suzuki ever.
Right.
So then I think they figured, we're going to get these counterclaims to make the odds. 10 people are going to bid. So I believe there's a rule, I don't know how you enforce this, that says you can't do things to try to claim the bike back to yourself. How you would know that all 9 claims are on behalf of the original rider, I don't know.
Right.
But they're trying to prevent that from happening. But, I don't know what you're supposed to do. The rule sounds dumb. But if you really think about it, it's not important. Actually a bad rule.
It's a good rule, And it's just when someone actually tries to do it and you try to fight it, that's when it gets odd.
Maybe, and of course it's Deegan, right? They can't get away from this stuff. Like, they can't. Brian and the family, whatever you want to say about him, the kid's ultra fast, but this follows them around.
Yeah, they are a talking point always.
Right.
They are, but I don't know how much is that is this just go with, like you said, it's amateur racing, and then the drama just always goes to the biggest name? Like, I don't know if the Deacons are bringing this particular thing on themselves.
No, they obviously this has nothing to do with them.
No, but it's just.
There's always news around him. He's like, dude, he's a big deal. He's got, you know what about his YouTube following, and he's a big deal.
Right.
But he's good too. Rightfully so. You're going to be talked up more if you're fast as shit.
Yep. No, for sure.
Yeah.
Did you get a chance?
The claim is gone. That's it.
Did you get a chance? Oh, and also too. It took 6 days, but Alessi went Alessi. You were waiting for it. You were rubbing your hands together. Something was going to happen. Everything was kind of normal, but nope. He lost his gate pick because he roosted the shit weeds out of his line or something.
Yeah, so I think the problem everybody was struggling with was with the scoop tire versus the regular tire. I guess the scoop is obviously good down the start straight, which is sandy, but the behind the gate was rock hard. Yeah. So you were... Oh, man, I got this hard dirt and this soft dirt. And then I guess that was the first moto of the morning, and it was apparently super wet down there. So I guess Alessi came in, turned his bike around backwards, and just started doing burnouts to kind of rough up the dirt and spit the mud and water out over the front of the start gate. Can't do that. So he goes and does his parade lap, and he pulls in, and they said, no. Go to the outside gate.
You can't.
So, yes, they had to reinvent a new way to get hole shots.
They can't.
Always.
Look, it's not a blatant cheating. It's nothing like that. Nope. I'm not calling it that. But you just – this is the shit that happens to Mike Alessi. This is what happens.
It's just thinking and trying, just trying so hard. Got to take that last inch to get hole shots.
I also Heath Harrison, a buddy of ours, his starts were on point all day. He showed a video where he basically ripped the gate out and kept going. And on his social media, he said, we had some bad luck with getting docked a lap. Heath, my man, that is not bad luck.
They red flagged that race and restarted it.
You dropped the clutch at 3 and went.
So given the penalty that he just gave Mike, they red flagged that race and restarted it. They should have put Heath on the outside so he could race his moto, but instead they dock him a lap after the moto was over.
I don't know. It ain't bad luck, Heath.
It's weird.
You ripped the gate out.
Dude, he was pulling every start. Okay, that one, I told everybody, I'm like, oh, he got such a big hole shot, they just red flagged it. That's how big But the best part was Heath was ripping these unbelievable starts all week, and he was in the classes that Mike Alessi was in. So he was hole shotting against the greatest hole shotter ever, and then even Mike came up to the tower and said Heath Harrison was definitely the Mike Alessi of starts this week. And I'm like, that's a pretty good one, Mike.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Did you, once again, you announced anything? Did you guys get in trouble for anything you announced or anything you said during the week?
No, we got way off the rails, way off the rails. We had no complaints, except at one point, Hymas was leading a moto, and Kevin Kelly made a joke saying, you can tell they don't like this guy because everyone's staying away from him and just battling for second. And then, of course, there was a nasty email about how we're just in it for Rider D, and we're trying to be negative about Chance Hymas, and that's cruel. And the magical word, this is children racing. Negativity has no part in it. Children,
of course. Did you get a chance to talk to Barry?
Yes, many talks. Many talks with Barry.
Okay.
Barry's down a tooth. Barry's down a tooth.
What do you mean?
Barry is down a tooth right now.
I don't know what that means.
He's down a tooth.
Oh, like an
actual tooth. No, an actual tooth. You saw that, right, Weech?
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't ask him about that because it was an odd question to ask. But yes, he is missing a tooth. I don't know what that is.
He probably sold it. You know what? He was under an RV. He needed a wedge,
maybe,
for something to push the water pump away from the toilet system. And he pulled out his teeth. He wedged it up in the RV, fixed the problem.
Yep.
And the RV was good.
Yeah.
Right.
Probably close to accurate.
Right.
So I don't get a chance to talk to Barry until I see him at the end of his first moto of the week, and he's under the tent that we have, the cool down tent, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm walking back to the podium. He finishes 5th or something. So he's over there, and I see him, and I slap his front fender, and he looks right through me like I'm not even there. So then I slap him on the shoulder, and he continues to look right through me like I'm not even there. I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah.
And I cannot physically get his attention. I'm yelling, hey, I say, what's up?
Yeah.
I slap his shoulder again. And I look, and he is fixated on the drop of the gate for the 65 class, which is up next. And I realize that when they put their bikes in gear, he puts his bike in gear, and I'm like, oh my God, he's going to do a fake start. Watching
Stop
the 65s. Yes. So I moved away, and he did, like, not dump the clutch, but he moved forward like 6 inches.
It was a start,
Clearly.
He was so mad about his start that he
he's like,
practice started after his moto.
I need to work on my reaction time now.
That's the dedication time of Barry.
That is the dedication that it takes. Never stop.
Okay, so was there anybody else outside of Braswell, Weech, who really opened your eyes? Like, really, caught you by surprise?
Yamaha has this weird thing every year where they find some tall guy who no one's heard of, and they put him in the 450, the lesser of the B classes. Like the fast B kids, they race 250B.
Yeah, what happened to kids riding 450s? We just don't do that anymore? Nobody does that? Nobody cares? Like, I don't know if these guys are aware, but there's a 450 class in Supercross and Motocross.
Well, what I think they do is because everybody's essentially on a pro team as an amateur.
Okay.
Like, Stars, you're going to race a 250 for us. You're racing a 250 for us at Loretta's. Rider D, you're racing a 250. When you turn pro, you're racing a 250 here. Like, we're not bothering.
I don't like that so much anymore. You're telling me nothing can be learned by racing a 450 prior to being a professional. Nothing. Like all these old school amateurs did, like Izzy and Stroop and all, like they all rode bigger bikes. They were 252 strokes.
Can you use some better examples than Izzy and Stroop?
That's how long this trend has been going on.
You didn't want to point out
I know what you mean. Right. Okay.
I mean Ben Riddle crushed it on a
Okay, Dean Wilson. He rode both bikes, right?
Anderson did.
There you go. Yep. Anderson's another one. Perfect. So that might be the most recent one, actually, Weege.
Yeah, you're right. So somewhere along the line, what happens is you get this weirdo thing where I know the fast kids are considered to have every advantage, but they always race a 250 in both pro sport classes, which means they're always on a 250F against 450s. I don't think on that track it's a huge difference, but for sure the start, they kind of already put themselves in a hole every year.
Yep.
Oh, which kid is on a factory team? He will definitely not be on a 450.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm on board with that anymore. Let the kid ride a 450. Let him drag the heavier bike around for 25 minutes. Like that's going to be bad for him. I think he can learn something.
So now I'm completely derailed.
The tall kid on a Yamaha.
Avery Long.
Yeah. So Yamaha does this thing where they'll have a tall kid who rides a 450 when most of the premier B riders races 250s, and he goes out there and crushes it. This Plessinger did this. Kitchen did this. So now they have this new kid, Avery Long, who I will fully admit I've never heard of.
Me either.
And he was easily the most dominant. I think he either won 5 out of 6 or 6 out of 6. Just like Kitchen 2 years ago. On a Yamaha, tall kid. And I don't know. I don't know if this is another Kitchen and another Plessinger. I don't know if this is something.
Was he from Minnesota? Is he from Minnesota? Did I see that? Yeah.
Yep.
He won 450B and 450B Limited.
D23.
I think he won four of the 6 motos.
He's the next J-Mart. He's just tall.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Oh, because he's Minnesota.
Yeah, Minnesota. Yeah.
I mean, the goal for him, I'm sure, would be the next Kitchen and Plessinger. And I have to say, when Kitchen won, that was the thing. Kitchen dominated B 2 years ago, and they're like, yeah, but he didn't do it against the fast B kids.
Right.
Well, it didn't matter because once he got rolling, he switched to the A class. He raced everybody. He beat everybody.
Weege, if you remember, it took him crushing everybody at Mini-O's to get his star ride. Like after Loretta's, those B-class wins in the limited classes didn't get him his star ride, but then he showed up at Mini-O's as an A rider and was the best guy that week, and he signed a star deal that week.
It sounds like what Bobby did with AP. AP started on a Roost Rock River bike.
So to me, let's see Avery Long show up at Gatorback in the A class, and we'll see how good he is.
Right. We got Craig Martin's on the line. He knows something about claiming rules, I would say.
Yeah, he does.
So let's get to Craig Martin on 2. Craig, what's going on, man? You got a claiming rule back when you worked for Team Green?
Yeah, I've had many of them.
Yeah.
The funniest one that I think you'll love, and Paul kind of alluded to this, and this is what we did, was we were at the Race of Champions, and I believe it was Villafoto that was our top guy that had a Mitch-built bike. And some local kid claims his bike, and we're all running around in full panic like, oh, what do we do? Because that's Mitch's bike. And so I run straight to Gary Chisholm and say, how much cash do you have?
Gare Bear. Gare Bear's got a lot of cash.
He always carried cash.
Yeah. Gare Bear's old school.
Home, comes out with an envelope full of $100 bills.
Yeah.
So I start running around, and I get 3 more people to also claim that bike that were all Team Green riders.
There you go.
One of them actually was not Team Green Rider, and it was Jason Lawrence's grandpa.
Oh, okay.
Jason Lawrence ended up helping us because he had ridden for me at Team Green, but he was on a Suzuki.
Yeah.
But his grandfather and he also claimed it, and we got the bike back.
Oh.
So we took the chances, and we had basically 75% of the bids in.
There you go.
Against one kid, and we got the bike back.
But now it's sort of stopped. But who knows if it really did stop? Like we said, it says you can't get it for yourself, but you can't. Yeah. Right.
How do you know?
Can't prove that. Yeah.
How do you know?
Yeah.
Right. How do you know that Gare Bear just doesn't want Villopoto's
And it's about having cash on the spot too. Like protests have to be filed in cash.
Have to have cash.
But you don't gotta have the $17,000 in cash, do you?
Yes.
Oh.
I believe so, right?
Yeah, they had the cash.
Whatever the cash is for, you have to have it.
Oh, I thought you could just the cash for the rule, but
no. I mean, it's cash for a protest, and it's cash to claim a bike too. Like you have to
so
have the money.
there's many parents showing up with $20,000.
Bro, have you been to Loretta's before?
Well,
there's the same number of classes and the same number of riders that were racing there in 1990, and they need 4 more fields to park people because people's rigs are bigger now.
But why do they need the cash for the claiming?
They got cash, man. They it's a cash business. It's cash business.
Okay, all right.
I mean, your carnival snacks, your pit bike registration sticker, whatever. That's a cash business. You got to bring it.
And Dad's construction company.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Cool. Thanks, Craig.
Also,
Thanks for the story. Oh, what else?
At Loretta Lynn's, when Alessi and Villopoto were going at it for all those years, the last year on Super Minis was a completely crazy fight between the Alessis and the Villopoto. And I honestly wasn't real on how the Villopotos were actually handling it, and they got mad at me and everything else, and there was some stuff there. But Adam Chatfield's dad ended up claiming Alessi's bike.
That's the one I'm talking
about.
Yeah, he got it, right?
Yeah. That bike ended up at DNS Kawasaki in Texas. They ended up buying it from Chatfield, and it sat in that office for the owner on a desk behind his seat in his office for a million years. It might still be there. I don't know. But every time I would head into DNS Kawasaki when I was in town, because Richard White was always there, I'd always head in there. I would see Alessi's bike sitting on the desk right behind him. So
that's awesome.
It was always fun.
Yeah, that's funny.
Wow.
Thanks, Craig. Thanks for the stories, man. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Appreciate it. We have a question for Weege on 3 from Jeremy. Jeremy, what's your question for Weigandt?
Yeah, my question was, what's been his favorite co-announcer this year? Because I just started listening to some of the podcasts again. Was listening to Hangtown Review today.
Okay.
And he started off saying Brock Glover, he really loved him, and I don't understand that because I find the guy very boring. But Jeremy Martin, on the other hand, who I thought was going to be very, very boring on TV, was amazing.
Okay. We each put you on the spot. Your favorite one.
Yeah, I'll just go first, but they all have their strengths and weaknesses. Martin has the huge advantage of he's the only guy who's raced all these guys. Like, he raced Jet Lawrence last year. And between Jeremy being on Star and Geico, I mean, seriously, is half the 250 field his ex-teammates? Like, probably.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Yeah, I mean, if there's 5 or 6 teammates every year for 5-6 years, it's half the field. So that's a huge advantage for him. But I'll say, if I got to say who the best all-around, both enthusiastic and had knowledge and told me things I didn't know and didn't need any prep or training, just knew exactly what he was doing, I'm actually going to say it was MC.
That's
Imagine
right.
that.
That's right. Yep.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, man. Appreciate it. And who's in the booth, Unadilla, for you this weekend?
Fro. So this is not really a big step. Fro's done this a billion times, including last year. So this is not as much of a guest appearance as it is a guy who's done it a million times. So I don't expect any on-the-job training this weekend. Fro's got it dialed, and we hung out at Loretta's, so we're good.
Right. Weisco Pistons bringing you Jason Weigandt on the PulpMX show. I got to go to Loretta's one of these years. I got to go.
You do. You do. You should go.
Yeah. Weege, before we let you go here, Super Motocross series. I talked to Kerry Coombs and Dave Prater for a Renthal Reaction podcast. We knew this news has been coming. You talked to Kenneth Feld on RacerX Online. I couldn't believe that.
I did.
Good job on that. Way to go, Sean Brennan.
And that was a real Zoom call. That wasn't emailing questions and quote unquote Kenneth Feld emailing back. It was a real Zoom on Friday morning.
Yeah.
Friday morning, last 2 Fridays ago. Yeah.
So I don't like the name, and I know they didn't do this for the World Supercross. I know that. You know that. It looks like they did. They didn't. They were talking before. Getting away from that, though, like, I am so surprised, Weege, that they are adding races to the schedule, 2 races, and every OEM is okay with this.
I know. I interviewed Bruce from Cowie, who is probably the most anti of more races, longer schedule than anyone I know, and that was the very first. That's why I wanted to interview him. They're like, we would like you, if you want to research this and talk about it, like, ask as many people as you want. You know, you don't just get the info from us. Roger DeCoster told me this is the first time in the entire history of the sport in America that everybody's getting along. And I'm like, okay, it's pretty big.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I want to hear from Bruce. And here's what I think it comes down to. You can't say 2 things at once. You can say to the promoters, you need to do a better job and get us better TV and put on better events and have rule books that make sense. Do this, do this, do this, do this, do this. And then the promoters say, well, we figured out a way to solve this. We have sold a package to a network that's going to bring us a lot more money, so we can pay the riders a lot more money, and we can integrate everything, and we can give you all these things you want. But we have to have this playoff thing. And all I can gather is they're like, okay, we're going to operate in good faith that doing X is going to lead to the YZ that we want. However, I've been told the team said, we'll give you 1 year to race in October and do 31. But it needs to end in September, and it needs to be back to 30 races by 2024. So we'll see if they hold to that.
Yeah, we'll see.
And because as you heard with Prater, they kind of are saying, hey, if you consider Monster Cup and U.S. Open part of the season.
Yeah, I know.
That was 30 races.
Yeah.
We all know it kind of counted, kind of didn't.
Yeah, it wasn't the same prep. It didn't mean as much. It wasn't.
No, not everybody raced it. Most people did. But the October is because they just wanted to do at the Coliseum, kind of symbolically, because that was the first Supercross, and it was only available that weekend in October.
Right.
So 30 races and then in September. I mean, that's still a longer season, any way you slice it.
Yeah. Count me as surprised. And listen.
Me too.
And again, the World Supercross is what's driving this. They are getting together and doing this and putting this money up because of the World Supercross. I'm fine with that. That's cool. Competition's a good thing, whether it's moto podcasts or racing series. I'm fine with that. They were working together on a COVID plan. They were working together before. I get it. But this is a direct result of the World Supercross, the extra money and the extra races. And that's fine. And let's see how it works. And I'm fine with it. It's cool. More teams and more racers getting paid is always a good thing.
Yeah, it's both, right? Like, I can tell you that I heard this pretty much exact plan last summer at Redbud. So, yes, the majority of it was not a reaction. We were going to do this. We were told about a playoff. We were told combining, being able to sell to TV. We are going to crown the champion of champions, not 2 separate champions. I think TV, apparently people are always like, why does your sport have 2 champions?
And honestly, Weege, when Kerry and Dave told me that, again, cynical Steve sitting here, you're telling me some network guy from Peacock is like, you know what really would work? A playoff for your niche racing series that I know nothing about. Like, again, cynical Steve, come on. But whatever.
Well,
hey,
I have
whatever.
A feeling they're going to get a lot more money, so something led someone to open up the purse strings.
I know.
I was told that's why. However, I will agree with this. Is this, again, they were planning it last year, a year ago. Is this exactly the way it would have turned out? Is there no impact whatsoever because of World Supercross?
No.
We'll never know.
Yeah.
I think it just accelerated it, honestly. It threw some gas, or, lit their asses up a little bit. Like, hey, we've been talking about this plan. Now's the time to really make it sure it happens.
And that's
what
fine.
I think
and
happens.
that's great. No problem. Like, I don't, who cares? Like, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I've gone on record. The World Supercross is cool. I think it's good. I don't think it's ever going to surpass the American Supercross Series for anybody.
No.
And it'll be a great thing for people to get paid. So cool. Why not? More races.
Yeah, I am pumped on it. Those guys do a really good job. I know those guys did at Ossex Open. And the riders that are in it, guys like Paul, your guy Dino, like, I think we're pumped that they've got another avenue. But I will say, if anyone is doubting that this was, if anyone thinks this is 100% a reaction to, here's why I'll prove it. The FIM sanction went away, and then World Supercross came to be. They could have just held on to the FIM sanction. World Supercross could only be a thing with the FIM World Championship going up for grabs.
Yeah.
And Feld chose to not keep that, to do something else. And I'm not speaking for any of the promoters because they won't comment on the FIM thing at all. They will not talk about it. But we all know where the teams and the fans stood on the FIM thing. They were never pumped on it.
No, I could not. I used to ask Prater, why are you renewing with these idiots? Why are you renewing this deal?
But he wouldn't really say anything. That's too political, I think, for them to weigh in on that.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you can go to the teams, and you can go to the riders, and you can certainly quiz the fans. Do you like having the FIM involved in our racing over here? And it was universal.
Yeah.
No. So I don't believe that these pieces fall in place until the FIM is removed, which is then what allows World Supercross to happen. So it's clear which thing happened first.
Yeah.
The gears started to grind in this direction first, and then allowed World Supercross to come to be. Like I said, I don't have a problem with that series existing. I think everybody's afraid of a kart IRL. One's global, one's American. There's plenty of racers around. I don't think that'll happen. That's the one fear, I think, right?
Josh Hill just got hired by CDR. What's the average age of MX1 450 World Supercross? You got Brayton, Reed, Hill, Chiz, Dean. What are we 35 years old average age over there for that class or what? What's going on? Roxon's, Roxon's 28, whatever, right?
But that's our point.
Yeah.
That's our point. The sport, I don't think the 35-year-old guy had value 20 years ago, and now he does. So now we have room for this, where I don't think we did at one time. So that's why I don't think it's going to be two things cannibalizing each other. There's room for it.
I think it's going to be interesting to watch all those guys on the track, racing each other, right? So, I think that's going to be a little interesting. So, we got Dylan on 3. Dylan, you want to talk about Ryder D and Deegan?
Yes.
Hello?
Go ahead, Dylan.
Hey, yeah, I just had a question. I was listening to your show, and I seen him talking about how he doesn't think that, Deegan could possibly beat Ryder D.
Who said that?
When did we say that?
We didn't say that.
Oh, no, I in the beginning.
We said that Deegan can't beat Ryder D.
They
All right,
Yeah,
the Deegan Army's not calling in on the show.
We never mentioned that.
said that. No one said that. Deegan was the standout of the week, according to Paul.
I did.
Right.
I thought he was the best B rider by far.
Right.
But we're talking about B riders, talking about A riders. I never compared the two.
We'll race them when it's time, Weech. We'll get there when it's time.
I saw Deegan race the combine in Redbud. I'm not saying anything negative. It was
great.
ridiculous.
Yeah, he was good. And he still won 4 motos at Loretta, so he had a DNF. Like he was.
Yeah.
Avery Long got that award, but
Yeah.
Deegan's one DNF away from getting that award, and then and 2 titles, and there's no talking point.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I think Weege brought that up earlier. So,
yeah, no, I'm not doubting Deegan one bit. I really, as far as a rider, I never have.
He's the real deal for sure.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. It seems like it, anyways. You never quite know, but he's got all everything else going for him. All right, Weege.
It's never been just height. I've always been clear on that. I've watched him ride muddy motos with a title on the line on a 65, and I watched him in the mud and ruts, and he's from California, and I'm like, this kid's got legitimate skills. Now, the other stuff, as you see, the fans, there's no in between with Deegan, right?
I'm still reserving. I still have learned to reserve judgment on any of these kids until I see them on a big bike. Like it's just we've seen it go so awesome on mini bikes for the longest time, and then that transition is just totally different. So I'm starting to wait at least.
No, I'm with you for sure, but I always want people to know that it all becomes because he rides well first. This is not a manufactured, he's actually not that good, and he's got a YouTube channel, and that's why all these things fall into place. He's good first, and then comes everything else. The sport, luckily, hasn't gotten to that point yet where the marketing dollars trump everything else. Like, if Deegan was slow, none of this would be happening.
No, you got a good point, absolutely. Do you have any good Timmy stories from the week?
I do. I'm trying to remember.
Did he bring up going back to the Coliseum or anything, being number 1 there the last time?
Yeah, I only saw him real quick. Evan had a rough week. I guess he twisted his ankle and was sick the week before, something like that. I talked to his dad about the stolen bike story again. Darn it, the Timmy thing has slipped my mind. I mean, I did see him out of the tent.
How'd he look?
Darn it,
good?
sorry.
He looked good, I bet.
Podium speed, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. He might get a World Supercross ride.
Maybe. You never know.
We were talking about Evans' week, and Paul said, just like Timmy, maybe Evans just better indoors,
Yeah, I don't know. I hate to say you're somewhat right about something, Steve, but you have to be careful when you're judging people on just 1 week of their life.
Yeah. I mean, Timmy,
yeah.
Who beat Ricky Carmichael in championships? Can you name the riders that beat Ricky Carmichael in championships? Can you name them?
For series?
I think,
for series.
I think Timmy beat him in 1997 Supercross, and then I can't
so
really remember.
That's
any
one.
after
Tim
that.
Ferry is one who beat Carmichael.
Okay.
Right, and then
Okay.
who else?
Who won Oh, no, go ahead.
MC beat him the first 2 years of his 250.
Yeah,
There you
okay,
go.
so we got
There you go.
McGrath and we got Timmy.
Okay.
Does anybody have anybody else?
I think that's it.
Thank you. Thank you. My point is made. So
that's maybe your best Ferry argument I've heard you have.
That's amazing.
I got a lot more of them.
That
if you
might be
want.
your best one.
Weege, thank you for the time. Appreciate it. Good job at Loretta's all week. It sounds like, I saw some DMs and things from the late night beer tent. So, it's kind of made me think I wish I was there a little bit.
Just so I can explain to everybody what the beer tent thing is, look, none of us live in the same place. This is the one chance for us to have, hang out like people that lived in the same town. That's what it is. It's not really about the drinking of the beer. It is the socializing that you cannot get. Because, look, we all go to the same races, but it is in and out. There is zero hangout time.
The Hurricane Mills locals even come, Steve. They drive into the beer tent.
Yeah.
I tried to go to the beer tent this week, but I was not allowed in because I did not have my identification.
Yep.
Really?
Good for you, actually. Good for you.
But you look old. You're old.
I'm aware how I look. I'm aware I'm over 21, but they will not let you in.
There's no bending of that.
You have to have an ID to enter, and it's simple as that. I was like, well, I forgot my wallet, so I guess we're not going in.
Okay.
It's the only race of the year where 7:30, 8 o'clock rolls around, and you're like, okay, where are we hanging out? We're not going to do that at Unadilla this weekend. It's going to be 7 o'clock, get in your rental car, go back to the hotel, work, go to the airport. It's the only socializing you truly get all year, and that's what makes that so cool.
Right.
It's a little MXGP is a little bit like that. They hang out at the track longer, have dinner at the track, bro down a little bit, and Loretta's is like that. You get all your work done, dinner's done. Okay, where are we going to bullshit? Yeah.
Right. All right, Weege, thanks for the time, man. Appreciate it. We'll talk probably tomorrow on a group text. I'm sure.
Okay.
All right.
See you guys.
Thank you, man. That's Jason Weigandt, brought to you by the folks at Wiseco. The 6 o'clock hour brought to you by the folks at Cherby's at Cherby's. That's how you pronounce it. They got frame guards, chain blocks, slider kits, and more. Hand guards, disc guards at Cherby'sUSA.com. Industry leader in aftermarket dirt bike plastics and accessories. AC, Barsha, Anderson, Webb, all those others. They rely on a Cherby's as fine to tune their products to offer the highest level of performance and protection. As I said, I love the Cherby's stuff. No filing of the holes, no drilling of the holes. Every hole lines up with a Cherby's every time. Best plastic out there.
Beautiful.
For aftermarket. Thanks to the folks at Scosh as well. Scosh.com. Pulp 2022 at Scosh, SCOSCHE. To unlock your discount on accessories for life, celebrating over 40 years of business, visit Scosh.com to get a 20% discount. Chargers and cables and power sports clamps and mounts and power jumpers and more. Thanks to the folks at Scosh. Pulp 2022 at Scosh. Welcoming our next guest to the show. He's from Racetech, racetech.com. It's Checkerz, Chris Riesenberg. What's up, Chris? How are you, man?
I'm just trying to recover from a little over a week of death-defying temperatures at Loretta.
You were there all week, huh?
Yeah, I flew in, or drove in, actually, with Denny Stevenson. We drove down on Thursday, and because we have to do trackside support and stuff a couple days before the event for kids needing rebuilds and wanting to check SAG and all that side of things. And
yeah. So
usually I stay all week because I like the championship motos, but my buddy Jake and his wife Tiffany were getting married, and so it was kind of a big deal for me to be there. So I had to leave a little early and watch Racer TV the rest of the week.
Actually, one of my questions for you off the gate, since you brought him up, what the hell was Denny Stevenson doing there all week? What convinced him to go there? What's happening with Debo?
Well, he came up and hung out at Millville.
Yep.
And, that's kind of a traditional trip for us. And now that Debo's back on the wagon and doing well in life, it's pretty sweet. He's just a big fan. And back in the day, Matt Byton was his mechanic in Arena Cross for a couple of races, and Matt was going down there in the 40-plus class, and they're pretty good buddies. And then also Tony Wink that owns Riverside Raceway and Denny are pretty close. So they're both in the vet classes, so he wanted to go down and show them support. And I needed a co-pilot, so it worked out good, and we went down. He did leave a day early. He was very excited to get out of there.
Okay. So was he okay with the beer tent and everything?
Yeah, absolutely. We hung out each evening and stuff, and I maybe had a couple twisted teas myself, and I had a nice designated driver home, which was great.
Okay. All right. Good to hear.
He did tell me that we had to go to bed one night. He said, it's an early morning, and I'm tired.
Wow. So, look at Debo.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a good time and amazing racing as always.
It seemed like it was good. Paul and I don't know if you listened to the show, but we were talking about, it seemed like a weird Loretta. It's like a little different weird. Like we had Cole winning a couple classes. Some of the bright spot guys didn't take home 2 titles. Just a different Loretta's, Chris.
Yeah, it absolutely was quite a bit different. And Denny and I were talking about that. You're used to seeing that standout talent, and you didn't really have that. I mean, and then I know you guys talked about it earlier with like Hymas was nowhere to be found, and I think Ryder D was managing the week a lot. He looked like more of a pro than an amateur. He wasn't really doing the crazy scrubbing and that type of thing. So he seemed to be managing the race and riding more like that pro experience. But I think Deegan had maybe 1 or 2 motos that he was really good. But then I remember in another moto that I thought Bennick was going to catch him and pass him, which was super impressive there because I expected Deegan to have no issues. So I don't know if it was track conditions. It was a little more treacherous. I heard from a lot of guys it had been really dry down there. I guess I hadn't had rain in like months until like a couple days before the event. We got a pretty good rain shower. But between that and the rocks that they had to get off from the flood, the base was hard, and guys went away from the scoop tires pretty much. The majority of them did, which down there it's pretty common to run the scoop just for the start if you can get away with it. So,
yeah, I think we forget how the place was underwater. I mean, a raging flood wiped out Loretta Lynn's ranch. A guy died. Like, the whole place was done. And so the track is going to change.
Well, yeah, and if you've been there before, if you get closer to the creek, like it's a lot of gravel and rock, right? So that creek overflowed and all that sediment came up where the track is. And the track's usually a cow field.
Right.
So it was different.
Yeah. Checkerz, I don't know, I put you on the spot here. I probably should have texted you before this, but this tall kid on a Yamaha from Minnesota that won a couple classes, you know much about him?
I know a lot about him.
Because, I mean, you're from there. Yeah.
Yeah, I've worked with him since he was on 65s, actually, and it is absolutely my favorite family on the planet to work with.
Oh, awesome.
That's cool.
The most genuine, nicest people. When you say Minnesota nice, that's him. And the kid is determined and has work ethic, and he's always, since he was on 65s, he caught my eye not because of his results, but because of how he rides the bike. He stands up a lot. He's very smooth, carries a lot of momentum. His line choices are really good. And last year, before the season, they were basically debating. He had no support or anything. He just a couple local dealerships, PDR Performance, my race tech center up here was really involved in his program. But other than that, he had nothing, and he had never been south to ride through the winter or anything. So he'd just take off the winters and stay up here. And his dad told me after Loretta's that year, he said, if I can find just a couple bikes, if I can get someone to sponsor him with a couple motorcycles, I will use that money to send him to California or to Texas or somewhere to ride.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
There we go.
And ended up getting hooked up with Michael Lindsay, actually. And Michael gave him a full spot on his team and did everything that he could for him. And Wyatt, our trackside support guy, gave him a place to live for free in California, and he went out and did that. And honestly, Loretta's didn't go very well for him last year. He had bike issues and just typical Loretta stuff. And he was in this,
which is what Paul mentioned. Once it starts going south, during the week, you can't stop it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And so he had never been on the podium except for Whole Shot Awards at Loretta's going into this week. This spring, he won a title at Freestone, and he was just on a privateer Yamaha after the Chaparral Honda deal went away. And Ed and Danny over at the Air Force Yamaha team, or Air Force National Sheriff's Association Yamaha team, gave them a call and wanted to give him an opportunity.
So he was around Tim Ferry all week. Well, no wonder why.
Yeah, I know that they said, I'll sweep the floors, I'll do anything, just I want an opportunity. And he's been down at Real Deal at Wyndham's place and working his butt off, living out of his camper, and he's a really mature kid as well. And
how old is
has
he?
a lot of speed.
I don't know.
I believe he's 16.
16. Okay, awesome.
Pretty young.
That's cool. Yeah, kid opened some eyes.
Dude, this is another one that list. I don't know anything about Real Deal in Louisiana or Wyndham's. Yeah. I really know nothing, but they're the ones that turned Kitchen around too.
Yeah,
absolutely. So they actually sent him. The plan was to basically do the same thing they did with Kitchen, and let him win these classes and know that he can be a championship guy and make a statement that way, and build the confidence. And then, hopefully he has to deliver at Baja's coming up and Minios, and he's doing the combine at Ironman as well. So we're going to see him match up with all those kids. So
A class at Minios then, kind of how Kitchen was.
I would assume that he'll have to go A class after Loretta's. They're not going to keep him down in B. The decision wasn't made till after Loretta's last year to keep him in B and basically give him the opportunity to do this. And
cool.
Well, I actually wanted to talk about one of the 450B classes, Paul. I saw before the week, and I was not against it. You said Drew Adams would go 6 for 6, and I was like, wow, he wasn't really not a factor at all. But then I went and looked. He was in 85, 10-12 last year.
Yeah, so
he's on a 250F.
I need to get better at showing how I'm getting behind a guy or see something in a guy, right? Like I just quickly tweeted, "Oh, he's going to go for 6 for 6," because I truly believe in Drew. And yeah, he's 14. He won 2 motos already in the B class, and I think this is I just see this could be like a killer coming, is what I believe in Drew Adams. Like, he was very, very young. He didn't win any titles at Loretta's. Avery Long smoked him. He was the better guy, but Drew did win 2 motos, and I just think that he has the character, the family, the skills, the work ethic, the little bit of punk in him to really, I think can be really, really gnarly. Okay. That's kind of why I'm on board. And he's a redhead, yeah.
Oh, there we go. This kid sounds like a really cool story, Checkerz. It's awesome.
Yeah, it does.
You know him. Yeah, that's great. And like you said, speaking of Wyndham's place, when I went to go interview Carrie Coombs from Loretta's for the Renthal reaction on the SuperMotocross, Wyndham was in the trailer, and he was making fun of me or whatever, like, "Oh, Mathis, what's up?" or whatever. And I'm like, I'm looking at him. He's a little heavier and he's got a big beard and everything. And I'm like, Wyndham, you heard about this $10 million and you're coming out of retirement. He was like, yeah, that's about the only thing that can get me out of retirement. So it's good to see K-Dub.
Mm-hmm. I think last year at least, he was working some of the equipment at Loretta's.
Was he?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not sure. Chris Riesenberg on the PulpMX show, brought to you by the folks at Scosh.com, Pulp 2022, to save everything. What else? Hey, so is Deegan and Checkerz, I don't know if you know, but so somebody said Deegan was done with amateur racing. Michael Lindsay put up a thing on Vital about it. But I guess technically this is his last time at the ranch, and maybe that's where things got mistaken, because he'll turn pro for outdoors next year, but he can still ride amateur. Like, he's riding the combine at Indiana or whatever, or is he going pro, Checkerz? Do we know?
I don't know, but the whole time through his career, Brian's really been playing this slowly and letting him take his time and mature. So I would be really shocked for him to go pro now. I think he has the skills to, but I don't think he necessarily is there maturity-wise. You're seeing a lot of the B-class kids similar to, Kitchen's one of them, and such, that they spend 2 years in the B-class instead of just 1, and it allows them to mature a little bit and get stronger, because the 250F's it's a big bike, especially as fast as they are now. And I think especially if you don't have a 125, like when we were talking about Drew Adams, he came all the way from an 85 to a 250F.
Yeah.
And I've seen that with a lot of the Kawasaki kids. Without having that step, they actually start getting injured because they're not strong enough.
Yep.
And I think that's the same thing going from an amateur bike and amateur motos to a pro bike and pro speed and stuff. You need that man strength.
Right.
And so
I agree.
I think the smart move is to wait for First National next year, was what I would do if I were in their shoes.
I think that's just the internet misconstruing something that said, like, I would fully
like
expect
Deegan saying
him,
this is our last amateur race and everybody freaks out.
Yeah.
But it's like, he just means like maybe last amateur motocross race.
I wouldn't even doubt seeing him at Mini-O's in the A class.
Right.
I don't know.
Right. Interesting. How's everything at Racetech, Checkerz? How's everything? How was the week there for Racetech?
It was unreal. Everything's been really good. And our week at Loretta's, we actually were maybe overstaffed a little bit. I usually just Wyatt and myself do that event. And this year we had Tyler come out from Colorado, and Wyatt was there as well. And then Tyler also brought Ben LeMay with him, who's his engine builder now, actually, at his Racetech Center. And so we had 4 of us, and we barely did anything all week, other than a lot of our Racetech service centers that were there. They would come over and use the van to build stuff as they needed. But we've really developed the service center program extremely well, to where most of the riders have a local guy, so their stuff's handled before they ever get down to the ranch. And then we just provide the center with support at the ranch and high-five and handshake and get to know the families and let them know that, if their local center's not there, that we're there and we'll take care of them. But we ended up with 38 podiums and 14 wins on the week and 111 top 10. So that's a really, really impressive result, better than we've ever had, I'm pretty sure, down there. So I've just pulled numbers today, so I haven't gone back and actually looked through years past, but I know that's pretty dang impressive for sure.
Yeah, that's awesome. Good job. Again, if you want a discount from the folks at Racetech, you want to get your suspension worked on, motor work, Pulp22 is a code to save. Get your suspension working better for you.
Chris, did you say Ben LeMay is building engines in Colorado?
Yeah, he is. He's working for Thunder Valley. He's training kids, and he's building engines when Tyler has engines that need to be built.
Wow, he's grinding up there.
Yeah, he doesn't sit still. It was a pleasure to have him down at the ranch and hanging out all week. And
that's
obviously
cool.
The riders come over, and if they're talking about stuff, he's a very good coach as well. And he's been racing not that long ago, so if they're talking about something, even his bike setup or line choice or whatever, like Ben can jump right in there and really help these guys out. And they take a step back a little bit, it seems like, every time. They're like, wait, that's Ben LeMay.
Yeah, you're like, yeah.
good guy to have, man. He's making a living. Like, I support Ben too, and this is just another reason why I'm learning why it's been good to deal with him. He's a professional, and he's being an adult, and good for him.
Yeah, he's a good dude, and getting on with his next phase of his life, right?
Good for him. Yeah.
Chris Riesenberg from Race Tech on the line, brought to you by Scosh.com. Hymas, Evan Ferry, a couple guys that didn't have races that we thought. Mike Brown, Chris Kiefer. Anything there, Checkerz? It looks like Brownie just worked everybody.
Brownie rides like he's 18. Like, he is super, super aggressive. He doesn't ride like a vet guy at all. And I went over and was giving Chris a little bit of a hard time, but honestly not that much. Chris did hole shot him a couple times at least, but that was about it. It lasted about maybe 3 corners, and Brownie was insane in that 350. It sounds like Barsha going by. It was just on it everywhere. It was nuts. So
Kiefer texted me today with the number 2 trophy on his dash, and he was like, he said he's going to throw it out on the highway.
Oh, give me a break.
I know. Calm down, Chris.
Dude, he couldn't do anything. Like, I know Chris said he came in flat, and he had just to do too much testing, but like, dude, Brownie's gnarly at Loretta's. Like, he's beaten so many gnarly guys, and I just think that you're just not beating that guy there. Like, you can't beat yourself up about that.
Yeah, I feel like
you're not beating him.
There's no shame in that.
No. Yeah. And have Brownie come back out to Glen Helen. Chris will probably beat him. Chris is awesome at Glen Helen, but Brownie's really gnarly there.
Yeah. Count me as a bit of surprise, Checkerz, that Martinez handled Alessi pretty easily. It seemed like we're going to have Cole on later tonight, but look, I have a lot of admiration. Mike's a great rider. I don't know, in his prep level, it seemed like following him on social media, he was taking it seriously. He was prepping for it. He's talked about it for a long time, but Martinez seemed like he had him easily handled.
Yeah, Mike was definitely all in. I mean, he was fully prepared coming into the week. And practice day was awesome. Like, he looked really good. I believe he was fastest, and then just off being fastest behind Ryder D in the Pro Sport 1, like within a half a second or something, was second. I don't remember if Cole was running a transponder, but I believe he was. But obviously it's just practice. And then Mike went out for the first moto, and he basically chose an off-road setup for the race because of just how rough it is and gnarly it is.
Okay.
And it was great in practice. He said it was amazing. He loves it. And after the first moto, it was way too soft. I mean, it was just because when you get to race pace and with race bumps and such, it was not good. So went a little bit stiffer and actually ended up going more stiff, but then the heat got him a little bit too. We've been really lucky the last few years at Loretta. It hasn't been.
Yeah, last year was cool, right? Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, last few years have been cool, but
I still sweat. But like this year was really gnarly, and like they had some afternoon motos, and the sun was out and baking, and I mean, Mike's in good shape. He's living in Florida. You know, he never doesn't come prepared. And I mean, I could tell you that he was prepared. He was running around without a shirt all weekend, other than I made him put one on for a team photo, and it lasted about 2 minutes, and then came right back off. So like he's in shape. He's Navy SEAL Mike, but he was taking it seriously, and Cole was just good.
You just have to tip your hat to Cole Martinez just for being that good.
Yeah, so it's fun to watch like the vet classes, and it really added a dynamic to the pro sport class, because I know that there's a lot of people like, why are those guys in there, and these kids need an opportunity. I think, what better learning experience can you get than have to try to pass these guys?
Yeah,
they're all in 450s. They're starting in front of you, and you could see it. They would think they made a pass, and the veteran guys would be like, nah, not yet, and drive it up into the next corner and take the spot back.
Yeah, Paul, when Fro passed you in 01, that's
that was, he passed me, and then it was like a freight train behind them. I couldn't stop it for a while. I think it's pretty embarrassing to say, but I think I led half the moto and got like 7th.
Yeah.
So I could never go the distance. Maybe that's why I'm so impressed by the guys that can.
Yeah, maybe, right. I think it was good to see that for Cole. That's awesome, and he won 2 titles, and so yeah, good job on that. All right. Anything else, Checkerz?
Well, I wanted to ask Paul's opinion actually. So we talked about at the beginning the lack of standout guys, and I'm wondering, is it because there's actually more depth, or is there less generational talents, or is it because guys like when Jet Lawrence came over, he was like the last guy I remember to really be a standout at Loretta in like an insane level. Actually, Romano was pretty good in the B class, but I'm wondering if it's more just adaptability, because these guys don't race and they ride very similar tracks, and they're not riding the crappy hard pack track anymore. Which, yes, I know you're not going to race on that, but the skills that you learn riding those tracks, like that's what DB is always all about, right? Like, we're going to go ride Glen Helen at 4:00 when it sucks, because you're going to learn technique.
Paul dropped a term beginning of the show: facility kids.
Yeah, well, and I mean, Steve and I talked about this earlier, and I think it's hard to put your finger on it exactly because it does go in ebbs and flows. And is it facilities, or is it, maybe is it also the trend of these factory kids only riding 250s? How come I talked about with Steve about this earlier? Like, how come they don't ride a 450? Like, you're racing against 450s, ride one, start with them. So I don't know, but and maybe it is less generational talents. You're right. I just don't know. I just think that I mean, I know, at least when it comes to Rider D, I think he's personally focused on being a professional. Like, I think those 2 nationals he did went decently well, and he was improving every single time he raced. And, yeah, he had to go back to Loretta's and finish it off, but I think in his head he's already thinking about the next step. But that's not taking anything away from Martinez, by the way. But yeah, to answer your question, man, I don't know. And it's just I can't put my finger on it, but that's you're not wrong.
It's just one of those things.
It's
Next
one of
year,
those, yeah, maybe
we'll see domination. Somebody will rise up, right?
Yes,
like, and
I agree.
And all of us will be like, "Oh, remember when we were, it's just
Yeah.
one weirdo year, and we'll just move on with our lives." I don't know. Yeah.
It is also interesting the amount of factory rides down there has actually shrunk. So maybe the OEMs are learning that signing kids out of the 65 class isn't necessarily the best way to go.
Yeah, I think they've stopped that, right?
I think that changed again when the Supercross eligibility rule changed, and it allowed guys to stay in the 250F class longer. I think there was not such an urgency to lock down that amateur guy. And yeah, I think now, I mentioned it earlier with Weege, you want to see how they are in a big bike first. Like, we've seen all these guys get signed based on what they do on a mini bike, and then it hasn't panned out a few times. So, like, I just think there's those big 4-year deals aren't happening anymore. Like, these OEMs and these teams want to see them on a big bike first before they put pad to paper or pen to paper.
Yeah, it seems like those are going away a little bit. Chris, thanks for the time tonight, man. Appreciate it. Always good to catch up. Race Tech, of course. Great guys. Great part of Pulp for, a long time now, man. And so thanks for the support as always. Gold valves and everything else at racetech.com. Thanks, man.
Thanks for the time, and I appreciate all the Pulp Nation for all the support using the Race Tech code. You guys are awesome, and it allows us to keep supporting Steve to help him with his beautiful mansion that he's worked his butt off for.
Here we go. All right. We'll get you out here, Checkerz, one time, for sure.
That's dangerous. Me in Vegas is scary.
Thanks for calling in, buddy. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
All right, no problem. That's Chris Riesenberg from Race Tech, brought to you by the folks at Scotia. One last call for Paul here about Renthal. Mike, you got some questions about Renthal for Paul?
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. Hey, Paul.
Hello.
Hey, quick question. How do you determine when you're going to drop, like, a guy's name from a bar? Like, say you change the Carmichael bend or something to, like, the Cincerello bend or, like, the Anderson bend. You come up with the Anderson bend. Like, how do you determine that?
Well, at Renthal, like, I've kind of tried to take the route of, like, Mercedes and BMW and just try to keep it more that we lead with the number first now, like 998, 997, 996 instead of that rider's name. We haven't made any new bends and attached the rider's name to it because we're trying to actually get away from it because of that reason. Like, it dates the bar.
Yeah.
But you
and
can't.
Then if you take a guy's name off, he gets pissed or, like,
Well, and I think years ago it was a different landscape too. Like, guys were honored to have their name on a handlebar and they were stoked for it. Nowadays, people want a commission, like they want a percentage if you use my name. So it's a little bit different in that respect as well.
Yeah.
But like, we haven't gotten rid of like our Henry bend or Reed bend or Carmichael bend, for instance, because so many people still that are buying handlebars understand and remember their handlebar by that name.
Yep.
So to answer your question, the timeline is that we have a new plan on how we're going to label bars, and it doesn't include using rider names in the future. So yeah, I don't foresee any sort of new rider bend coming in the future, just more numbers.
There you go. Thanks for the call, man. Thanks.
And one more quick one.
Yeah.
Who do you think would win? 07 MX Nation USA, Carmichael, Villapoto, Ferry, or this year's whoever it's going to be? Tomac, Anderson.
I'll go Ferry and
yeah,
Carmichael.
I mean, they crushed everybody.
Yeah,
they were great at Budds Creek. I would like to see our team do something like that, though. That would be amazing.
Yeah. Thanks, man. Thanks for the call.
Appreciate it.
All right, we're going to commercial break here on the PulpMX show presented by Motorsport.com. Fly Racing and Decal Works. Paul Perebjinos, Jason Thomas coming up. Jeremy Scism from Scism from AEO, and also coming up, Cole Martinez, double title winner at Loretta Lynn. So stick around. Be right back after this, everybody.
He was ramming my guy, dude.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Hey, in case you didn't know, Racetech is the world's largest aftermarket suspension modification company. All Racetech products include award-winning gold valves, and settings are 100% guaranteed and made right here in the US of A. Racetech also offers state-of-the-art precision engine services and parts to all engine builders. The staff has over 65 years of championship winning experience. It's so good that many of the top privateer teams such as SGB Honda, Team Solitaire Nuclear Blast Yamaha, and Motul AJE Gas, as well as Jerry Robin, Kevin Morans, and many more, choose Racetech for their superior performance, reliability, and their customer service.
Hey guys, what's up? My name's Kate Clayson, and I choose Racetech because I love their desire to strive for perfection. I think we all know that perfection isn't possible, but getting to perfection is always the goal, and I think that is something that both myself and Racetech have always worked towards, and I think they can help you get there too.
Hey guys, this is Alex Ray. I use Racetech components in my SGB suspension and also the Racetech engine. The reason I like it is just because the engine's super reliable, tons of torque, and also on the suspension side, it just gives it that plush, nice feeling.
Hey, it's your boys over at Team Solitaire. If you don't run Racetech, here's what you do. Put your hands behind your back and run your face into a f***ing wall. Racetech.com.
What's up, guys? This is Kevin Morans, and I choose Racetech because of their convenience of having Racetech centers all around the United States. Obviously, within my Decker Performance suspension, works really well. They're very high-quality performance products. Definitely check them out.
Hey, guys, this is Jerry Robin, and I choose Racetech because the reliable motors, good power, good suspension, and obviously it's great people around, and I've been there for a long time, and they're awesome.
Visit Racetech.com and use code PULP22 to save.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
With 80 years of experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons, from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco has recently expanded our Racer Elite line with SX and MX proven USA-made connecting rods. Now adding to the Garage Buddy rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, and our CV4 thermal protection line, this makes Wiseco your single-stop performance name. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or Wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle, and then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
For over 30 years, DecalWorks has led the industry in quality and customer service by offering the best custom motocross graphics, plastics, seat covers, and rider ID products. DecalWorks is officially licensed with Honda, Kawasaki, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and GasGas. Their expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. DecalWorks is a proud sponsor of Red Bull KTM Factory Racing and the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna Factory Off-Road Team. Visit decalmx.com and be sure to use promo code PulpMX at checkout. Quality, service, and knowledge is what makes DecalWorks stand out. DecalWorks, #1 for many reasons.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle, and then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hey, in case you didn't know, Racetech is the world's largest aftermarket suspension modification company. All Racetech products include award-winning gold valves and settings are 100% guaranteed and made right here in the US of A. Racetech also offers state-of-the-art precision engine services and parts to all engine builders. The staff has over 65 years of championship winning experience. It's so good that many of the top privateer teams such as SGB Honda, Team Solitaire Nuclear Blast Yamaha, and Motul AJE Gas, as well as Jerry Robin, Kevin Moranz, and many more, choose Racetech for their superior performance, reliability, and their customer service.
Hey guys, what's up? My name's Kate Clayson, and I choose Racetech because I love their desire to strive for perfection. I think we all know that perfection isn't possible, but getting to perfection is always the goal, and I think that is something that both myself and Racetech have always worked towards, and I think they can help you get there too.
Hey guys, this is Alex Ray. I use Racetech components in my SGD suspension and also the Racetech engine. The reason I like it is just because the engine's super reliable, tons of torque, and also on the suspension side, it just gives it that plush, nice feeling.
Hey, it's your boys over at Team Solitaire. If you don't run Racetech, here's what you do. Put your hands behind your back and run your face into a wall. Racetech.com.
What's up, guys? This is Kevin Moranz, and I choose Racetech because of their convenience of having Racetech centers all around the United States. Obviously, within my Decker Performance suspension, works really well. They're very high-quality performance products. Definitely check them out.
Hey, guys, this is Jerry Robin, and I choose Racetech because the reliable motors, good power, good suspension, and obviously it's great people around, and I've been there for a long time, and they're awesome.
Visit Racetech.com and use code PULP22 to save.
With 80 years of experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons, from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco has recently expanded our Racer Elite line with SX and MX proven USA-made connecting rods. Now adding to the Garage Buddy rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, and our CV4 thermal protection line, this makes Wiseco your single-stop performance name. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
For over 30 years, DecalWorks has led the industry in quality and customer service by offering the best custom motocross graphics, plastics, seat covers, and rider ID products. DecalWorks is officially licensed with Honda, Kawasaki, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and GasGas. Their expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. DecalWorks is a proud sponsor of Red Bull KTM Factory Racing and the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna Factory Off-Road Team. Visit decalmx.com and be sure to use promo code PulpMX at checkout. Quality, service, and knowledge is what makes DecalWorks stand out. DecalWorks, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show presented by motorsport.com. Fly Racing and DecalWorks. Jason Thomas coming up here. Jeremy Scism as well from AEO. And Cole Martinez right away, the double title winner at the ranch. Paul Perebjinos from rental.com. Big RaiseItForUSA.com. RIASEIT. The number 4 USA.com. Check it out. Golf tournament to help Team USA, September 4th. Red Hawk Golf Club. We'll tell you more about that later as well, and much more coming up on the show. Thanks to the folks at ProFilter. There's a real option for riders to avoid cleaning an air filter ever again. Imagine an alternative way that eliminates the time and chemicals required to clean and oil your filters. Just imagine. If you haven't heard of ProFilter, maybe you've been roosted too many times, ProFilter.com, Pulp20 to checkout to save 20%. ProFilter.com, Pulp20 at checkout. They make top quality air and oil filters for dirt bikes, street bikes, side-by-sides, and everything in between. Sold through power sports dealers nationwide. You can easily pick up a pre-oiled, ready-to-use premium air filter or oil filter for your next service. Perebjinos, ProFilter. Get it if you can. And Maxima USA as well. 927, still the number one selling performance two-stroke oil in most markets around the world. What makes 927 so unique? Proven performance, unbeatable protection. It's still the greatest smelling two-stroke oil on the planet. Mitch Payton at Pro Circuit, Paul, have you heard of him?
I know him.
Yeah, he uses Maxima. Always has.
Smart.
Not always. Mostly has used Maxima. Maxima USA, they have the Peak additive in the new four-stroke engine oil as well. And you look at Monster Energy Kawasaki, you look at Monster Energy Pro Circuit Kawasaki, Maxima USA, love the SC1. Had an air freshener of SC1. I need to get another one. You ever had an air freshener of SC1?
I don't think so.
They make them. It's fantastic.
I bet it is.
Oh, it's great. I got to get one from Trevor and the gang there at Maxima. MaximaUSA.com. Experience the difference. Pulp 20 at checkout to save money at Maxima USA as well. Cole Martinez, please, sir, in the corner. Thank you. OGO bringing you Cole Martinez. Marks, you got a backpack there from OGO. You're dialed in.
I did.
Laptop sleeve.
Excited to
pockets,
use that. Yeah.
like a little protector for your sunglasses.
I'm going to put a different laptop in it next time I come. That's what I'm going to do.
So your laptop doesn't.
Than the one I normally bring.
I don't.
What a piece of shit.
I don't want to get you in a bad mood.
Oh, too late.
Fuck you, you're fired.
No, don't do me any favors.
I mean,
what?
Your other laptop, you've been saying I got to get it working. I know.
I know.
Okay, you're not getting it working.
I mean, it works fine for everything else I do for it.
Okay.
Just couldn't get it worked up here.
How do you handle an employee, Paul, that just doesn't want to look after his equipment and make it work right?
Honestly, you guys got a lot of issues here. I'm kind of starting to see.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's a question I can even start to answer because there's a lot of problems or little things, riffs here, trends. Yeah, you got a lot going on here at the HR department at PulpMX.
You could argue to start it with the highly expensive sushi order for commercial break, and it started to go downhill from there.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe your employees don't want to hear that it's such a financial burden to bring a little bit of sushi for their lunch and for all their hard work and their dedication.
Sushi should bring up morale.
Yeah.
I felt like sushi brought it down as everyone was.
I think it would bring their morale up, but how you're delivering it and you're complaining about it is therefore bringing it down.
These guys, you're costing me too much money.
I'm never going to financially recover from this.
Let's let Paul Dr. Phil this later in the show.
Yeah, let's get off
Dr.
it.
Paul.
No, I don't want to Phil anything of it.
That's right.
OGO Power Sports, please check them out, whether it's a 9800, whether it's the rig bag. Thanks to the folks at OGO for coming on board the show, and they make traveling so much easier. I just got a new layover bag as well from those guys, and it's going to help my travel to the races to be so much easier, and I love the backpacks as well. If you want a discount from the folks at OGO, use the contact form on PulpMX.com to email us, and I'll pass it on to the guys at OGO, and they will dial you in with a great deal. Let's welcome our next guest on the show. This gentleman won 2 titles down at the ranch and really showed some really speed, some great endurance, and everything else. It's Cole Martinez. What's up, Cole? How are you, man?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Thanks for coming on. Hey, I don't know if you remember this, but we had Styles Robertson on the show, I don't know, 2 months ago, talking about Loretta's, and he said, don't sleep on Cole Martinez. Styles he called it.
Yeah, I saw that. A few people sent me the show, and so I listened to it. Yeah, pretty crazy. He called that, huh?
Yeah, he really did. It's good job on that. But good job to you, man. That's awesome. Taking a plus 25 and then the Open Pro Sport. Did you have any idea what was going on behind you in Open Pro Sport to kind of give you that title?
Well, yeah. I mean, I knew those guys were battling pretty hard. It looked like I could hear them, and then obviously going, on different parts of the track, you could see it, and it looked like there was just a pack of guys, and at one point I was like, oh, man, they're going to be pushing hard. So, yeah, it looked like Keith held in there for quite a while, which probably saved my ass a little bit.
Yeah.
and then, yeah, what's his name? 77 got around him, and pretty much we stayed the same the rest of the moto, which was pretty cool.
And so did you know you were in position to win it?
No, when I saw him in second, I honestly thought he had the overall, and I was like, gosh, dang it.
Okay.
Like 2 laps to go, and then I got off the track, and they're like, hey, you won it. I was like, are you sure? But I had him in DeFrancisco mixed up a little bit. So.
Oh, okay.
No, it's pretty cool.
That's awesome, man. Obviously, look, you used to race pro, and you had a nice little career, took some time off to race some off-road, what you're doing now. What made you want to go back to the ranch? Like, what Was it like, you raced there back in the day, obviously, but did you have a goal in mind? Did someone make a bet with you? What made you want to go back?
Well, I raced Mammoth last year in like the plus 25, and I had a blast. And then I watched plus 25 at Loretta's, and Heath was in it, and there were some other good guys, Marshall and all those guys, and it looked pretty fun. And I mean, I always thought it would be cool to go back at some point, and I mentioned it to a few people, and they jumped on, and next thing I know, we were headed back to the ranch.
Yeah. How did you do when you were a kid there the first time? Did you have any good results?
Oh, my gosh. My first time, I probably got lapped. Like, honestly, I probably got lapped. I had, like, Treadle was unreal. Tomac was unreal. Like, those guys were shredding, right?
Right.
Guys. So when you're in that class, there's some heavy hitters, and my first time, I had no idea what we were getting into. My friend Taylor Robert actually, like, messaged me while we were there, and he's like, a lot different than when we first went there when we were little, and I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
You're telling me.
Did you think you could win? Like, obviously, like the Open Pro Sport, that maybe not that one, but were you like, hey, I feel good, like I think I can get plus 25? Like, did the practice time or on Monday surprise you? Like, or did you go in thinking you could do this?
I raced Mike at the regional and beat him one moto there.
Okay.
And then when I realized he was all in, like, I was already racing Mammoth, and then so I already got to race like Mike at this point of the regional, and then to Mammoth I raced like JG and Kennard, and I mean I just raced a bunch of legends like in a few weeks.
Yeah.
It was pretty crazy. And then everyone was like, "Oh, you got to race Mike. You got to race Mike." And obviously, when he lines up, that's no easy task. So I needed to train anyways for our next half of the season. So I kind of just chose to do something different and ride somewhere different and change it up before we have to get back to the desert grind. But yeah, obviously, I wanted to win.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the pro sport class, I had no idea where I would sit. Like, that's a totally different tracks in Mammoth. I mean, dude, I've barely rode any moto since I've started racing off road, other than Glen Helen.
Yeah.
And I race it's been crazy. So it's pretty cool to win both.
You should try out this Supercross stuff, Cole. You look like you got a good future.
I'm out.
So hey, Cole, Paul here.
What's up, Paul?
Why don't I think you're a cool story, right? In that you've done it, you've been a professional for a while, and then for a while there it wasn't going great, right? You didn't know what you were going to do next, and I was actually watching one of your motos. I don't know if it was Pro Sport or Plus 25 or what, but I was standing with Mark Samuels, and I was like, Mark, look at you. Like, you're really, you're changing Cole's life here, right? Like, he kind of pulled Zach Bell out of nowhere, and he pulled you frankly, out of nowhere, right? And then you started doing off-road, and dude, he's really kind of, you have this whole new kind of career in life in front of you now, and now you just won Pro Sport at Loretta's, and you're making a bunch more noise there. Like, I mean, I really think, I think people would be interested to hear kind of how that happened and what Mark Samuels has done for you.
Yeah, for sure. Well, obviously I got hurt. Well, if you don't know, I got hurt like the last 2 years I raced SuperMotocross, like almost a year apart, and they're both pretty good ones. And so the first time injury, I was already like, man, I need to race off-road, or like I need to do something different. Then I got sucked into racing in Europe for some Supercross, and then I was all into it again. And then at that point, I already talked to Mark the year before, and then I was like, I'm not ready to do it. And then when the second injury, I was like, dude, I need to change something in my life. Like, I'm sick of being hurt. This is too gnarly, and I have a family now, and like,
I'm
sick of getting my butt kicked on the track. Like, I need to be where, like, I know I can win. I just need to be somewhere, And then Mark kind of jumped on, and next thing you know, next thing I know, now the team is growing, and it's cool to be a part of it.
Like,
it's unreal, actually.
Well, for me, so you had a good, you made Supercross main events, you got a couple top 10s, but all of that doesn't mean you can be successful to me in Big Six or Works or whatever the stuff you're doing now. Like, great on a motorcycle, sure, but there's still the crashing and there's still being in shape. There's all that stuff that requires you to be successful outside of moto and Supercross. I don't know what this Mark guy saw on you or Cole. Like, how have you been able to adapt to this so well? Like, are you in great shape? Do you love to ride? Do you not push it anymore? Like, kind of what's made you be a successful off-road guy?
I think all the above.
Okay.
I think,
yep.
Like not having major injuries, like major setbacks, and being able to train like consistently. I think Mark giving me everything I need, like, to succeed, because like, we're contending for championships in off-road, and then obviously he just gave me a bike that could win Loretta's, which is unreal in itself, so like he's really given me everything I need to succeed, and it's been more of me just putting in the work to make it happen.
Yeah, because
I grew up riding off-road, so
oh, okay,
that's, like, that's all we have here. So
yeah,
I grew up riding with like Taylor Robert, and we were with each other all the time, but I chose to really try after moto,
Yeah, I know Blos was telling me that before Supercross he was just riding in the desert. Blos wasn't even riding Supercross that much. He's like, yeah, that's all we got out here is the desert stuff, in Arizona. So I thought that was pretty funny. So I don't know that much about you. So you started off-road, so there is that gene deep in you, Cole, for off-road stuff, like back in the day.
Yeah, but I never really raced it. Like, I was just always like a moto kid, and then I've raced a couple of works races, like not a ton before that, but like I did have some experience in it when I was younger, but obviously when you're away from it for like 10 years or 12 years, you got to figure out how to do it over again.
And Paul, you were saying like there was only a couple of guys, the motos were 25 minutes, like Open Pro Sport.
Yeah. And
Cole was one of those guys that go 25 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, it looked to me, Cole's obviously in shape, and I don't ever remember Cole for being that previous to his off-road career, but I think all his off-road racing and the consistency of the program that Mark's kind of bringing to him, and the consistency that's Mark's bringing to brought to everything for Cole. I think it was just him and Ryder and maybe Braswell that could go their full speed the whole moto. So when did you first hear that the Pro Sport was going to be 25? Because that's new this year, and I didn't learn about it until I got there.
I didn't learn about it till after the first moto.
There you go.
No, I literally was like on the track, and I was like, I think at one point I had the lead in the first moto of Pro Sport, but the first two motos of Pro Sport, I was like super tight and uncomfortable out there. And at one point I battled the guys for like a minute, and then kind of got dropped, and just settled in and got fourth. Like, that's what I could get, which was totally cool.
Yeah, fourth is respectable. Yeah.
They're ripping, like they're shredding, and then the next one I was like super uncomfortable. Well, no, like the first one I was like with 2 laps. I thought it would be 2 laps to go, and it was another like 4, and I was like, holy crap, this is a long moto for 20 minutes. So pretty crazy.
The plus 25, you went 1-1-2, right?
Yeah.
Did you beat Mike in the first two? Like, was it a battle, or did you have it handled, or how did that go? And then in the last one, did you let him go, and you were like, I got the overall?
The first two, I think I had to pass him in both of them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was a battle.
Yep.
He shut the door a few times in one of them, and then I got him and like kind of tried to sprint away because I didn't know what he was gonna do. And then the next one, the last moto, we were first moto of the day. I was pretty nervous about this plus 25.
Oh, you were?
To be honest
okay.
with you. Yeah. Just because I feel like that's like what I went there for.
Sure.
And,
yeah.
Like Mark put all this effort and all this. I just felt like I had some weight on my shoulders for that one. And so I take off to start on the sight lap. Awesome, like jump off the gate. I was like, oh, sweet. I get back to the starting line, and the gate is like rock hard, slick, like concrete. And I had the paddle on at this point. And oh my gosh, I spun so bad off the gate and came out like outside the top 10 the first 2 turns. So I was like, oh shit, we got some work to do now.
Yeah.
And I don't ride soft tracks like that ever. So
Yeah.
I knew going into the week, like I had to win the first 2 motos no matter what, because if I wanted to be part of the championship, because I wasn't sure how I was going to be in that third moto, knowing it was first one in the morning, because like that's a totally different track than anything we ride.
I guess I don't think about that. Sure,
Yeah,
right?
well,
Your first, it's prepped, it's watered, it's this.
It's totally different. And then, I mean, I know from firsthand experience. I
Yeah.
was at Loretta's last year, and 30 is the class that I really go for. And we were first moto in the morning, very first race, and I pulled 40 spoon. And
Oh my
like
gosh.
all you do is suck roost. Like there's no lines. Like it's hard to make up time and pass people because you're just in a mud hole basically.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it's so deep, and I like to think now I do like a lot better when the track is rough.
Yeah,
because
rough and
that's
dry.
all- that's all we ride. So I was a little nervous about that moto. So yeah, I was like way back, came through, got to third, and I wasn't making too much time on Jake. And then all of a sudden one lap I like made up a bunch of time and pressured him, and he made a mistake, and then I was in second. And at that point I didn't really want to catch Mike.
Yeah.
And we kind of were super far away from third, so I just wanted to take it in. Because the second moto, I think we got into it a little bit, and I didn't want anything to do with it.
I remember watching that. You guys were like, there was a lot of blocking going on for a while, like because you were coming at the end of the moto. Like that's why I brought up that Cole was fit, because you were coming at the end of the moto, and there was a lot of Mark even said to me in the tower, he's like, dude, I don't know why Tony's being weird to me. Like we're friends, we're Honda kind of like. Right, teammates kind of like we both run a Honda program, and he's usually so cool to me, but because Cole's here racing Mike, he hasn't said hi to me once.
I know, but they're cool. I mean, it's racing. You know how people get.
No, they're competitive. They're competitive for sure.
It's dirt bikes, So obviously, like knowing that I have to go race Mike Alessi at Loretta's, and he's trying to break this record or just win for that matter, And obviously, I want to go and win. Like I'm still racing. He's retired.
Look, Styles knew, man. Styles called it. That's all I got. Yeah, he knew it. What does this rank for you? These wins, like I mean, you've had a good pro career, and now you're doing well off road. Where does this stuff rank for you?
I mean, pretty awesome, honestly.
Yeah.
For starters, I never thought I would even go back to Loretta's, for that matter.
Yeah.
And then, like, getting the opportunity to go back with my family, at 30, holy crap. I mean, for starters, I'm just, like, super thankful that I can still ride and do this for a living, Like, that's pretty badass. And then, and then to experience it with my family, my wife, my kid, my brother even raced Loretta, so that was sick. And my dad, so that was pretty cool to go with the whole crew and then have the whole SLR crew there. Tops it off,
You do you watch the Supercross motocross stuff? Do you follow it super closely? Obviously, all your buddies are in it, and I don't know how often you text them, like Coop and these guys, but or have you kind of, because you didn't do what you wanted to do, you don't follow it as much. Where are you at with your interest level for it?
Oh, I love it. I love racing.
Yep.
But I love dirt bikes. I'm a big fan of all the guys. You know what I mean? Like it's everyone that can do this stuff this long is.
Yeah.
I'm all in on. It's cool.
What teams did you ride for in Supercross, and what were you on? Paul and I were trying to think about this earlier.
I want to say like a Yamaha team, 250F team or something. I couldn't remember though.
Yeah. What did you ride for?
I rode it for a few Yamaha teams. My first year was like that Slayton team of being on a team.
Yeah.
My second year was maybe on the Barn Pros team.
Okay, yeah.
And then I rode for IB Corp when the first year they came into it, which was pretty sweet.
Yeah.
I rode for that AJE team when they first came into it, and that was pretty cool at the time.
Didn't you ride Suzuki's your last year?
450s,
yeah,
I
did
think.
that all. I did that all on my own.
All on your own, yeah.
And you were in the 450 class, I think. You were.
Yeah.
So now, so here's a question, Cole. Now that you've kind of like been through it first as a young guy, and then you kind of went and tried your way as a professional, and then now you've kind of almost like rebirthed your career, and you've gone back to Loretta's. Like, what's your feeling about how some of these amateurs are leaving Loretta's and entering the pro scene, and what have you learned as now that you're older, and like what were you not as focused on maybe certain things when you were younger that you've learned now later? Like, what's your take on it?
Oh man, there's so much I've learned. Like when you do this, like the only thing you've done in your life, like train and ride, and you love dirt bikes. That's what we've all done, and you learn so much along the way. Like, yeah, I wish I definitely would have known a few things when I was younger. That's for sure. And then for all the kids going, I mean, they have such big opportunities, and like they're all young. That's the cool thing about racing these amateur races is like all these kids' eyes are just wide open and looking like for such bright futures, which they all have. So it's just cool to get the experience, and see them, and I'm enjoying it.
Yeah. Cole, last time I talked to you, I think for a Privateer podcast, you told me you had a Canadian passport. You were part Canadian. Can you do designations for us? Can we get that happening? Yeah.
I got to focus on this last half of the off-road season.
Damn it.
We're battling for a title in that, and I'd like to get that too.
And is that Big Six, or what is that? Pardon me.
Yeah, that's NGPC. That's like the Grand Prix series.
Okay.
That's like the new name of Big Six.
It is?
I
Okay.
believe so.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, new name of Big Six.
Yeah.
I couldn't keep track because Big Six and Works were fighting for a while. They were holding the same races. I don't even know if Works is still around anymore. And now we got another name I got to learn. So, all right. Got it.
No, I still race Works this year. I'm not sure if I'll do it next year.
Okay.
And then I'm not sure exactly what we're going to do next year, but definitely probably end up racing in GPC.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, that's cool, man. A real surprise, a real eye-opener. I think, like Paul and I were talking at the beginning of the show, like I'm sure these kids are like, Cole Martinez, like, whatever, who cares? And it's like, no, yeah, this guy's really good still. You know what I mean? So I think that's pretty impressive for you to beat some of these kids at the ranch with those conditions, 3 motos. You don't luck into anything down there, So that's awesome.
Yeah, it was pretty mind-blowing, like, to do it at this point of my career.
Yeah.
Like age 30.
Yeah.
Racing I was just going because I was going to, in that class, just to race, I'm going to race the plus 25 class, of that class.
You just needed, if you're spending all that time to go, you're like, well, I need to ride 2 classes. The only other class available to him is Open Pro Sport. So
yeah.
I'm sure he never had really aspirations to win it, right?
Right.
Yeah, I definitely didn't want to go if I only could ride 1 class, that's for sure.
Right.
But at the regional, I didn't even know if I was going to make it there because at Paula, I raced like a whole off-road bike with a small tank, and then obviously there's a bunch of good guys that train and ride in California, and they only took 4, so I was like, dude, if I don't make it here, I'm probably not going to go.
Yeah. Yeah, really, right? We got a call for you on line 3 from Andrew. Andrew, thanks for calling in. What's your question for Cole Martinez?
My question is, Cole, you raced at both Supercross and off-road level. I actually follow the off-road level more now, and as far as heart rate throughout the 2-hour race compared to Loretta Lynn's, what do you see the difference in between 2 series?
Loretta's is tight and there's no place to rest, so you're pretty for me, I was pretty high over 185 the whole time. And off-road we have a lot more straightaways in a sense. Don't get me wrong, the tracks are beat to crap. Sometimes I think they're more gnarly than some of the outdoors and whatnot. But
do you feel like more gas throughout the 2 hours or a 25-minute moto?
Yeah, way more gassed after 2 hours. The tracks are beat, but you just have more places to, take some deep breaths and rest, in a sense, rest a little bit, being that there is a lot more straightaways. So, average for me is anywhere above 169 to 185 maybe for off-road.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive, man. Congratulations.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
Cool, thanks,
man. Andrew. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Cole, I remember when you were first starting to do this, Mark was texting me, and he was like, hey, what's your advice to how to prep for Loretta's being in California? And I was like, well, just California's never really seemed to have problem there? Like they always get it done. But I know you went and did some riding at Albertson's place on the way before. Do you think that really helped you?
Yeah, absolutely. Because when I was younger, I feel at Loretta's, I feel like the track is so tight. And even watching the Pro National there, like that was probably so cool for all the guys to go back and race there for that. But like it's so tight, and no tracks are really like that in a sense. And I didn't realize how much grip. That kind of caught me off guard this trip. Like on a 450, there is so much grip on that track. Wherever you go, it's like traction to the max.
And it's rough too. Like people don't understand how rough Loretta's gets. Like it's a rough track.
Yeah, it looks brutal.
It's brutal.
It looks. I didn't watch. Actually, I didn't watch 1 second this year on the Racer TV. I did last year though, and yeah, it didn't look fun
it's
at
brutal,
all, man.
Yeah.
It no matter where you went, right?
And people were telling me like the track is even more rough. Like maybe because the dirt changed because of the flood, and had a harder base. I don't know.
Right.
It was pretty damn rough, that's for sure.
Craig is on 4. Craig, what's up, man? What's your comment about Loretta's? Craig, you there?
Hello?
Yeah, you there?
Oh, no. I guess Mark said my name wrong, but it's actually Price.
Oh, okay. All right. Damn Marks.
All right. I had a call for Cole. I grew up with Cole Racing. I've been calling honestly since Styles was on the show when he said, "Watch out for Cole." I yelled on the by myself. I was like, "Cole's gonna win it," as a joke. But I've known Cole since I was a little kid. I mean, I used to see the kid ride in the desert, ride at the sand dunes. He used to come over and stay at the house all the time, and I'd never seen anyone win races with a throttle stuck on an 85 before, and I've never seen anyone beat Eli Tomac back at one of our local tracks back in the day.
Look at that.
I just felt like, like Cole was a bad dude, and maybe not had the best Supercross and motocross professional career, but definitely just like to see that he's finally kind of getting that recognition and kind of, title that I think he deserves for sure.
Well, cool. Thanks, man. Nice call.
Yeah, thank you. And I wanted to say, too, Steve, you are wrong about those purple bars on the Yamaha. I know they weren't a thing back then when they were in the 90s, but they do look sick on my Blue Crew.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, that's just me. All right. I'm not putting the purple bars on my Blue Crew. All right. And then, Cole, thanks for calling in, man. Congratulations. Really, really cool. Good job. And, impressive, man. Thank you for calling in.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Good talking to you.
All right. Thanks, man. See ya.
Later.
That's Cole Martinez, brought to you by the folks at OGO Power Sports. Please check them out. You want a discount from the folks at OGO, email us using the contact form on PulpMX, and we'll pass it on. Nolan's on 1 about the Horizon Award. Nolan, you want to talk about the Horizon Award?
Yeah, so I just wanted to get your guys' opinion on something. Congrats to Caden Braswell. I think that's awesome he won it, and I was hoping he won it. But what do you guys just think in general of for a kid to, win the award that is, recognized for the most promising pro career, and he doesn't have a ride? How can you honestly say that he has a better shot than DeFrancesco or Hymas? They're going to factory teams.
Well,
I don't know. I just it well with me.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, the essence of that award, right, is who does the industry see as has the most promise for their next pro career. But I think it's become quite results based at Loretta Lynn's. Like, for instance, the other awards, the Amateur Rider of the Year, the Youth Rider of the Year, the Vet Rider, that's strictly just what's going on at the ranch. Like, that's all it is based on results.
Yeah, Horizon is an actual
this has a little bit more meaning. So I'm with you. And I think it was very much up in the air before that last Open Pro Sport Moto, because at that point Ryder and Caden had similar moto scores. Caden had one title, and Ryder was probably on his way to the last title. I think if Ryder wins that last moto, wins the title, he's the Horizon Award winner, no problem. But I'm with you. Like, it's a bit of a conflict, like, for sure. I would say that.
Is it a vote? Is it a vote? Like, is there 7 guys and they vote?
It's a vote. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a vote. Like
AMA,
OEMs.
How can you not pick the kid that won the title? I mean, obviously, you couldn't give it to Cole Martinez, even though Michael Lessie was saying that he should get it, which I kind of thought was funny, but.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it would look like quite the political move if Ryder had still got it there, right? Like, in that situation. So I think it's tough, and it's a little contradictory. Yeah.
Good call, man. Thanks for the call. Thank you, man. All right. Next up on the show, brought to you by the folks at Fly Racing, flyracing.com. It's Jason Thomas. What's up, JT?
Not much. Just hanging in here.
Fresh off.
Are you back?
He's back.
Where are you at?
Kind of. I'm home.
Oh.
I don't know like where my mental state is, but my physical body is home. Yes.
Sweden, fresh off the Swedish GP. Did you see Lars there?
I didn't. I know he was there, but I did not see him all weekend.
Oh wow. Okay. Go figure. Figured you guys
Well,
would have ran into.
I think he only came on Sunday, and I saw his like Facebook post and Instagram post, and he was kind of like all over, like out in the spectators because he was with his brother.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, he wasn't really. Unless I would have seen him near the HRC setup, I probably wouldn't have run into him.
His brother's a big Pulp fan. Lars' brother. Lars says that he gets all his information about what Honda's doing from his brother, who tells him what Pulp says. So,
got it.
Yeah. It's great. It's great.
Reliable source.
Right. Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Lots to talk to you about, JT. I guess first off, let's start with Swedish GP. Sewer wins again. Tim second place. Mitch Evans, a qualifying win on Saturday.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool. That's a long way back for Mitch Evans. Talk about what surprised you the most.
Yeah, I mean, this track is it's a really difficult track to ride. Forget about going fast on. Just being able to kind of get around is really tricky. It's like this volcanic kind of ashy type dirt. It has a really hard base, and Paul and I were talking about this a couple days ago, and it's a little bit similar to Unadilla. If Unadilla is really dry and hard, it's a little bit similar to that. But just going out and watching them, not in the booth, but watching them go around, you could just see how difficult it was. They're just making mistakes everywhere. And Paul and I were kind of walking around on Saturday talking to riders, and literally the first thing that every rider said was, man, it's really slippery. I mean, to a man, it was the first thing that came out of their mouth. And you could see that in their riding. Like, it just looked really, really tricky. So, I think Mitch Evans and he and Geiser did a really good job on Saturday of just kind of riding the track the way it needed to be ridden. They were in really tall gears and really low RPM and just kind of flowing around. And then you contrasted that to the Monster Yamaha guys, and they were just really trying to override the track. And I don't know if from what they said, they changed the bikes quite a bit for Sunday, but they really bounced back for Sunday. So I think a lot of guys were just kind of in survival mode. You just couldn't really push too hard on the racetrack. And the harder you tried, the more mistakes you made, and the more difficult your life was. So it's just kind of a strange racetrack. I putting myself into that situation, and as a racer, as a former racer, you always do that. You're just like, oh man, how would I attack this racetrack? I probably would have just waved the white flag. It would have been really, really challenging to go fast on that track.
Tim's got over 100-point lead, and Sewer has been really good lately, and Tim's been so-so. How much of this is just the 100-point lead?
Yeah, a lot of it is. And I think for Tim, I think he goes into each weekend wanting to win because, for one, he's super competitive and he's a racer and he's a world champion and all those things. Two, it's $100,000 or whatever to win, so that's a nice motivating factor there too. But I think he has to balance that with, hey, there's a world championship here, and all I have to do is just not screw this up. So I think he goes into the weekend like, man, I want to win. And then he'll have a crash or something will go wrong. Like he had that huge crash on Saturday in his time qualifying session. And I think that brings him back to reality where he's like, okay, I can't do anything stupid here. Like, yes, I'm motivated to win, but I just sent it in there and flipped uphill 3 times.
Yeah.
So, yes, I do think the results are not necessarily indicative of what he's capable of, but this is how championships are won. And the 2 guys that were really capable of challenging him for a championship have both been out the majority of the season, and Jeffrey's been out the entire time. So I don't think he has to do anything. And I bet it's an internal struggle because I don't think he likes getting beat by these guys. The guy that's going to be world champion probably isn't thrilled about going out and getting beat week after week after week, but
no, it gives confidence, right? To your it gives confidence to your rival. It gives competitors more. It's not good. Yes, it's good to get the title, but yeah,
I don't think I personally don't think he's super concerned with giving Sewer or some of these guys confidence. I think he knows going into 2023 when Jeffrey's back and Roman is back to 100%. when they, wherever the series starts next year, if it does end up being Oman, he's gonna have to go for it. Like, there won't be this, I can just cruise around. Like, it's gonna be full send again. And if those guys are confident or whatever after 5 months off, good for them. But I think he's just bringing this thing home. I really do. And he's being very opportunistic. If the win is there, great, I'll go for it. But he's not going to do anything to take too much risk. And I say that watching him flip down the racetrack in time qualifying. I still don't think he's going to really push past where, if Jeffrey was out there, I think you would see him going a lot faster, right? I think he's probably riding at 95%. I really do.
Is Renault okay? I don't know. He crashed out, but was it bad or is it fine? Or
he rode back to the mechanics area. I didn't hear anything about a significant injury.
Okay. 'Cause he won the first moto,
I would guess he's at Finland next weekend.
Right. Prado's third in points. Should have. You look at this track, like you said, and Spaniards are good on the hard stuff. Paul thinks it may be the bike. I don't really know. He's not, but he's third in points. Like, third in points is third in points. It's not a garbage year, but dude, he has not. He's getting worse as the season goes on. He really is. Anybody know what's going on with Prado, JT?
I know that basically everybody on a white bike, a red gas bike, or an orange bike are having issues with chassis, with just getting comfortable. You look at Paul's Jonas, you look at Prado, all those guys. I mean, it's the same story that's going on in America. I think Tom Vial has been subject to the same thing on the 250. Everyone, to a man that I've talked to people that would know. I've talked to the riders themselves here and there, and no one is extremely comfortable with the setup. Right? They are challenged by this new chassis, and I personally think Prado. I know for a fact that they're trying different frames and trying new things every weekend. Like, they're testing on race weekends right now to try to get those guys better. So
that would be my comeback. Like, hey, you guys can do anything you want.
Yeah, and they are.
Yeah,
they absolutely are. I just don't think they necessarily know what the perfect fix is. Yeah. I don't, right? Unless you're going to go back to the old chassis, which they're not. I think it's a work in progress, and I chalk a lot of 2022's results both here and in Europe up to the new chassis, and a lot of guys just struggling with it.
A lot of buzz about Ferrado's 9th?
Not really.
Oh, okay. Well, that's unfortunate.
No, I mean, you can take it as a slight, but if you're asking if there's a lot of buzz about his 9th, then the answer would be no.
Well, second best Austrian bike. So, maybe KTM should take a look at that.
You love him.
Good guy.
Sure, he's great.
I'm glad we got out of MX2. We were too heavy for MX2.
You were.
Yeah, Paul, there's no middle ground here. You either think he is the greatest Italian racer to ever live, or you hate him.
This is his European. This is his European A-Mart.
He is not as good as Caroli. He's not the best Italian racer ever, but he's next.
Okay.
Iago looked like he was in danger there, but rebounded with the second moto win. Iago.
He rode good.
Yeah, he rode really well.
Yeah,
seemed like it.
I was impressed with him all weekend. I don't expect you guys to have watched the qualifying race on Saturday.
No, negative.
Maybe Paul did, but if you get a chance, if you're bored, watch it, because I was really impressed with his ride on Saturday, even more so than Sunday. Typically, when I watch Iago, there's just a lot of mistakes in his riding, and he has worked to fix those in the last year or two, but before then, it's really what's kept him from being a world champion is silly mistakes, sloppiness at times. And it's a relative term because he's obviously great. He wins a lot of GPs, but when I watched him on Saturday, I was like, man, that's everything that I've ever wanted to see from him. Like, he was so precise and no mistakes, not rushing the track, not putting any urgency into his riding at all. Like, it was really nice to watch. So in my mind, my opinion of him really turned a corner this past weekend, because Sweden is not a track that would really suit him. He's a high rever. He doesn't, he's never really excelled at the hard pack tracks. Even going back to like Germany, the last race I was at, Benestant and Tom Vial were significantly better than him, in my opinion, at Teutschenthal. And this weekend, he really looked like he was coming into his own in all conditions. And it doesn't matter where they seem to go, whether it's Indonesia or Sweden, or obviously in the sand he's great, but he's really becoming more well-rounded. And I don't know if that's a maturity thing as far as age goes, or if he's been working on that, working on his technique or anything, but it's evident when I watch him, because I only go over there every, 3 or 4 times a year. So I get to see him lap after lap after lap, not on television, like standing next to the track. I get to see him, and it's a noticeable difference. I want to attribute it to just him maturing and his skill set catching up with, his mental process, and all those things are kind of coming into fruition here. I think he's going to go on to win the championship. There's 3 rounds left. He has a 23-point lead. Yes, they're all hard-packed tracks, but from what I saw this weekend, I don't really think it matters. I'm not saying he's going to win every moto or anything like that. Maybe they just go 1-2-2-1 the rest of the way, but I think he'll be good enough to get it done.
What's the buzz on Vial's coming to America over there? If you got a chance to talk to anybody, then I was talking to some French guys, and they're like, "Hey man, he doesn't have any supercross experience. He's not a typical French guy that rode these indoor supercrosses or these fair race with supercross series. Doesn't have a lot of it."
Yeah, I think that there is that thought for sure. His dad did race French supercross. I raced him in German supercross, so his dad knows kind of what to do. Like, it's not like he's clueless, like their family's clueless as to how to go about this process. But yeah, I don't think he's necessarily the prototypical French supercross. Like, he's not Subeiras, where all he did was grow up racing supercross. Like, that's not him either. But I think he's excited to come over to the USA. As for how supercross goes, I don't know, but I think it's a good opportunity for him. I think KTM really needs him for the 250. Max Volan is definitely improving, but I think they need a guy that can win on that 250. And the talk right now is A, does he get chosen for Motocross of Nations for Team France, and B, if he gets chosen, will he accept? Because Paul Malin and I were talking about this weekend. It would be very easy for him to race Turkey, which is the same weekend as Paula, so Labor Day for us. That's the end of the championship, win or lose. Come home, pack all your stuff, head to the USA, and you could start Supercross practice, I don't know, mid-September, Okay, take a week or 2 off, late September. If he doesn't do that and he does ride Motocross of Nations, he needs to continue riding. He's got to stay in Europe. He's got to stay, on that same Red Bull KTM team in Europe, practicing, do all the things, then come to America for Redbud, continue riding motocross. So essentially it puts him like a month behind, or at least 3 weeks behind, where he could get started on that Supercross experience. So Paul, that was really more of the talk than anything.
Paul, you don't think he's going to be on Team France from what you hear? All Yamaha team.
I don't think so.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think so. And I don't know what Coast K team would end up putting him on, but they'll just see how he develops, I would think. But they can lean on Volan to go west to give him more time. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know that he will be on Team USA. I think Team France. I'm with JT. I think he might just be like, hey, I'm going to try to win this title, then I'm going to go concentrate on Supercross.
Mitch Evans, I haven't heard for sure, but now this has got to help his Team USA or Team Australia bid, right?
I think he's always been in the conversation.
Okay, yeah, with the Lawrences.
With Australia, yeah. And we'll see where he goes next year. I don't believe he's going to be staying at Honda, so I don't know. Maybe we'll see him at Ice One.
The one question I had on Evans was, so Geiser's not going. Geiser's going to, take September off, and, Slovenia is getting better. Jan Ponser's getting a lot better, so they would have a second rider, but he's not going. So for Honda HRC Europe, how do they feel about Mitch Evans wanting to go, right? They have to make this special trip now for Evans, because I think if Geiser's like, yeah, we want to go, but I think it's easy for them to be like, okay, yeah, then we're sending Mitch, and all our staff are going and technicians are going, and we're doing this thing. But I wonder if that plays into it. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe, American Honda helps them, or however it goes. I was just wondering if that's going to be a complication for them picking Mitch, is Geiser not wanting to go.
That's not without reason, for sure. I would agree with that too. I would just think that because it's Australia, I think Australia is pretty good about supporting their team, and I think they get some financial support. So I would think that the Australian Federation is going to cover a lot of the cost to bring him. So I would think he'd still go. But if it was like for another nation that really didn't give a lot of support, then I believe your theory a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. Guess we'll see. Let's talk about Team USA. Paul, you have yourself a title with Team USA.
I do.
We did a podcast this afternoon. It'll be out next week, we think. A little more detail about that. Let's try to help Team USA. There's dysfunction on Team USA. There's dysfunction.
Yeah.
And there's no other way to put it. A lot of team managers aren't happy with Roger being team manager of Team USA. The performance of the team has slipped, where we've seen some horrible performances from riders that should be better. You want to help raise money? Raise it for USA.com. It's a golf tournament September 4th in Temecula, day after Paula.
Yeah.
Hopefully have Team USA there. If not, industry support behind this thing. Help out some teams with some finances if we can. Make it a little bit more worth their while. But honestly, money's great, and that always helps and solves problems. But to me, as I told you on this podcast that'll come out next week, we got to change everything up, in my opinion. Team USA, I mean, I'm glad they're looking at a 450 rider, potentially Craig, in the MX2 spot. I'm glad they're doing that. I think Roger needs to go, and he did a great job, and he can still go to the race. But I think Roger needs to be removed. It's 8 years of losing. Not all his fault, clearly, but switch it up. And you're involved, and hopefully things can work a little better this year. Because can Team USA, can they all just be on the same radio channel? Can we just go start small?
Yeah, I think obviously you need to listen to that podcast that we recorded, and it's kind of a passion project for me, honestly, and it's just come from a lot of talking with Motocross of Nations, with you, with JT, right? We're all big USA fans, and we know what our country has done in the past in this race, and I just don't like where it's gotten to. It's kind of like a burden to go for a lot of these teams. We don't get a lot of financial support, so really, I came up with the idea to organize this golf tournament. In talking to team managers and getting hooked up with Mike Pelletier, we kind of agreed I need to be officially part of this thing somehow for it to help kind of inject that money, to inject it in a certain way that's different, and we're some sort of change needs to come, right? Roger's been awesome to deal with me so far, and again, this is my first time being part of it, so I don't know how decisions were made in the past, but so far the experience and what's happening is all I can see is that everybody's working together. Everybody has good opinions, and all the decisions are being made as a team. But there's just not. It's not a big priority, and we're understaffed.
It's a burden.
Right? Everyone has other jobs, other responsibilities. It's hard to get together and communicate. And honestly, I think for me, I'm excited to get to be a part of this thing, to have another set of eyeballs that understands European racing, that understands our racing. Maybe I can be that neutral person to connect a lot of these teams together. A lot of these OEM guys, they don't want to talk directly to each other, right? And maybe that's obviously why a lot of the team managers may have a conflict with Roger.
It's weird because they didn't used to. It used to never be a problem. Dan Betley went, and Sternstrom went, and everybody was good, and it's gotten hostile.
It's changed. It's changed, and it's unfortunate because it's gotten to a point where it seems harder for people to just check their ego a little bit for the weekend, for the sake of Team USA. But I don't know. There's just the feeling of it coming to Redbud, the changes that are happening in our sport, the unity between Feld and MX Sports. It feels like the right time to start.
Maybe some weakness in the European riders.
Yeah, that doesn't help. That doesn't hurt as well, right? We had no Hurlings, no Roxon, no Geyser coming to Motocross of Nations. We're at home in Redbud. We've tried it before and it didn't go well, so we'll learn from our mistakes this time.
Can we have can we change our tire after the parade lap? Can we select the right gates?
And that's something that I personally am excited to just be close enough to try to be the extra set of eyes to make sure that we don't miss the inside gate, or make sure that, hey, bring a spare tire down there. They could flood the parade lap and you could come back with a wet tire. Just dumb little things like that. Just to be another person to help kind of connect all the dots a little bit, and maybe we can start to reverse it.
Marks, you golf?
Absolutely not.
Pete does.
Pete does a lot.
Yeah, you could put him on the PulpMX team.
Do you want to be on the PulpMX golf foursome?
Yes.
Will you
when and where?
Oh wow, look at that.
Right there.
Yeah.
Right there. Sunday after Paula.
No one says Team USA, more like that man in the corner, the passion that comes from that man.
I mean, it's starting to take off. Like, we already got a lot of sponsors on board.
Yeah.
Guts Racing and Lucas Oil Pro Motocross, KTM, Husky, Gas Pro Circuit, Scott, OGO, Yamaha. Seven and Bubba's World have shown interest, and Maxima and 100%. There's a lot. I'm kind of putting this all together on the fly here, and we wanted to talk about here on the Pulp Show because, as Phil says, if you want people to know something, just tell Steve Mathis.
Yeah. RaiseItForUSA.com.
Yeah. So, I don't know, man. And I like taking the opinions of plenty of people, right? Like, I have to be really neutral in my position and what I do. So I'm friends with, the media, with the industry side, with the race team side, and I have to be kind of Switzerland. So I ask JT his opinion all the time, right? He's going to multiple MXGPs a year and watching riders in person, and he's going to multiple nationals a year watching riders in person. Not many people in the industry have done that this year. Like, there hasn't been that many, honestly. So he's a great person to talk to about, like, hey, how do we compare? How do our 250F guys compare to their 250F guys?
JT, speaking of 250F guys, Barsha bowed out. There's a lot of people on Justin Cooper's bandwagon because he won a moto, and I mean, good job. Like, he's riding well, but give me Craig still on that MX2 bike, JT, right now. Give me that.
Yeah, I don't really have a strong opinion about it. I've been bouncing all over the place. I still don't have something where I'm like, yep, stamp it. I'm all in on that. I really don't. I'm not that against a lot of ideas either. Craig's ridden really, really well. It's going to get dicey, though, if Justin Cooper comes out at his home race and wins. I don't know that the decision changes, but there's going to be noise.
I think there is already noise.
I know, but it's going to get louder.
Okay.
I mean,
it's going to get louder.
There will not be a team announcement at Unadilla. Like, it's going to happen. I don't think you'll hear anything until Budds Creek. And I think, I personally don't think we have to declare our team so early. Like, I still don't know who's on Team France for sure. They haven't declared their team yet. They're the ones coming from overseas. I have no idea who's on Team Italy. I think we can wait a little bit more. We can watch and see what happens.
I've been told complete bullshit, but Ferraro is not on Team Italy.
Oh, you got issues.
Yeah, complete bullshit, but that's what I've heard.
I heard they're putting Caroli on instead of him. No.
Ferraro, we would accept Caroli on the team. We're fine with that.
Right.
No, I'm with you, JT. I like Craig, but you can't. Like, I'm not going to stand and passionately defend Craig over Cooper. And either one is fine for me. I prefer Christian on the small bike, but if Cooper does catch fire here, sure.
Yeah. The tough part right now, as it sits, if they do pick Craig, which I think he's the front runner. If Justin Cooper came to me, and if I'm Mike Pelletier, if I'm anybody involved, and they're upset about it, I would say, listen, like, there were several rounds where you weren't riding very well, and it's not condemnation of you, but we have to pick who we feel gives us the best chance. And Christian's ridden really well, started out on the podium at the first round, and has been really consistent all the way through. And you just weren't. That's not your fault. You were hurt. You're coming off injury. The first round was miserable. And then you had a lot of inconsistent rounds, rounds 4 or 5 in there. So I think he would have to take a long, hard look in the mirror and say, yeah, I didn't ride very well at a bunch of races. So I kind of get it. But on the other side of that, I do think if he comes out and wins a moto or is in the mix at Unadilla, it's going to get tough. I don't know. I'm glad I don't have to be the one to choose. It's going to be tough.
He came on the show a couple weeks ago and said he felt disrespected, that he wasn't considered for Team USA more, and that his foot wasn't bothering him. And he's ready to go.
And see, obviously, I voice my opinion in this, and I'll continue to voice it, and the decision will be made as a team. But I really think I really think we should have 4 riders in the conversation for a while longer, because we still need to prepare for what could happen in these last 8 motos, right? We still have Eli Tomac and Chase Sexton going to battle each other to the tooth and nail for this title. What happens if we lose one of them to injury? I think Craig would be a perfect guy to put on a 450, and then you want to ask Justin Cooper back after not including him to say, hey, come ride our 250 now. We need you now. I don't think that's cool either.
Put your ego down and accept it.
I get it. And that really needs to be the theme of success at Motocross of Nation. Check the ego.
Yep.
That really will do it. Like, let's work together as a team for our country.
Right.
So I don't know. We'll see. I think we're not going to hear an announcement for a bit, but
RaiseItForUSA.com. Go out there, check it out, donate, come out and hang out if you want the Sunday after Paula as well.
Yeah, and anybody can sign up. So the public is welcome to sign up. We're playing a 4-man team scramble event. I do think we'll have Team USA there. If this another idea that we're working on goes through, we may even have a bit of an announcement regarding Team USA there that I think would be really exclusive for a lot of people coming to the tournament. So it's going to be a real kind of industry-heavy, rider-heavy gathering. So, yeah, everyone's invited. Come on out.
Awesome. Fly Racing, Jason Thomas on the show. JT, before we let you go, we got the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs as well. SuperMotocross. 3 races at the end of the year. Some sort of qualifying system. We know the LA Coliseum will be 1 round. We think Austin, Texas at the Circuit of America will be 1 round. And we think that Charlotte or Atlanta? What do we think the other one will be?
Charlotte, Atlanta, LA Coliseum.
No,
not Charlotte.
Austin.
Atlanta, Austin, LA Coliseum, I believe. Is
Atlanta,
what I've heard.
Austin?
Yes.
Okay, I heard Charlotte too, but anyways, $10 million, most of it for these 3 races. What's your take, JT?
Well, it's hard to not think it's reactionary to World Supercross on the surface, right? I know it's been worked on longer than that, so I just think on the surface, if you're just tuning in and you just happen to go online and see this, you're gonna be like, oh wow, this is just a response to World Supercross.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think that's the case. I think there was already a plan. Now, both of those could be true. You know, the timelines and the urgency could have been sped up from this World Supercross thing, but in the end, anything that's going to bring the 2 series closer together, more cooperation, more money for the riders, bigger, more spectacle of a series. Like, I don't see any downside to it other than the series runs later into the calendar. That's it, right? To me, that's the only downside to this whole deal is it gets dicey with Motocross of Nations now. The calendar gets a little wonky for guys wanting, because a lot of guys like to take September off. They will race Paula Labor Day weekend, and then they'll pretty much take September off after that, and then they'll start testing a little bit in October. So all that kind of goes out the window. So that's a little bit challenging for everybody that's in this sport to kind of have to add another month of travel. Even for guys like us, just adding another month of travel onto the calendar.
Well, that's the thing. It's like Paul and I have been on these teams, and JT, you raced them. When do we start thinking about these fucking teams, like giving them a break? None of the teams are going to be like, hey, man, just take a week off, guys. Nobody's going to do that.
You know what the hardest part about all this is there's very few people that go to every race. And you need to go to every race to really have a good opinion on what it feels like to do all these races, right? Go to every single Supercross and every single outdoor. How many people have done that this year?
Yeah.
Right? That's
I have
hard.
Not, but I don't
You're
feel
close,
great
though. You're pretty close.
I'm laying here right now talking to you. I don't feel good. Like, I don't feel good.
What'd you eat?
What'd you eat
in Sweden?
Maybe you didn't eat good enough.
It's not like my stomach doesn't hurt. I don't feel like that my soul is inside my body right now. Like I'm having some sort of out-of-body experience.
Yeah, but you push yourself to do this.
Is your soul in your Yeti? Maybe? Did you check your Yeti?
I think you have stolen my soul with your incessant,
no,
never ending.
No. Paul is on my side. We discussed it on my mountain bike ride today on our mountain bike ride.
I know, that's fine. It's okay.
And Paul, Paul is your good friend. He's a good friend of yours.
Yeah, it's fine. I have my own issues I'm dealing with right now, and number one of those is how am I going to wake up and go to work tomorrow?
Yeah,
that is first and foremost.
Hot chicks in Sweden, though, right? That's what we've heard.
Yeah, really tall.
Yeah,
but really hot.
Oh, that's bad for you. Really tall is bad.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I wasn't there trying to, meet my future wife or anything.
Yeah, I'm going to the GP to meet my wife. I'll be right.
But and I would say both men and women, they're a very good-looking culture.
Well, but what happened to Lars and Oscar then?
Yeah, Lars.
What are you trying to say about Lars?
That he's basement.
Yeah, he's basement.
Brutal.
Yeah.
All right.
Oscar too. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, getting back to this though. The poor teams are going to be working harder, and the riders are going to be working because no one's taking a break off. Now, Weege was on here earlier, and they're going to end in September in 2023. Sorry, 2024. Mm-hmm. This LA Coliseum date is just the only thing they could fit in. So it's a 1-year thing. So they are going to end it earlier. But still
late.
Yeah, still late, and still 3 extra races for these guys. But more people get paid. That's a good thing.
Yeah, I think they'll have to bring the end of the outdoors earlier, right? I would think.
I don't know.
Like,
See,
go
I heard
back to like late August again.
Prater told me more weeks off in Supercross than ever before.
They're working, I think, together to look at the calendar as one. It
Yeah,
seems right.
yeah.
And they'll build in like,
two
hey,
would be more than ever before.
Yeah, like let's go 4 in a row. Let's take a week off. Let's go 4 in a row. I don't know.
I mean,
who knows?
We get
what
1 week off now, so if we have
Yeah,
two.
you're saying more than ever. I think 2.
Yeah, maybe, and then the outdoors maybe won't. Well, there'll always be the 2 weeks around Loretta. That can't be dealt with, and then maybe we'll get one less break in there. I don't know how they'll do it. Yeah, but
we'll see.
But United on a TV package, which we believe to be Peacock, is a great idea.
Yeah.
This money, this $10 million, is mostly coming from this TV package that they got because they united the series. That's what they're telling us.
Okay.
So that's a good thing.
I was having an interesting conversation this weekend about kind of the television packages out there. Like, the world is changing around us. Everything, and it's been happening, but it's really accelerating lately. Is streaming is huge business, right? And it doesn't matter if it's Disney, which is also ESPN and ESPN Plus and all those, or like obviously Peacock is in a battle. Amazon is getting really aggressive in sports. There's Fubo. There's all these sports specific ones. Well, everybody is not only trying to gain subscribers and do all these things, but you have to get content, right? To get people to get to stream and subscribe and pay that $5 a month or whatever, you need content so it continues to be worth that money and you don't lose subscribers and your stock price doesn't go down and all these things. So, because I was trying to like work out in my head, why would Peacock come in and assuming they're going to pay really good money for this and that's where the money's coming from, like what is their motivation? And I just started thinking about it, like these guys are all in a battle to lock down content so they can continue to get subscribers and continue to grow. So the benefactors are all these series, right? Whether it's IndyCar, which is also Peacock, or Supercross, or all the, like Amazon. Apple's in the game for NFL now. Like Apple's really getting aggressive, which they've never been for the NFL because they have Apple TV now. So that whole landscape is changing a lot. And it could really be a nice tailwind for our sport moving forward, like long term, because there's going to be a lot of competition and people vying for content, specific live content that people are willing to pay for. So it took me a long time. I had to walk through all these, like, why would they do this? And then I just started thinking about all what's going on in the NFL, what's going on in these other sports. Like if you've been paying attention, you've seen the battle for like Thursday night football, like that NFL sells that like separately. And that's a huge war between all these, conglomerates to get that.
Yeah.
So it could be a really good thing for our sport to bring extra money in long term.
The only thing I've walked through is, okay, so apparently they're getting around $15 million for the TV package next year, right? Now, production costs have to come out of that. That's where they're getting this $10 million. Feld and MX Sports is not reaching into their pocket and grabbing $10 million of their profits, right? They're not doing that. So if the TV package is worth, let's say, $15 million, let's say it's 17 Supercrosses. Rough math, this year, does that mean Feld was getting $3 to $5 million from Peacock this year for Supercross and then not kicking down any money? How long? My question as I walk through this is, how long have they been getting $3 to $5 million from Peacock? Because it's been a few, like they used to pay to put it on TV. That hasn't happened for a number of years. For a long time, the powers that be would be like, we can't add money to the purse because we pay to be on TV, blah, blah, blah. Hasn't happened for a long time.
FS1 was paying Supercross.
Yeah. It's been a while now where Supercross has gotten TV money.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I've tried to track down the number through some TV sources. I've never been able to figure it out because this stuff always is out there. Like JT said, NFL, NHL, it's all out there.
Yep.
So when I walk through, I think to myself, hold on. Feld has been getting $3 to $5 million for Peacock or FS1 or whoever for how many years? And they haven't put a damn cent into the purse money?
I mean, this is a for-profit business, Steve.
I understand.
Like, I don't know what to tell you.
No. But the teams at some point should have been, hey, time out, Feld. You're getting paid now? How much? What are we doing? Let's help, like something like
that's all collective bargaining. We don't have that.
No, I know, but we don't have that. But there should be, hey man, like okay, I did this MAV TV deal, right? I got a MAV TV deal. Pulp, same thing. I'm making a profit. I'm for-profit business. I get a MAV TV deal. I give Marks more money because I got a MAV TV deal. I want to share the wealth with. I didn't give it to Pete.
That's from the good of your heart. But I'm not like big corporations.
No, but
not necessarily how things work.
No, I know, but. These are the teams and racers the series is nothing without teams and racers showing up.
I mean, you're not wrong, Steve, but they're running a business, right? They're looking at their business. They're saying, well, we're selling out stadiums.
I know.
We have all the racers coming still.
Dude, I get it. But if I'm a team, I'm like, oh, you found $10 million. Okay, so that means you were getting what, 3 to 5 for how long?
But you need to get all those teams on the same page, too, which we all know is difficult.
I was doing that working through. Where I'm like,
think about how much bigger Honda as a corporation is than Feld. Like Honda could buy Feld and forget about it tomorrow. Like they wouldn't even care. Like it's not like these tiny little teams with no money are like, please help us. Like Honda's gigantic.
I understand, but the purse has not changed for a long time, and now there's $10 million, and it's great going forward. Great, I'm awesome. They're sharing it, but I just like, hey guys. How about the other years?
Well,
you know what I mean? Like
the purse stuff obviously is more driven from World Supercross for sure.
I know I understand where the take is coming from. I'm just, and my personal opinion is no business is ever going to spend more money than they have to. Like that's just how business is.
I didn't need to give Travis Marks any money for the MAV.
You didn't, and that's
yes, you did.
Good for you.
No, I didn't.
I wouldn't have done it.
What you would have done? It's like 10 minutes after the show.
Either way, good for you for doing that.
Still 10
minutes. But I'm just saying that's not the norm.
Easy.
Like that's not the norm in business.
But if you want to keep everybody happy, not Pete, but everybody else, then that's what you do. I don't know.
Some people value their profits over others' happiness.
I guess. All right. X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs. Let's do it if Pete still's. Okay,
he's on it. He's on it.
He's angry now.
Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
What happened there? Where was the rapid fire thing?
Rapid fire. That's me.
Oh, you do it every time?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not a recorded thing?
No.
Well, why'd you miss it?
Rapid fire.
Why'd you miss it that time?
I don't know, Paul.
Get off your phone. This is a show. You should probably not be on your phone.
How's your phone?
Stopwatch. Stopwatch.
How's
Fuck
your phone?
You. Fuck you. X-Brand Goggles, a choice of champions everywhere. You know where's X-Brand? World Supercross champion Kyle Chisholm. X-Brand. Yeah, champion.
Okay.
By the way, JT, Josh Hill added today to CDR. I made this joke earlier, but what's the average age for World Supercross? 35? Where are we at?
I don't know.
Like Brayton, Reed, Hill, Chiz.
They have to be a little bit frustrated with how this is going.
Breaking news, Josh Hansen, CDR signed. Josh Grant.
Josh
Grant.
Oh.
No, I'm making jokes now.
Got it.
Mark Barnett.
Gosh.
Jason Thomas coming back. Cole Siebler, Jason Thomas,
Kevin Windham.
Danny Smith, Team WPS, World Supercross team. Max Steffens, manager. All right. X-Brand Goggles, Pulp Show 22 is the code to save with X-Brand, EKSbrand.com. Choice of champions everywhere. Freddie Norn wearing X-Brand as well in Supercross. Ryan Brees, X-Brand. Josh Strang. Paul, is there any series in the world that's tougher than GNCC on goggles? Nothing.
Probably not.
No.
They're pretty
Multiple
tough.
GNCC wins with X-Brand goggles. Multiple. All right. These questions are submitted by Corey Moser. Are you aware of him?
Isn't he some drunk from Washington or something?
Yep. Yep. That's exactly what he is.
Only on the weekend.
All right. Let's do it, Marks.
Steve, how much do you think Dungey is making racing outdoors?
Oh, that's a good question. He kind of came to them. Would he be on a per race deal?
That's what I'm doing right now.
Would it be like $10,000 a race?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's a fair guess.
Is it? Yeah, 10 grand a race and from podium bonuses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then go make whatever you want to make from Red Bull and
Red
Fox
Bull and everything else. Yeah. He told me one time when he's coming on the show to talk about him coming back, he's like, "Hey man, keep it minimum talk on the coffee because Red Bull's on board with me." And I'm like, "Yeah, Dunge, I think they're fine. I don't think RD Coffee is really going to torpedo your deal."
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's funny.
All right.
Paul, MXGP seems to be lacking in riders, so what should they do to fill the gates?
Dude, that's a question that's long to answer.
30 seconds.
They can, I don't know, allow entry fees for free. I don't know. That's such a long damn question. Who the hell knows?
I mean, they don't pay purse money.
Yeah,
and it's
they
super
don't pay purse money. It's
expensive
expensive to get there. Like, there are a bunch of flyaway races that are expensive for people to go to. I mean,
Look,
the Czech Republic race and Lommel was pretty full, but
this race was good. JT Sweden looked full.
I don't think it was full.
It's
no.
all right. I mean, it's all right. It took me an hour and a half to get out of the track, so it was more full than I would have preferred.
Oh, I was talking rider entries, not crowd. But
oh yeah, there was 33 MXGP riders, and I think a little less MX2. I had a long conversation about
21 MX2 guys.
Yeah, the dynamics of that this weekend. Long conversation.
Yeah, see what I mean? Yeah, that's a long one.
I think it's a joke.
21 MX2 riders this weekend.
It's a joke to have.
Well,
okay.
So part of that, sorry to cut you off. Part of that
I do it to you all the time, so it's fine.
They had EMX 250 this weekend, so if they didn't have EMX 250, that MX2 number goes up, and vice versa. When EMX 250 is there, then the number goes down. But yeah.
All right. Next question.
JT, what's your favorite European country to visit?
Whatever allows his cooler in.
I would say Italy or France. Take your
France? Really?
pick. Yeah, I like France.
Okay.
Steve, who's been the best or that's the wrong one. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Will you be attending World Supercross?
I will be attending World Supercross. I will be going to the first round in Cardiff, England. Cheerio.
Wales.
Tip top.
Wales, bro.
Tip top of the morning.
You know it's a different country, right?
What?
Wales.
I don't know what you're talking about. Paul was saying that too. It's just I fly into London and I just drive to.
You don't want to fly into London for Wales.
Yes, you do. It's too expensive to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not England. It's Wales.
Stop it. It's the same fucking country.
I don't. Okay. Well, I mean, people from there, they're Welsh.
Yeah. No.
I don't know what to tell you.
You know, Reese is from Wales.
I don't care. I'm going to England.
Okay.
And I'm going to see World Supercross in England. And that's it.
If I fly in the Netherlands and I have to drive to Belgium, nothing changes. I just drive to Belgium.
Yeah, that's not. Thing. No, it's not an island, JT.
I went to Germany for SMX Cup. There wasn't a lot of people there. There are going to be a lot of people at this one. Like,
yeah.
Okay.
The English love it.
Okay.
And the Welsh do too, I guess.
They do?
I don't know.
You sure?
No, I don't know.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll be going. Yeah, look for me there. Autographs, £5.
That's correct.
Okay.
Paul, which rider grinded the hardest during the break, and who partied the hardest?
Oh my goodness. Well,
J-Law's coming back, I heard. So
what? No, he's not.
No, that's what I heard.
Break. I mean, Dean's been grinding. I know that. He's been like riding the whole break. That's grinding, right? Like he'll be back in Unadilla. I would imagine him and Ferrandis are grinding.
Yeah. Ferrandis, I think, wants to come out strong with number one play.
I would think so, right?
Yeah.
Like those guys definitely are making use of the break. I would imagine that that question was targeted more at somebody who was already racing the series. But no, I don't know who's partying. I don't know.
Well, I don't know. JT, Paul, and I think Ferrandis fits in 3 to 5. You agree?
Probably fair. I think he'll have his hands full with that Anderson spot,
Right.
which is kind of like a rotating podium. Like you never know who's going to get at that third spot. So sure.
Okay.
I think asking him to get in there with Tomac and Sexton's asking a lot right now.
Yeah, that is.
JT, who's a sleeper Motocross to Nations team?
Sleeper team.
Say it. Say it.
Say what?
So okay, can I ask for like sleeper to win, or just a team that you would never expect to do anything that might be better than you expect?
I know this is going to be shocking, but this Moser guy did not
offer
any other clarification.
I'm asking you. You are the referee here.
Yep.
Okay.
He just goes, "Yep, I am the referee."
I had nothing after that.
I am the captain now.
To do good. Let's go with to do good.
Okay, a team that you wouldn't expect to do anything would be Norway,
That's
and they
what I was
might
gonna
surprise.
say. Yeah.
Stop
I agree.
it.
No, I agree with him big time.
But I think a team that could win, that maybe it's not even a surprise, but I think Australia could win.
That's not a surprise, and Canada was the right answer. Okay, T-Dags, veteran. He's had some shitty destinations, but he's also had some good ones.
Yep.
And the last good one was at Redbud. Dylan Wright rode MXGP last year.
Okay.
Undefeated in Canada. Solid. Top 5 or 6 guy. Right?
Yep.
And the MX2 guy we don't know yet.
Do you have a guess?
Ryder McNabb, probably. He'll win the championship. I think he'll be the guy.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I think the Switzerland team will be good too.
Okay. Thank you to thanks to Sportin' Wood 303. We got $9.99 from him on YouTube.
What?
I don't know. Mark, there's something on Mark's it says on YouTube that give us money.
It's called a super chat.
Super chat.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you can
Sportin'
donate.
Wood.
You can donate money, and your chat lights up different color for everyone to see.
Yeah.
And that was because I put an eye patch on Weege.
Why'd you put an eye patch on him?
Because Sportin' Wood said he looked like a pirate and he would rock an eye patch, so I put an eye patch on him.
Oh, okay.
You should change his brace to a peg leg.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
And then try to get some footage of him walking.
Pray for his ACL.
We're gonna need Weed back on next week just so I can do that.
All right, next question.
All right, Steve, who's been the best or fastest person you've gone on an e-bike with?
Ooh, that's good. Paul's good. Paul on his own bike is probably better than on a taser. Bradshaw was all over me. Like he didn't know where the trails were going, and he was on me like I was chicken. Like he was.
If you were chicken, you'd still be laying out there.
Maybe. So he was on me, and I was pushing because I'm like, oh yeah, like watch this. I know these trails.
I know these trails. Yeah. He wasn't having
that
it.
fucker was on me. Yeah, Paul comes to mind as being good. Cade's good. Cade's a good mountain biker.
Cade's a good mountain biker.
Yeah, Cade's a good mountain biker.
Isn't Trevor Reese pretty good just on a normal bike?
Oh,
Trevor's good.
Dude. Yeah,
He's fit, too.
Trevor was on a regular bike.
Right.
And, all over me.
Yeah.
Yeah, on a regular
Trevor's
bike.
fit, yeah.
You're just like this. But Trevor's status went down a little bit. He ate shit the last time he came up here on an easy little section. And he was all beat up, dude. So, I lost a little bit of respect for Trevor.
Yep.
But until then, on a regular bike, he's gnarly. Yeah, he was. Yeah. So,
Paul, what was the highlight of Loretta Lynn's this year?
Well, for me, we broke into this dumb game we created under Way's rig when we were all just hanging out, sweating, having beers at the end of the night before everyone went to bed, and it became this little very aggressive game, especially when you get Nicole Way involved because she's extremely competitive and darn right dirty to play with,
yelling,
play games with.
She's yelling, yeah.
And that was probably the highlight for me. It was fun just getting to hang out with good friends and people, and that's just kind of like some of the vibe of Loretta, which is nice to
31
nice
seconds.
to have.
Okay.
All right, last one. JT, what's your go-to airport snack or meal if the Yeti runs empty?
It's not easy. Go-to, I'd probably just a salad. Yeah, go-to would be a salad for sure. That would be an easy answer.
All right. X-Brand Goggles, choice of champions everywhere. All right, JT, thanks for coming on extra long, but we had a lot to talk about from Sweden to SuperMotocross.
Please pray for me. I don't feel well.
Why don't you just call in sick tomorrow?
I got too much to do. I'm only here 2 days, and I got to go to Unadilla.
Did you get upgraded?
I'll be all right.
Did you get
no,
upgraded?
I was in Select, which is it's pretty decent. You just don't get to lay flat. Like everything else is the same.
Did you change into pajamas?
No, I put different shorts on just because I had a belt on and stuff. But no, I didn't.
Mm-hmm. Almost like it. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I just I'm tired.
He don't got a lot of fight in him right now.
No,
you can tell.
No.
You're gonna win these battles tonight, Steve.
I don't even
he's not in a
He
debate.
doesn't
This is
care.
so goddamn rare that he doesn't want to debate every topic tooth
He
and nail.
doesn't care. He's lost his passion.
No, I think
Right.
the passion's low. The passion's low right now.
The passion of the Christ, the passion of
Yep.
the JT is low. Right.
Yep.
Got it. All right, JT, thanks for coming on. Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Thanks, man.
I got to see
All right, see you. That's Jason Thomas, everybody. Thank you to the folks at Off-Road Warehouse. We got an announcement to make when it comes to Off-Road Warehouse. ORW is the place to go for all your truck and off-road accessory needs. They have places all across the United States: Corona, Vegas, Temecula, San Diego, Arizona, Atlanta. Stop in and check out the latest truck, Jeep, Overland, UTV, and racing products from the industry's leading brands. PulpMX code to save. They sell everything from suspension kits, tires and wheels to steps, bed accessories, and more. And they install everything they sell. Get your bike to the track with style and performance from Off-Road Warehouse. The announcement is ORW, proud sponsors of the PulpMX team. PulpMX is welcoming Shane McElrath to the team for the last 4. Shane McElrath, obviously, he was a fill-in at Rockstar Husky, and Dino and Mookie will be back this weekend. So the PulpMX guys, sponsored by ORW, picked up Shane McElrath. So what's your take on that? What's your immediate thoughts on how Shane should do the last 4 on a Yamaha?
I mean, that's cool. Cool for Shane that he's going to able to continue to race the series. We'll have some support. Yeah, he'll probably finish right around where he's been finishing.
Okay, so no step up or step back for you. Yeah,
No, it's the same.
Right. I think I agree with you. So thanks to the folks at ORW for coming on board. That is the 8 o'clock hour. Also, thanks to the folks at Twisted Tea. You said you saw a lot of Twisted Teas go down at Loretta's.
Yeah, they were putting them back. They had a cornhole tournament for a while too on Thursday night under the Twisted Tea rig. People were getting twisted on tees in Hurricane Mills. Yes.
Twisted Tea. Thanks to those guys. They're all about outdoor day drinking with the crew. A la Loretta Lynn's. Outdoor fun versus outdoor exercise. They'll stop at nothing to have a good time. Up for anything at any time. TwistedTea.com. 5% alcohol, non-carbonated. Carbonated.
I like the carbureted ones.
Carbonated or carbureted. Twisted Tea tastes like real brewed tea because it's made with real brewed tea. And obviously Marshall Welton is on the HIP Suzuki team. Twisted Tea doing great. Welton's impressive.
Yeah, he almost like Cole Martinez. He has gotten an opportunity and not surrendered
and ran with it.
Ran with it.
Yeah,
he's turning himself into a professional motorcycle racer for a living now.
Yeah, super cool for Marsh to do that. Absolutely. A couple things with Renthal. So I gave a pad away already on Instagram.
Okay.
A guy showed me his vintage bike.
Nike, I like
that.
So
what I'm going to do, DM me 3 more people.
Or what bike they're gonna put these on?
Yeah, I want to see 3 people DM me PulpMX. Show me a photo of your bike, what color pads you want, what it's going on, and I'll make a determination on 3 more people to join this other fellow that won.
Yeah, we got 10 different colors here.
We'll give some more away later. And then let's do another pair of bars at contest at PulpMXShow.com. Another pair of purple limited edition Renthal bars, contest at PulpMXShow.com. Email us. We'll pick a random winner. Or, Paul, pick a number between 1 and 100.
69.
There we go. 69. Email 69 wins a set of Renthal limited purple bars, either twin wall or fat bar. You choose. And we'll give away more of these stuff in the upcoming shows and different things that we do. Do another social media contest for these cloth bar pads. They look so good on that. Maybe I just leave them on my desk. They look just cool.
Yeah. Get them all out. That's all the colors except for the red one that you have.
That I have on my Project 500.
But yeah, those are coming soon. They'll be at distributors soon. We'll be showing them next week at the Parts Unlimited show. And then, the other cool thing that we have from Renthal is we have a new YouTube series that we're dropping. So that's kind of just starting to launch today. It's actually a video series that we filmed inside factory race shops. So we went to Factory Honda, Factory Cowie, Gas, and had real, Ollie Stone from Gas and Justin Shanty at Cowie. Had those guys show us how they put on chains, put on handlebars, grips, sprockets, and that's all up on the Renthal YouTube page now.
Awesome. Cool. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. Please upload your resume for free today. It's the #1 source for power sports companies looking for employees and candidates, looking for employment opportunities. Great place to get started in the industry. Maybe you won't start with the brand manager at Renthal, like Paul Perebjinos, but you can start somewhere at Renthal or somewhere at Fly Racing or wherever. And check them out, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. A lot of jobs posted on there. Job of the week this week from our buddies at WUSA. Proud sponsors of the W World Vet Races and wheels for street bikes, dirt bikes, vintage bikes, flat tracks, whatever it is. Flat trackers, WUSA. Full-time job, Orange, California, looking for a skilled technical positions and warehouse. They're hiring multiple positions available, full-time stuff based in Orange, California. You get to work with the race teams here. You get to work with the modern customer. Kiefer will maybe come down there. Maybe Kiefer will come down to pick up his wheels, and you can rag on him for Mike Brown just waxing him at Loretta's. Skilled technical position and warehouse for WUSA, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. Please check it out. Thank you to those guys as well. Race Tech Rant coming up. I got a couple.
I have one.
Do you really? Okay,
yeah,
hold on.
I just
we're
got
coming
back
up with Jeremy, but
okay.
But yeah, you got something?
Yeah, I think so. It doesn't have to do with dirt bikes, but
that's fine.
I got one.
Decal Works, please sponsor the guys at the Decal Works. They've sponsored the show all year long. They do a great job there. Officially licensed with all the OEMs. The expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. Decal Works, proud sponsor of the Red Bull KTM factory team, as well as the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna off-road team. DecalMX.com, the code PulpMX to save. PulpMX code saves at DecalMX.com. Quick turnaround. They'll design almost anything you want on your graphics, numbers, and you name it, they've got it. They offer the best custom motocross graphics around. For over 30 years, the folks at Decal Works has led the industry. Promo code PulpMX to save with DecalMX.com. Proud to bring you our next guest of the show. He's a friend of Paul Perebjinos. He owns the AEO KTM race team. They do suspension now. They've done that. They have dealerships in Arizona, dealerships in California. He's been on the show before. Jeremy Scism, what's up, man? How are you?
How you guys doing?
We're good. Thanks for calling in. I appreciate it. We've had you on before, right?
Yeah. Oh, I was right when I think COVID hit.
Yeah.
A COVID deal.
Which was great for a lot of shops and the industry. And then I was speaking to somebody. Who was I talking with? Were they OEM or where were they from? They were from a big company. I can't even remember. And they said that they've definitely leveled off, but it's still better than what it was a few years back. But things have leveled off. Their inventory. I know. I was talking to now. OEM. If I say that what they are, it'll give them away.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just go with a big company that sells a lot of money.
Got it.
Makes a lot of money.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, sales are down, inventory is down, but it's still at a nice, acceptable level, Jeremy. Do you find that for your dealerships?
Yeah, that's pretty much how it's been going. We kind of saw it coming a few months ago where it was going to taper off. Obviously, I like to try to stay in tune with what's going on just so we make the right decisions. But yeah, we got inventory kind of starting to come back in. Obviously bike prices are getting a little bit more reasonable because people have inventory and stuff like that. So it's definitely getting back to normal, but still better than it was.
The used bike market, like at some point somebody offered me $22,000 for my 500 in the garage.
Goodness.
Right? And you look at these CR500s, people are buying them in crates, and never mind the used market for, two-strokes, newer two-strokes and things like that. Is that still insane, Jeremy, or is that tapering off too?
No, that's not insane anymore.
No, I definitely think that's going to stay up there just because the two-strokes, especially the 500s, are so hard to find. Like, I obviously I'm a KTM dealer and Husky and Gas, but I'm actually restoring a 92 CR500 right now. So
I just did a 90. Text me. I'll tell you what to do. Tell you some of the cool stuff to do.
Awesome. So.
That's good. So you have dealerships in Arizona, in California. Are you all the Austrian guys at all three dealerships, or do you do any Japanese stuff?
No Japanese. We are a group store at all. Two of my stores are group stores, and we're building a ground-up facility right now.
Oh, nice. Okay, so when did you? I don't know if you did suspension the last time we had you on. I've been seeing the AEO suspension pop up on amateur stuff. How's that going?
Good. We've always done suspension, and about 3 years ago, we were partners with Mark back then as well, and we talked a little bit about it. So about 3 years ago, I partnered up with Mark Johnson with REP.
Okay.
And we formed our suspension company together, so that's why it's REP AEO Suspension. Mark was at the factory KTM for over 10 years doing Marv and Dungy stuff, and he went out on his own, and then we just hit it off about 3 years ago and just went from there, and it's been great. Like, we obviously had a great weekend at Loretta. Obviously, Braswell, he killed it, won the award and stuff on our stuff, which was really cool to see, and everything really, really highs for me and Mark for sure.
So Braswell, we talked about him earlier tonight on the show, Horizon Award winner, but no path to the a factory team. Is that something the AEO is going to step up then? What are we doing?
We don't know what we're going to do for next year yet. Right now, to be honest, we're working on getting try to get more financial backing for next year. A lot of this year was on me just because we got a late start last year, and then that first year team, it's hard to sell something that didn't exist. And now we went out there and feel like we showed everybody we're contenders every weekend. And obviously Braswell's on the radar. He hasn't done much Supercross yet, so I think a year of futures would be good for him. But obviously, I think he's ready for outdoors.
Right. I was going to ask you about that. So you got your team. I mean, it is just really funded. I mean, I imagine you're getting some money from some of your smaller sponsors, but this is an AEO dealership funded team, right? So have you seen an increase in, is there any way you can tie business to the race team?
It's pretty impossible to see.
Yeah.
I think the way I look at it is just exposure and building our brand. Like AEO is just a brand, and the same thing with the suspension. It ignited both of them. It's more on a national platform than just it's been really good for branding recognition and everything. And I think with that will come sales in the long run. I get a lot of compliments. Like, obviously people are stoked we're giving back to the industry and stuff like that. So I enjoy it. You know, like I've told people, I don't never think it's going to make money or anything like that, but I do think it will help the dealerships, help branding, and build off of that. So.
Yeah, not to depress you, Jeremy, but like Mike Genova was in here a year and a half ago in studio, and he's like, I spend $1 million a year. My accountant tells me I'm crazy. So there is that. You got to look forward to that, you know?
Yeah. I mean, we obviously love it. You know, it's awesome to help these guys that didn't have rides. Like, obviously Derek Kelly did great this year. He's kind of like our diesel. He stayed healthy all year. Just kept getting better and better all year long. And then obviously picking up Josh Reese as a fill-in, and Carson Brown did killer in Supercross for us. So it's been great. You know, obviously we've had some adversity by some of the riders that we've parted ways with and stuff. And now Austin Black was injured most of the year, and he's back and he's building. So it's been definitely a tough first year. I learned a lot. We've had some ups and downs, but overall I think it was a really good year for us.
Are you at the point where you can get cash money from your sponsors? Like, have you built your program enough? Like, obviously, look, and you can tie it into your dealerships, so you can say, like, hey, you know, you give me this much product for my 3 dealerships, and, you know what I mean? Essentially, that's like a cash deal. I don't know if you do any of those stuff, but are you in a position to get much cash from sponsors for a team your size?
Yeah, I mean, this year, obviously, it's going to be a little, and I'm working on 23. Last year was a little tough, but we did get a lot of help. O'Neill stepped up. KTM was a backer of us. You know, I had a lot of just normal construction guys, you know, Desert Ready Mix, Andy Auto Body.
Oh, okay.
Titan,
yeah.
And like Rally White RV, like they stepped up and they helped out, and they gave us a bunch of money. Integrity Electric. Those guys all just wanted to help, and they were actually some of the biggest financial supporters that got us through the year. So,
yeah, that's nice. Nice to hear. Your team has really stood out. Like, I don't know. Look, there isn't a KTM 250 effort. They brought it in-house, right? And I don't know if they're looking to expand that. I imagine that's something you're talking to them about. But is there room for you to grow with KTM? Have they been stoked? I think they should be. I mean, Carson and Derek, both in Supercross, were really good, and Derek's been good outdoors, like you mentioned. Can you get more support from them? Is that what you're going for?
Yeah, they definitely are holding up their end of the bargain, and we're trying to build with them.
Okay, yep.
Really, like, our whole plan was kind of eventually to do kind of like a minor league team with them, to where a guy maybe that they didn't have room on the team yet and weren't ready to maybe come up to the factory rig, that they would put them with us for a year, kind of groom them, get them, you know, lower pressure environment and everything. And then if they got better, they could basically team.
Yeah.
We're not really there yet.
Remember the Orange Brigade did that for a while. We had Sean, not Hackley, the Dakota Alex. Yeah, that type of stuff. Right.
Who was the other Fry?
Yeah.
There was another kid with last name Fry. Yeah. I forgot his first name.
Jeremy, it's a good idea. I think it's a good program. It's a good idea, right, to have.
Yeah. So we're not there yet. Obviously, we've got our own guys this year. They let us kind of do our thing, and I think we proved to them where we did really well, and I think we'll just keep building off of that.
What's the sorry, you cut out there. What's the biggest thing you've had to deal with? Look, you're trying to run 3 dealerships. You're trying to run a race team. What's been the biggest pain in the ass thing for you to deal with that you never really thought you would have to deal with? Like, is there Is there something where you're like, oh my God, like I don't have time for this? Like like I'm trying to run a business and a race team. Has there been something that's come up that you're like, holy shit, I spent so much more time doing this, whatever this is?
Are you more on the race team side? Or
Yeah,
just
yeah,
overall?
more on the race team side, because I had a team guy tell me one time, like, dude, truck drivers, I have to babysit truck drivers. I just drive the truck, man. You know what I mean? But nope, they're drivers. That they've had a few of them over the years, and they're like, dude, all they do is complain, and all they do is call me, and everything's a problem, and you know what I mean? So, where are you at?
No, I think the biggest thing we ran into this year is just like trying to budget. Like when we did the budget for everything, gas. You try to be good about flights and hotels and expenses, but nothing stays the same. Hotels have went up, gas has went up, flights have went up. So I think we just were way off on the budget, and I committed to the year, so we stuck through it. Obviously, we've had some issues with some riders. That was one thing that I didn't foresee, and then mechanics as well. It's tough to get everybody to mesh and everything. So I think that's been the hardest part, is just getting so everybody gets along.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Personalities, and this guy snores, and this guy doesn't pay for lunch, or that type of shit, right?
Yeah, makes a difference over
and
the course
Paul,
of the season.
Paul, you and I
sure,
were both
yeah.
on teams, so you can relate to that. Maybe we were the problem.
Oh yeah, just deciding on where you go to dinner. Like we would always just go in rotation by oldest to youngest, so everyone got a chance to pick, right?
Oh, okay.
And yeah, but there is plenty of years where I was pretty fortunate. Most of the years I was on a team, everyone pretty much got along. We were doing well, but yeah there's definitely years where and teams where there's
at Yamaha
problems.
you got $30 a meal, right? Mm-hmm. So even if you skip the meal, you got $90 a day to spend. So if you ate McDonald's cheeseburger for lunch for $2, didn't have breakfast, you had $88 to spend on dinner. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So then you went to like a steakhouse.
Yeah, sure. That's
but then if another guy ate the breakfast and dinner, he couldn't go to the steakhouse.
He can't afford to go.
Right.
Yeah, it's a conflict.
So we always had issues.
You're always fighting.
With that.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's talk about Jeremy. So I did a podcast with Carson Brown last week.
Yeah.
And he had nothing but good things to say about his time with you, but he said you guys don't have a spot for him. He'll be racing Supercross one way or another. He said he'll be there, but what are we doing? That kid's got a fan base. He's cool.
Yeah.
If the bike breaks, he can grab a TTR. Like, why don't we get Carson Brown signed up for 23?
My contract, basically, I have to get everything approved with KTM as far as our riders go and everything. And
okay.
Obviously, this year isn't done yet. So it's like I'm kind of waiting to see what. I talked to a whole lot of people. We're really happy with who we have right now. I can't, that's been tough. And Brees was a really good fit because he was tight with Husky. I helped him out through Supercross, and then started to help him out outdoors, but that was only for the first couple of rounds, and then. So it was a good fit for them. They appreciated that we took him on, and then obviously we appreciated him. He's a great kid, super found. It just he fit in really well to fill in the spot for the rest of the year. And then obviously Derek's my workhorse. He's like the Terminator, he just keeps going, and we've been super happy with him. So it's tough to make the decision so early, especially with not knowing where anybody's going. For sure, my guys, Carson and Derek did well enough in Supercross. They could get offered better rides than I could even offer.
It's hard for me to reconcile Derek Kelly, who's just been so solid this year and really good, to the guy that fucked me over in Pulp Fantasy numerous times. He seems like a nice kid. He's doing great. I had so much bitterness from Derek Kelly. 450 privateer days.
Jeremy knows all this. Jeremy
he does?
Jeremy. I talk to Jeremy all the time. I stop in his shop all the
He's
time.
He's like a different guy.
He really is.
Derek
and I
Kelly.
think that's a telltale of Jeremy and his program and his responsibility that he keeps to his riders and the discipline that he instills in these kids. He's making sure they finish their day and not are cutting corners. And
Derek Kelly, I've seen him crash 18 times, and he still gets up and finishes the races. Carson Brown lost half a mouth and could wanted to line up for the LCQ.
Yeah, and a year ago, if Derek Kelly would crash, he wouldn't finish oftentimes. But Jeremy has totally changed that and flipped that.
Well, good job on that, because seriously, the kid's riding great, and he's really determined. He's in shape too. He's in good shape from what I can tell. You know.
And the thing that like we've been trying to like my main focus right now is because this year I covered a lot, but so did the riders. Like the riders had to pay a lot of their own travel, mechanics, hotels, and stuff like that. We provided the bikes, transportation, paid their entries, gave extra little stuff when I could help with the mechanics, when I could help with things I would. But I mean, a lot was still on them, and hopefully this next season we're really trying to take that weight off of whoever we end up going with. That way they can just focus on riding and everything completely. Like,
right.
Guys, those guys were awesome. Like I said, I'm super happy with them, and I can't wait to see how we end up. We're hovering right around almost 10th in points with both our guys, and finally Reese broke into the top 10 at Washougal, and Derek was right there behind him. It's been a great year, and then obviously Supercross we had a top 5 with Carson, and then Derek and him both got quite a few top 10. So, we're knocking on the factory's door, which is off our low budget program, but I think we, like I said, impressed a lot of people this year, and hopefully we can get some more financial support. We're looking currently for a title sponsor and working with a lot of current sponsors to see if they can up some help for next year.
Well, if someone's listening, if someone on the show is listening, hit up Jeremy on AEO Power Sports on Instagram and see if there's a fit there. And does Twisted do your motors?
No, we have our own motor program.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to say they look good, man. They look really good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Masterpool, like this kid, he's got skills. I like the dad. He's a little unorthodox. They run a different program. I know the Star guys have told me many things when he rode over there. He had some good rides for you. It ultimately didn't work out. What can you tell us about Ty and parting with the team? And I don't understand the career path that Jerry and Ty are doing and taking. And I know there's been injuries too, but kid's talented, man. And hasn't worked at these teams, Jeremy.
Definitely we ran into some problems, a lot of injuries. We couldn't come to grasp. Ultimately, it ended this. It was just better to part ways. They wanted to do their own program in Texas, which is extremely hard for testing and getting the bike right. And we struggled with setup sometimes, and it was just tough, And then our motor program, and then just timing the motors out and the shipping costs and everything. It's tough if you're not close to your team, and that's honestly the biggest thing is just not being in Southern California, and that's like with to terminate the contract with Masterpool. We picked up Josh Reese, which is local Paris kid.
Yeah.
He's super close. It just made things so much easier on us, and financially too. Like just pure shipping cost was crazy. Trying to get motors, suspension, bikes to Texas, it's tough. And they believe in their program, and the kid has a ton of talent. Comes out after releasing him and getting a 6 at Redbud. I'm not going to say it didn't hurt a little bit, but at the same time, like he's really good there, and he did really good for us last year. And
I'm sure your social media was just like, oh, look at Ty, you shut those AEO guys up. Yeah, how that shit goes, right? But the kid rode good. Yeah, he did. He rode great.
Obviously, So
I don't know, man. I don't understand. Like, to me, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and getting the same results. I think Jerry and Ty need to look at their program and look at what's been going on and change it up. It seems like they're not flexible, whether it's Star, whether it's AEO, whether it's anybody they talk to. The people who ride down there kind of say the same thing. I don't know, man. If I could offer any advice, I'd be like, dude, whatever you're doing, do it differently. Because the kid's got talent. The kid is fast,
Yeah, and like I said, the biggest thing was just our financial backing didn't allow us to give him what he pretty much, and that's we could have made our trip out to Texas more often and stuff, but that's really hard for us when I'm running 3 shops. Mark is busy with the or doing anything there, and then trying to get him to California and everything. We just couldn't do it, and that mainly was the hardest thing, is just not getting the bike good enough for him. we struggled. So
Yeah.
it ended up being their program. They were very stuck to their program. They believe their program works. And like I said, I wish them the best on that. It didn't work this year for us.
Yeah, no, and that happens for sure. Decal MX bringing you Jeremy Scism from AEO Power Sports. Please check it out. PulpMX code at decalmx.com and get some graphics, get some quality and service and knowledge behind your order. The expert staff will go above and beyond to make sure your questions are answered. You have anything for Jeremy, Paul? Or you just text him later?
Yeah, I'll probably just text him later. I know he's driving to Arizona right now. So
No,
your phone broke up. Your phone broke up.
I drove home early so I could take the phone call not on the road. So.
Look at you. Look at you doing this. Well, hey, man, thanks for calling in. Good job on the team. Really impressive this year. I hope you keep it going. I hope you get more support. I hope the KTM guys step up. You'll probably be moving a shit ton of units for those guys. So, let's figure it out, KTM. Let's make it happen, So, congratulations on the success, man. Thanks for calling in.
No problem, you guys. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. That's Jeremy from AEO Power Sports.
Yeah,
good guy,
good
team?
dude, good friend. Yeah, he's just a smart businessman, I think, and he's a passionate kind of ex-racer that I think he came from Washington and somehow ended up in Arizona. Maybe he met his wife there. I'm not fully positive, but yeah, I consider him a personal friend. I get a lot of insight and information from him on as far as like the dealership landscape that I apply in my job. So and yeah, he's running a professional team, and we support him at Renthal, and yeah, he's a good dude.
The 8 o'clock hour brought to you by the folks at Suspension Direct. Speaking of good dudes, Dan Worley's over there. He's the owner, good guy, really smart guy. He launched the E-Click stuff in 2018. It's been a lifelong project for him. It's more than just electronic shocks. It's a semi-active suspension system that constantly adapts to the road and conditions. No more getting out of the vehicle to adjust suspension before getting on a road or trail. They're available for Jeep, JK, JL, JT models, Raptors.
Gang.
Toyotas, UTVs, and more. PulpMX code to save at Suspension Direct. You can get them at ORW as well if you want to do that. Suspension Direct. Please check this stuff out. It's super cool, super trick stuff. You can also go ahead and check them out for hard to find suspension parts with WP, Showa, Walker Evans, Fox, KYB, and more. Thank you to the Suspension Direct guys, and thank you to the folks at Checkerz as well. Mentioned them earlier. Guts, all on board. Get is on board with us. Intense, Twisted Tea, Weisco Pistons, FMF. Thank you to those guys as well. Works Connection. PulpMX 20 is the code to save with Works Connection, worksconnection.com. Really love those guys as well as Guts Racing. Speaking of Guts, supporting the Raise It for USA guys.
Yeah,
so
supporting the golf tournament. Yes, they are.
All right, Race Tech Rant of the Night. Racetech.com. We had Checkerz on earlier, of course, helping out the industry with some support at Loretta Lens as well. You can get your suspension and motor work done with them. Look after your bike, it'll look after you. Paul, you're a mechanic. You know this.
Important.
Get the seals done, get bushings done, that kind of stuff as well. I have 2 Racetech Rant of the Nights. I'll make them short. Neither one of them make me that angry like a lot of other rants, but I feel strongly about it.
Okay.
Number 1, you've gone to Loretta's.
Yep.
With your family, on with yourself.
Yep. My parents. Yep.
Roughly, when you went and did it a few years back, wife, kid, all that, how much did you spend?
Well, I think I'm a bad example because I don't spend for certain things because it's combination work trip combination. But you still
give me a number. Because Kiefer kind of told me, and
you probably spend, I don't know, $6,000 to $8,000.
Okay, Kiefer said around 10.
Yeah.
Let's say 8.
Okay.
Wi-Fi $600. Entries $1,200. Regionals, areas, right?
Yeah. Gas to drive there. Your trailer to
your broken family after you leave. You know what I mean? The therapy for your broken family. All of that.
See, I don't have that broken family piece because well, anyway, go ahead.
Can
you
just roll with this?
Yeah.
You do all this money for Loretta's. You spend all this money, all this time. It's the biggest amateur race in the country. Careers can get broken or made there. Everything else. You show up at Loretta's. You spend $10,000. Everyone's watching you. And you could draw a fucking spoon with number 40 on it for your first moto. It's unbelievable. And I've said the same thing about Across the Nations. You travel across the world, spend $30,000, $40,000, and if you're not a country in the top 8 or 9 that you know are going to make the A final, you know it, you are. If you're a country like Canada that's sometimes on the verge of not qualifying, your gate pick Saturday morning, you're fucked. Fuck you is what in front says. Because you got gate 40. You got ping pong ball 40. Go home. Thanks for your $30,000. Go home. Because you're fucked, right? So, same thing. If I'm going to rant about that, I'm going to rant about this. $10,000, biggest race in the country, spoons. You draw spoons. Okay, we want to make it fair for everybody. Who says it needs to be fair? It's a race. There should be some sort of qualifying. You want to go to the regionals? You want to go areas? Whatever you want to do. If you want to go Monday practice, they have Monday practice with timers. Very easy to seed you in there. If you don't want to make the Monday a big whip out your dick contest, which I can understand. Maybe you don't, it's one day. We don't want you to whip your dick out. It's dangerous,
Right.
I get all that. If they don't want to do that, okay, listen. You won the regional in Washington. You're number 1 gate pick. You won the regional in Southern California. You're number 2. Blah, blah. All the number 1s get filed in.
Yeah.
It's very easy to do. The fact you got to draw a spoon and you get 40 when your whole summer is based on this race is a joke. It's a clown show just like the Motocross the Nations. And Davies told me that the reasons why, I don't buy it. I don't care. I don't want to hear it. It's ridiculous that you draw spoons at the biggest race in the world for the gate pick where the start isn't that equal. It's not that fair. It's not bad. Okay? It's not some of these MXDNs that we go to, like your gate 40.
Yeah.
Just go home. Right. Just you get rammed in the ass and go home. So it's fairer than those races. The start is fairer than those races. You can pull a good start from a bad gate pick. Maybe not in the morning when it's like you talked about earlier.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's my one rant. Joke.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. And I've asked Davey about it too because I was that guy. I did dedicate my summer and try to get myself in shape, and then I pulled number 40 and I was the first moto of the day. That sucked, and that did have an effect on that moto and the rest of the week, and it has an effect on a lot of people.
There's an easy way to stage people. There's an easy way.
I would love that. Hey, all the regional winners, if there's 6 or 7 regions, you guys pick from the top 7 poker chips, and then if you got second, you pick from the.
Hey, you got 7th gate pick because your region was last.
Yeah, but then you're gonna have people go into a certain region because they know that one's prioritized.
No. You draw.
That's what I mean. If you're a regional winner, you draw from the top 7 chips, and that's your first 7.
Sure.
But I almost like the idea more so just for safety, because I think if you look at Loretta Lynn's, you have the guy that's there. I'm going there to win. You have the guy that's there. I'm just happy to be here. I made it to Loretta
I'm a
Lynn's.
plumber.
You have the guy that's there that said, I've been here 2 or 3 times. I want to be in the top 10 this time. So you have all those different guys with all those different goals, all those different speeds and objectives, right? And then you draw spoons and you randomly put them on the gate, and you could have a factory guy on the inside, a factory guy on the inside, and one on the outside, and you cause this huge, pile up or whatnot. And
I'm a plumber. I work 40 hours a week. I support my family, but I made it to Loretta's by just, by everything else, and I don't really give a shit. Just making it to Loretta's is fine. Oh, look, here comes Mike Brown, who is a professional racer for a living, with gate pick 40, coming across and taking my front wheel out.
Yeah.
Oh, there goes my plumbing job. I'm fucked.
I know, and I don't think it can be done by practice times.
No.
I think that's going to be way too dangerous, and that's not something for amateur racing, I think. But granted, it would be nice to teach our amateurs that, because that's what it's like in the pro ranks, right? But I'm with you. I think there needs to be some revision, because there's so much time, money, and investment. And when you pull 40, god damn it, that makes it so much harder.
And like I said, for Dis Nations, you spend $30,000 to get there as a country. There's only 7 or 8 countries that are locked in for A mains. You know what I mean? No matter what. If they pulled gate 60, they would be in the A main. But there are 15 countries that battle this thing out. Yeah. And if you draw 40 on a hairpin MXGP track, go home. Just go home. You're fucked, right? So it's just ridiculous, the money and the time spent, and it's a clothespin or a ping pong ball. I cannot believe it. And again, like I brought up, why don't you take the transponders times on Mondays? And I was told unsafe. Okay, no problem. There is a easy way to do it. And if you win at the regional, is it area or regional? What's
area comes first? You do the regional.
So if you win at the regional, you get there you go.
Yeah, no, I agree.
It's ridiculous.
I agree. There should be some some way to carry a gate position
It
based on
means
how
too
you do it
much.
at the regional, because
If
that would
this race, they tell us. I don't tell them it's important. They tell me it's important.
You're right.
The industry tells me important. The sponsors tell me important. They're printing money down at the ranch. They have a machine that just prints out $1,000 bills. It's so important to so many people. Can you not just figure it out? It's dangerous.
It's
dangerous.
I believe it is dangerous. Yes,
Right.
I do.
So, if it's a world-class event, you don't see spoons at world-class events. You just don't see them. Okay. That's one rant.
Whew.
My next rant. Not that mad about it. I've said it
Man,
before.
I need someone to sit next to me for the next one.
My next rant. SuperMotocross series.
Okay.
JT and I discussed it. Look, I'm fine with all of it. It's good, cool. You're not doing it for the World Supercross, no problem. You are doing it for the World Supercross, no problem. I don't give a shit. It's more races, more money. Awesome. Great. I hope both series are fantastic. But they put out a press release. And then I get called from Sean Brennan to do a podcast with Dave Prater and Kerry Coombs. And they put out a press release that has a date in it and like some money that we I mean, look, and they don't have anything. There's the podcast I did, you can listen to it. It's a Renthal reaction. There's no answers in there really. Like when you put press releases out, you should have some information. They didn't know qualifying. They couldn't confirm the other two races, right? Which we think we know what they are. Mm-hmm. We know LA Coliseum in October, and there's $10 million up for grabs. Like, if you put out a press release, can we get a little more information? Again, happy they're doing it. Stoked to have it on the scene, but I'm asking Kerry and Prater for information, and I'm getting nothing. Not because they're holding it back. I don't think they know.
Well, yeah, I think it's still a work in progress, and I think there's obviously some urgency and reasons in their plan to why they needed to release the statement.
What
that
are
they
they
did
though?
now. I don't know that. I don't know. I don't know that. But I'm sure there's a reason in their plan why we need to get this announcement, or at least with this information out now. I'm sure there's a reason for it. But
they don't need to open their books for me to tell me the whole secret agenda.
Mm-hmm.
But can you give me something? Anything? What class is it going to be? We don't know. Where's it going to be? We don't know outside the Coliseum. How's this money getting divided up? Well, most of the $10 million will go into these three races. Okay, well, some other rant is great to see it. Can I get a little more details?
I mean, honestly, it's coming down to people with ideas that are trying to get a new idea across, right? This is all marketing. This is all.
Would you release? We're coming out with a purple bar. Not even look. We don't even get the purple bar.
We've teased things before. Everything is released in a certain way to accomplish a certain thing. Sometimes you bring these bar pads that aren't available yet onto a show because you know that's where a lot of the core customer is going to be that's going to want this thing. And you want to take advantage of the time to show them, even though they won't be available for another month maybe.
Okay. So you're not with me on the press release.
No, I think there's reasons why they can't answer those questions yet. I'm sure they're doing the best they can to get the.
They don't need to tell me everything. I understand that whole thing, but Paul, there was nothing in there outside of 3 races and LA Coliseum date. There was nothing else.
But it generated. It's done what it's needed to do. Look at, you're talking about it. The whole world knows about it already, right? So it's already big enough news, and now they can continue to roll out news and make more headlines through the rest of the year and build more hype. And
I just want a little more details. I don't need everything.
How do you think it's going to work? I was thinking about this on the way up here. How do you think they're going to seed guys to this supermoto?
They want people to race the nationals. MX Sports does, of course, but I also believe Feld wants people to race the nationals.
I agree. Yeah.
So we don't go to World Supercross. That's what they're never going to say that, but. Don't go to World Supercross, race the Nationals. And how you're going to get this $10 million in these 3 races is by qualifying via the Nationals and Supercrosses. So they're going to put some sort of big points total or number of wins, in case you get injured or whatever. Yeah. It'll be wins, number of points, or whatever. And trust me, all the factories will get invited because they'll make all the rules really easy.
Well, that's what I mean. So if I was the promoter and this was my business, what would the idea be to make a set of rules that is as fair and easy for people to understand as possible without these all unique
I think points and
implications
wins.
to still get the players that you want
Points and
there.
wins.
So Eli Tomac, Cooper Webb,
yeah.
Ken Roxon, Supercross only guys.
Yeah.
How do you make sure that those guys are going to be
If
at
you've
the
ever won a
SuperMotocross
race
races?
before, you're in the. If you're active and you've won a race before, you're in. If you get,
you don't just think it'll go off. Hey, like we have,
because like Cooper Webb wouldn't be in this year. He didn't win.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
So
if
you
if
need
you're doing
Cooper
it that
Webb
way.
in there.
But he still earned points. He was still a Supercross rider, earning a lot of points.
Yeah, but I think you want the national points to count somehow. So it's going to be a high number.
I get that. So the issue I think is that we have, say, we're going to have 22 motos next year in the nationals that are going to pay points, and we have 17 Supercrosses. So like you can't just base it, or can you? I guess you can just base it just on points, but then motocross would be more favored, right? There'd be you would have more motocross guys that are getting in, but that's not the high profile Supercross rider.
Everyone is going to get a trophy here. In my opinion, everyone will get a trophy. Very easy to make these races. The only guys not getting in these races are privateers that don't sell tickets, they don't care about. Other than that, they want everybody there, right? They don't want to make it too exclusive. What would make it really exclusive is like NASCAR, where there's 30 drivers. You have to win a race, or I think you got to get in the top 12 or win a race, and you're in this playoff series.
I don't
to
pay
the
attention
end.
to NASCAR.
Okay, but I
playoff
think
stuff.
that's how it goes.
Okay.
The new segment is I Wasn't Listening by Travis Marks.
Okay.
But if he was listening, he could tell us the NASCAR playoff.
You're saying Marks is a NASCAR fan?
He can work the Google.
Oh.
Yeah, no, he doesn't know off the top of his head, but he's not listening.
But he's not listening.
Because it's a segment.
Got it.
Travis, I wasn't listening.
Got it.
But I think it's top 12 in points or you win a race. So you can get 16th in points, but you won.
Okay.
So,
and I'm sure they're looking at everybody's
so
playoff.
if you wanted to do it properly, quote unquote, that is how they would do it. Top 10 in points or if you win a race, right? That is how you would get in this race. But they won't make it that exclusive. They want everybody there because everybody gets a trophy. It's 2022.
I don't know, though. Like, you want to, and at the same time, you're trying to incentivize people to race both of your series. So I almost think it should be based on how many points are earned in Supercross and how many points are earned in motocross.
I'm saying it will be.
Okay.
Like, everyone will get a trophy. Everyone's going to get in. That races. That basically races the whole year. And at that,
but you still have to get to 22 guys across two different series, two different disciplines, and you're going to have different athletes racing different ones, right?
Won't be a problem. Won't be a problem.
Okay. I'm just interested to see how they're going to accomplish that. Because that's a cool part for me. Like, I want to see if, Eli Tomac, Supercross only, say he's a Supercross champion again, but he didn't race outdoor, and the guy that went second in both of them, what does that mean when we start this playoff series?
If only we had a press release.
How many points is Eli going to start with, and how many points is this said guy who's overall best going to
If
start
only
with?
we had something in the press release to tell us at all anything about how someone's getting in these races.
I think that information will be rolled out strategically between now and January.
Well, I can't wait for the other 4 press releases that I'll cover in a Renthal reaction. What's your race tech rant that has nothing to do with racing?
Yeah, mine's not that difficult, but I've obviously been traveling a lot lately, right? I've been in England and Belgium and Holland, and now I'm in Vegas. I was in Tennessee. I'm going to Wisconsin next week. And I just got very jealous of when I was driving in all these places. Why can't we get our U.S. drivers to have the same highway etiquette that they have in Europe? Like the left lane etiquette especially.
Yeah.
How where they get out of the way. Like if you're in the left lane, they're always kind of keeping an eye on their rearview mirror, and if somebody's come fast and they move right out of the way.
Yeah.
But here in the States, it's like people rent the fucking left lane. Like it's theirs for the day. I apologize for my language. I ranted. But anyway, that bothers me.
I think because if you don't get out of the way on those European highways, they're going to ass pack you.
Well, why can't we do that here?
Maybe lawyers, maybe Arthur Draper, and those type of guys.
No one will ass pack you here?
I don't know. But you plenty of people will ass pack you. It's not a problem.
I just really enjoyed that when I was driving in Europe because I was in the left lane.
Have you ever held somebody up in Europe in the left lane? Because I have.
I mean,
they are flashing.
Inadvertently.
Yes. No, inadvertently. They are flashing their lights.
Yes.
And leaning on their horn.
Oh, yes.
And you're like, shit, my bad, don't kill me.
Yeah.
And you move over.
Let's have that here. Can we get that here?
I mean,
you do that here, someone will they won't move. They'll just be like, you want me to move?
Well,
now I'm definitely not
America's
moving.
a nation full of guns. So if you try to ass pack somebody, they could pull out an AR-47 and that's it. And you're done. So Maybe that's part of it. Like
it was I'm
just saying,
it's so nice driving on the
I'm with
highways
you.
when people do that.
I'm with
I
you,
wish
man.
I was quite jealous of
Yeah,
it.
right. How was the right-hand side of the road in England?
It was fine.
Was it?
Yeah, it's okay because they put the steering wheel over there too.
I know. Thank you. Great breaking news, everybody.
No, it was fine. I mean,
Yeah.
I rented an automatic, so like I manual steering on the wrong side and road on the wrong side, and then you add manual into it. I think that's just kind of hard, so I take one of the variables out. But no, you'll be fine.
Okay,
you'll be fine.
Because I've only driven in England as a passenger. I've never driven.
Nah,
in England.
you'll be fine.
All right.
It's easy.
Because I'm going to Wales apparently.
Yeah.
I'm not going to England.
Yeah, you're going to be driving a long ways because you're flying into London.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's not England.
No, it's not.
Hey,
they're
Travis.
Welsh.
What's the NASCAR playoff scenario?
I tried to look it up, and I don't know. I don't know.
Pete.
But I was listening.
Are you still getting the phones?
Only when I see them.
Great.
You got a 50-50 shot.
You have one job.
Yeah.
Maybe people aren't calling.
No, there's somebody calling.
Oh, you can tell that.
Oh, yeah, I see that.
But do you want to take that call?
Yes.
Because
You do,
Pete looks
okay.
at it as like, if I put this call
Yeah,
through,
yeah, it's
this
gonna
is
be-
a really controversial question. They could end up talking about it for 30
Right.
minutes, and I'm trying to be out of here at a certain time.
Yeah, no, for sure. For sure. All right, that's Race Tech Round of the Night. Spoons, press releases, driving on the right in the far left lane. Right?
Yeah. I want people to get out of the way.
All right. Let's look ahead to Unadilla. We haven't even touched on the series, Lucas Oil.
Oh, that's
Pro
right. We're
Motocross
going back
Championship.
racing next weekend.
Yeah, we are. This weekend, coming up. Unadilla coming up this weekend. Dylan Ferrandis makes his return, number one racer, number one rider from last summer. 3 to 5, I think. Is there any way, though, Dylan comes in and shocks the...
That would be gnarly if he did.
Good track for him, Unadilla.
It is a good track for him. I'm sure he's prepared. I'm sure he's ready. But I just truly feel that we've seen Eli and Chase find a new level over this last stint before this break that is can't be replicated.
But do they
by
lose a bit
by
on the
training at
break?
home.
Do they lose a bit on the break?
I don't think so.
No?
I think they're going to come in and be even better.
right.
Like they know, hey, 8 motos to win this national championship.
Yep.
It's mano-a-mano type thing. No,
Right.
I think they're going to be gnarly.
Does Ryan Dungey make a podium? You have a bet.
I do.
Does Ryan Dungey make a podium before the end of the year?
I hope he does, but man, I feel like Washougal was a really good
Yeah.
shot, and we got a bit robbed there.
Yep.
Ferrandis coming back.
Yeah,
That
tougher.
makes it harder.
Tougher. Yeah.
And a lot of these tracks coming up for Ryan aren't. I mean, I really like his chances at Washougal. So.
Antonio Caroli coming back at Budds Creek.
I forgot about him too. I don't think it's happening.
You're not going to win your bet.
No.
No.
I forgot.
Blocked.
Tits. What do you think, Tits?
There's always hope.
Dungy.
When it's the Dunge, yes. You never give up.
Great analysis.
Yes.
Yeah, man, it's going to be tough.
what I
But that's
pay
gonna,
It may look bleak, but you never give up.
Yeah, we're going to have some exciting racing here to finish the summer.
Jet won every outdoor overall but one.
Yeah, that's cool.
Do you think Cooper, like we talked about the designations, do you I don't think Cooper gets on a roll. I don't think he starts winning again. Could he win in one of the 8 motos? Yes, but not the majority and not a different guy, I don't think. I could be proven wrong.
Hard to say, right? Because you have two not conflicting, but different. Jed is going to be like, hey, I can win this thing. I got to manage. Can he just continue to stay, consistent?
Yeah.
But he's already riding a 450, thinking about designations a little bit. He knows he's going, and then Cooper's like, I want to go to designations. I just won a moto. Why can't I do it again? My foot's better now. I just had another 3 weeks off. Like I'm going to get into the mix. So I don't know. For the fan in me, I want to see more competition at the top, right? Like my Renthal hat on or not. Obviously, we want Jet to win. We want a Renthal championship, but I love seeing Cooper, Justin Cooper in the mix, and
Schmoda's been great.
Yeah, he's been awesome this year.
I am so surprised at that. Yeah.
I mean, I just want to see good racing.
Yeah.
But I tell you, I have no problem with watching Jet win every weekend too. It's almost like when I was watching McGrath win every weekend.
Yeah.
Some guys, you don't get tired of seeing them win.
Who do you like for this 450 outdoor title? 5 points.
Holy moly!
Like
that's such a hard question. I really like the tracks that are coming at the end of the year here for Chase.
Yep.
I think Chase showed so much maturity getting all those seconds in the row and watching every single one of those interviews and seeing how he was dealing with it. I think he's turned the biggest page that he'll turn in his career, and I fully believe that he is going to be a guy from here on in on out.
Yeah.
Like next year, Supercross, everything. So I think I'm going to give Chase the nod because I know he's down on points, but he's so good at Paula. I think he's going to be really good at Ironman. I think Dilla is going to be a good track for him too. So I think just based purely on tracks, I'll go Chase. But man, how do you? I don't know. It's also hard to bet against Eli. He's like on the best form he's ever been on, and he's won this thing 3 times already.
Eli made a comment about how damn well he's riding, and he only's got 5 points.
Yeah, right. Like those two have pushed each other to a different level, and I think it's just really cool to see as a fan, and I just want to see them both fight it out and both finish healthy. Is what I want to see.
Yeah, round 9 Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championships this weekend at Unadilla should be great. Jet Lawrence, Hunter Lawrence, Joe Schmoda, Justin Cooper, Tomac, Sexton, Caroli at Budds Creek, Dungy, Anderson, Ferrandis. Yeah, should be some really good racing.
Gonna be good.
Looking forward to it. Thanks to the folks at Ride Engineering. Take weight savings very seriously over there. Most triple clamps save 4 to 8 ounces over stock. Some of you guys spend hundreds of dollars on titanium aluminum for weight reduction. While they also offer a very inexpensive way to shed some weight off your bike for $24.95. The lightweight bar pad is half the weight of an OEM bar pad. 1.2 lighter than some of the other brands, and they're designed to fit Ride Engineering's best-selling one-piece bar mount. RideEngineering.com. PulpFan20 is the code to save with RideEngineering.com. And let's get to the phone, shall we?
Oh, shit. That's David Bradshaw's bike. I just fucked up.
What's up, Vital Jamie?
What's up, Steve Mathis? Paul P.
Hello.
Have you seen, I don't know, Paul, how much you've been looked at social media lately, but old Jamie here is quite the bicyclist.
So I think I made it a point to listen to last week's Pulp show so I could get caught up on the inside jokes and what's happening, and then I did see something afterwards that you challenged him to some sort of bicycle deal here
I didn't
or something.
challenge him. He told us he's been riding his bicycle last week. And I said, oh, that's cool, road bike. And I said, how long did you go for? And he goes, 5 miles. And like, look,
okay.
I'm not Joe Cyclist, okay? I'm not Greg LeMond over here, right?
Yep.
But 5 miles on a road bike is not much.
We have high mileage standards here in the moto industry.
So, but full props to Jamie. I don't know if you saw this, Marks, or not, but he did a 15-mile ride. We challenged him to do 15.
And he did it.
He did 15K tonight, and so he did 15.
15K?
15 miles.
Oh, okay.
K tonight, sorry. K tonight.
Got it.
And then Randy Richardson said he would send him a Michelin bicycle tires if he did 22.2.
Did he?
And he did 24, didn't you, Vital?
Yeah,
Jamie?
yeah, just over 23, yeah.
How'd you feel after that one, Jamie?
Not as bad as I thought I would. My legs are really, it's more my balls and my ass that are hurting most of the time.
Yeah, you're chode,
Yeah, your taint, dude. It's the taint. You gotta toughen that thing up.
I'm trying. It's not an area that I'm used to getting toughened up. So.
I'm more impressed with the life change that has happened since he cut off that damn pony. I remember seeing him at the Minneapolis Supercross the day after, and I was like, "Who is this?"
Yeah.
I feel like
perhaps this gentleman needs some rental bars.
I can trust this man.
Yes.
But before that same guy came around, and I was like, "What? Are we going to Sturgis later?"
And did you check your wallet when you walked by? And
Absolutely.
Stuff? Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
So.
Yep.
Yeah. What a change.
Kiefer and I mean, honestly, we want the bike back. What we've done for him.
You want it back?
Yeah. What we've done for him.
So you got him something and you want it back?
Because we've changed his life.
Okay.
And
so now,
Vital MX is getting him a bike.
Oh, so
you can get fucked.
So now he's gonna have 2 bikes, is what you guys are thinking?
We need
that.
But
only one's mine.
Didn't they give it to you, Jamie? Like it's yours to keep?
Yeah, like the title. Yeah, the title. Literally, the title's at the bank because I use it for collateral for a loan to build my shop.
Holy moly!
So anyway, and then Cade said to Jamie, "Get some more elevation in, like 1,000 feet."
Yeah,
and
I'm
like, easy, bro. He's in Texas.
Yeah,
but no, he got 1,000.
Great job.
He got 1,000. Like
what else can we tell you to do,
dude? Every challenge, Jamie's
he
He
knocks it out.
knocks it out.
Maybe it's time for a new one. What else do you got now?
There's literally like one big hill near where I've been riding, and I had to ride it like 15 times. I just made a loop, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna keep doing it until I hit 1,000.
How's the Polar?
It's good. I'm starting to kind of understand it. So yeah, I've been using it. And
Polars
the
are great.
chest strap. Yeah, they're
Or what?
cool.
What are you at?
percentage are you at
What
for
are
the
you
day?
at for your production of your day? Productive day. What are you at?
Shit, I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. I have no idea.
Okay.
I generally look at my distance and my how high my heart rate gets, and I don't know. I could open it here while we're talking and see if I can figure it out. But yeah, I haven't been keeping up with that. I'm just
he's
trying not to die right now.
He's working for Vital. He's bicycling. He's not laying in ditches anymore. He's got a haircut that makes him look like a normal human being.
Shit is changing.
No more greasy bandana.
Yep. No more Harley rallies.
No more Harley rallies.
Yep.
He's a respectable member of the media.
Good for you, Jamie. Good for you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yep, it's been
but-
something. I don't know.
But Paul,
Mm-hmm.
he has to give up the wrap-up show at the end of the year.
What do you mean?
The Vital's not letting him do the wrap-up show at the end of the year. He's
Oh.
gonna finish the year for us here.
Yep.
And then that's it.
No more wrapping things up.
No more wrapping up.
So wrap-up show's done.
No,
No?
we're
You're still going to wrap things up?
We'll see. We'll see
Okay.
if we can get our sponsors back on board, Guts Racing and Motorsport and Michelin,
Okay.
Seal Savers, and we'll see if they want to continue with the wrapping of the show.
Okay, but it'll be somebody else wrapping
It'll
it.
be someone else wrapping
Doing the
it
wrapping.
up. There was a gentleman in Australia that did a really good job.
Hmm.
I've got an email from some other guys that want to do it.
Really?
Marks wants to do it.
I'm not interested, just so you know. Count me out right away. I know I'm towards the top of your list, but I'm not there.
Are you guys developing some sort of new combined series with a playoff format to figure out who
Yeah,
this
we got $10
guy
million
will be?
from Peacock
Yeah.
if we combine them. Yeah.
Okay, where are you exactly is that money going?
Yeah,
I want to
exactly.
know.
Oh, no problem.
Well, it's not going to the host of the wrap-up show, I can tell you that.
Listen, Mr. Guida, we are 50-50 partners on the wrap-up show. I feel like that's more than a fair arrangement.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
You're right.
He could barely say that. So, are you bicycling with like chamois, with a pad?
Yeah, I bought like a because you said to get one. I ordered a cheap one off Amazon or whatever, but then Brian Fullerton from Checkerz, I guess he gets a deal with some. I can't remember what brand it is, but he hooked me up with one that was like $150. So a higher end one that'll be here sometime soon.
Is it a bib or a short?
The bib.
Yeah, you got to wear a bib.
Proper.
Yeah, you got to have a bib.
That's what you had said, and Brian said the same thing. So that's what I got.
Once you get that, and you get rolling some bicycle, the taint will toughen up.
What do you think about bib style riding, motocross riding gear? Never fall off when you seat bounce. Over your shoulders, jersey on overwards, tight fitting, but moto materials, right? No belt.
Hot? Is it hot?
I don't know. Think that's possible?
I don't know.
Just
I'm not
wondering.
sure. But now you gave Vital Jamie an idea. He's probably going to put this in the forum next week.
Maybe.
Have you been in the forum, Jamie? How is the
that's got to be tough part.
How are the
you
locals
have to go on that, huh?
treating you?
If I'm being honest, I don't spend a ton of time in the forum. Right now, I'm trying to learn all the stuff that Michael has me doing. It's a lot of computer stuff that like Photoshop and Adobe Premiere that I don't know. So I'm spending all my time just trying to figure out how to do my actual job quickly. So I haven't just spent like free time in the forum at all.
Do you think this official title and job and all the things that come with officially being part of the industry is this going to change Jamie's outlook on this industry and this sport now that it's become it's going to be
I hope
less
he doesn't
of
get like an ego. There's a lot of media guys with egos,
Mm-hmm.
that just think like just whatever. There's a lot of egos, not a lot, but there's 3 or 4 guys that have egos.
Is that what you guys refer to when you call him like SoCal Jamie or like
yes?
Are you guys trying to keep his ego checked?
Well, because we've gotten a head nod from him at Supercrosses. If he's talking to someone more important or a hot chick,
right?
He has given Kiefer the head nod, like not even "What's up, man?" Just and we're like Jamie. You can't be doing the head nod because someone's more important or whatever. You got to be like, hey, what's up?
Got it.
I had a guy, I had a fan write me and tell me that he tried to talk to me after a race, and I was talking to the Kawasaki team manager, and I wouldn't give this guy the time of day. And I'm like, yeah, man, because I don't know you, and I'm probably talking to Dan Fahey about something important, or, like something I'm getting a job knowledge here, and I'm not going to just stop and talk to you, Joe Fan. That's different from Jamie knows us, so he can be able to say, hey, man, what's up? He doesn't need to stop and bro us down, but a head nod, Paul? A head nod?
At least he didn't call you Bud.
Oh yeah, you don't like
I
that.
don't like Bud. No.
I don't see a problem with that. But
what do you think, Jamie?
You'd have to know more of the details of the situation, Paul. You know how Steve and Keeper like to blow things out of proportion.
Oh, okay, I read you.
I was in the middle of it. I was in the middle of a fairly personal conversation with somebody, and I saw Chris walk by, and I was like, "What's up?" Just the head nod. He's right, but it wasn't any ego or anything like that. That's not it. That's not how I'm wired.
You were engaged in the conversation because it was something important.
do you feel?
Yes.
Listen, Paul, you are a major player in the industry with rental.
Really? Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Championship winning mechanic and everything. How do you feel about Vital hiring Jamie and Jamie working there? Jamie looking like a normal human now.
It's a way that Vital has connected themselves to a piece of pulp, which is probably strategic. But honestly, from what I've heard from Michael, Jamie's a hard worker and he produces a lot of goddamn content. So maybe his passion is something that's hard to find in the industry. So
okay, here's another thing that Kiefer and I are a little worried about Jamie.
Okay,
we got the head nod.
I can't wait.
Okay, he's also posted a couple photos on his social media.
Okay.
Of him talking to riders, and he said like, "I got caught."
What do you mean?
Somebody took a photo of him, and then he posted the photo. So and so caught me talking to RJ Hampshire. Gotcha.
I'm sorry, I don't.
Oh, like a media super fan guy?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, who knows? But he's posted photos of himself caught in the action of being
tagging the
doing
rider.
His job. Yeah.
Tagging the rider.
Yeah, always.
Okay.
I haven't got my Supercross Motocross media handbook with all the rules in it yet. I'm sorry.
You need to spoke to Mr. Anton. He is the chairman of the board, so please talk to Anton about that. He makes the rules.
I didn't realize the word "caught" was such a big deal. Although it's funny how much I see it now that you guys have pointed out from other people.
Yep. Do you not have it?
But I don't see it as a problem. I don't know why. Why is that a problem? Like if I had posted just no wording, I just posted the picture. Would that have been okay?
No. You could post a photo of yourself like at the races, like hey, like make a funny caption about like I didn't know what shirt to wear today. Or
don't take yourself too seriously.
Right,
I think is the industry vibe.
There's
right?
too much seriousness.
We are a tiny little niche.
You are a loon ball.
And yeah, nobody's cool really. Like everyone thinks they're giant movie stars in this industry, but we're not. We're tiny. We're insignificant.
Right. Well, I'm learning the rules as Steve tells them to me.
Well, I don't make them. I don't make them. I just pass Anton.
Yeah, you're passing over around the torch.
I'm trying to help you. Like I think I've done a lot to help you, Jamie. I mean, you can't deny that.
Of course. Yeah.
Right.
No, I never have.
So here I am helping again, and you're shitting on me. Yep. So you know what I mean?
Yeah. Of course. Yep. Hey, speaking of your YZ250 you want back, I got to ride it this weekend at Masterpool's place. So you were just talking about.
Oh wow, check you out. Get the race tech stuff on.
Must have been hot.
Everything.
Oh, it was so hot, so rough. Yeah, the race tech was good though. PDR suspension. PDR
Are you? Two strokes a lot of work, man. You got to shift that thing. You got to. I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to do that anymore. I don't want to ride a two-stroke at all.
I like that they're at Red Bull Straight Rhythm, but I think they're pretty useless after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably going to be like a woods bike because I want to start doing some cross-country bike riding.
Yeah, four-stroke would be better for that too.
I'm going to drive out for Paula, and Vital's going to let me bring back the 23 Husky 350.
Oh, you're coming out to Paula.
Yeah, I'm going to drive out, pick up a bike, hang out for Paula.
Well, if
I heard he's going golfing on Sunday too.
Oh, are you?
Nobody's going to want me on any of their teams. That would be bad.
Well, listen,
I've never played golf in my life.
I want to.
Just as a member of the media, he plans to attend.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I need to remember to do this closer to Paula, but I'm going to announce right now a contest for our listeners.
Oh, boy.
$100 for the best person who catches Jamie in the action.
And they post it and just tag you?
Yeah.
And they say, caught Jamie
interviewing.
Caught Jamie. Caught Jamie doing this, caught Jamie doing that.
I need our listeners to catch Jamie doing media work, and the best one gets a $100 gift card to motorsport.com.
Wow.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Okay. All right, I'm down.
Yep.
This is between now and Paula?
No, just because he's going to be at Paula. At Paula. Yeah,
okay.
But I'm going to forget this, so someone needs to remind me.
Right.
Because I'll forget that I said that.
Okay.
But HunterSollerMotorsport.com.
It'll probably be like Emery or something. Emery is always taking shots.
I don't get caught in the action at all, ever.
I don't know. I don't know why.
So are you asking for these photos? Or are you like, hey, Emery, do you have photos of me?
No, they
Emery,
just send them to me.
You got any photos of me, Emery? Are you saying that?
No, they just send them to me.
Please, Jesus, tell me you don't say that.
I just told you I don't say that.
Oh, I know, but just be honest.
It'd be awesome if he was tipping him off, like
like a celebrity.
Like a celebrity, like, hey, the paparazzi's coming around. I'll be showing up around this time.
I'm going to be over by Suzuki at 4 o'clock.
Emery, I'll be talking to Pipes at 4. FYI.
Just be there.
Yeah.
I need the content.
I believe you, Jamie, but please don't. Yeah, don't do that.
Okay, no problem.
What I don't get about these photos. So today, I posted a photo of Jeff Matasevich on my Instagram that I bought from Chris Haltner. A photo. I gave him a bunch of money. And
you told me this.
Bought photos, right?
Yeah.
Just to post on my social media, and I think it's so awesome that he's taking these cool photos. And so I posted a photo of Chicken Matasevich on my Instagram. Bell Helmets takes it and just puts it with Bell Helmets. Like, what are you doing? I bought that photo from Chris. You just took it and put your logo on it. Didn't give Chris any credit or me or anything. So that's weird. And I don't think that's cool.
Yeah.
My next point
is bad etiquette.
My next point is these riders come back from practice, and they have these photos from practice up on their Instagram within 1 minute of getting off the track. Are these photographers like, hey man, here's my photo. Here's a photo of you. Like,
dude,
those photos. Chase Sexton. They should pay for those photos.
Chase Sexton is paying a guy to come to every single race with him to take content.
Okay, so that was a bad example. Yeah. Okay, so
for him,
Cooper Webb.
That's the level a lot of these guys
are
at.
And I'm down with that. That's cool. But if I'm Emery, Cubby doesn't go to the races anymore. But if I'm Anton, if I'm Emery, if I'm any of these guys that take photos, Rich Shepherd, I am not letting a rider post a photo that I took without paying me. I don't need the cred. I don't need to be caught in their Instagram caption. Like, I don't get that part. I don't understand that. Like, that's your camera, that's your skills, that's your work. And, I assume they're sending it to the guys.
I would think so, too. I'm
just
pretty sure a lot of photographers share their links with riders.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't give my photo for free to the riders. Like, you make millions of dollars, bro. You can pay me. And if you don't want to pay me and get it free from someone else, then cool. I don't get that part in the industry.
I don't know.
I don't get why Bell Helmets took my photo of that Chris Haltner shot in 1989 and put it on.
Sometimes it's like, hey, it's already on social media. That's
fair game.
That's fair game. It's been posted. Like, it's no one's there. You can't protect anything.
It's a tough world we live in.
Yeah, it is. Like, and that's some people feel like that, but it's just an etiquette thing.
Yep. Wrap up show. Go ahead.
Some of those photographers have deals with the OEMs, though, right? Would that not be part of the same deal? Like if a photographer
could be,
working for KTM, then they just they automatically goes to Cooper or whoever.
Yep. I don't know.
That could be.
Yep, that could be too. Yeah, for sure.
They could be paying them some roundabout way.
All right, wrap up show this week.
Yeah, Pro Filters Trevor Reese.
Wait. Are you serious?
I like Trevor.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Why? What?
I was just talking shit on him.
No, you weren't. You were praising him for being a good
and then I said
cyclist.
I said his rating went down because he crashed on this easy part of the track.
Yeah, well.
So he did. Now normally he wouldn't listen, right? There's no way Trevor listens to this show every week.
You never know.
He is now going to listen because he's doing the wrap-up show, and he's going to hear me talking shit on him.
I get to hang out all next week with Trevor in Madison, Wisconsin.
He is a rad dude.
Trevor's a good person.
And he's an amazing cyclist. And
so are you covering it all up right now a little bit?
Yes. I'm trying to how do I backtrack?
I don't know,
Marks, cut that out of the show. Cut that out where I said
he's busy.
Where I said
he wasn't listening.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There's a new segment. There it is
again. He wasn't listening.
Cut that out where I said he crashed on a really easy section because
Pretty sure we don't have the technology for that.
I'll just cut it out, but I'll just tell him in person next week. Steve said you crashed it.
This is really coming back to bite me, Darkside. Thanks.
Who else you got, Darkside? Jamie?
Clay Olson, owner of PDR Performance Race Tech Suspension. He's the guy that did my forks.
Oh, how convenient.
My shock.
Gets suspension done and puts him on a wrap-up show.
There was a deal there.
Exactly.
There was a deal there.
Jamie's already learning the media game well.
Yeah, he is.
I actually hit up Paul, but Paul was at Loretta's and didn't get the message before I hooked somebody else up. And then Paul also thought it'd be very weird to do the wrap up when he's in studio.
I asked
so
him
he's
that. I
another
was
one
like,
on my
how does
side.
that work?
People do that.
Really?
Yeah.
So
Jamie
I would
did
comment on what I say?
Jamie did it last week with the great Australian guys. And Jamie did it, but because Nick was saying, what'd you guys do in the commercial? What'd you guys talk about before the show? What'd you guys talk about after the show? All that kind of stuff.
BTS.
Behind the scenes, yes.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Yeah, he texted me, and you know how Loretta's goes.
Yep.
Your phone goes dead. You're no service. I was too cheap to buy the Wi-Fi for the 2 days I was there, so I went 36 hours or so with no contact.
Maybe you should have drawn a spoon. Maybe that would have helped you.
Oof. It's poker chips nowadays, but
oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, because the old school trick when there were spoons there, whoever you go down to the whoever has the first race, and whoever pulls the good spoons, you're down there and you see who they are and you start marking up the end of the spoon so you can see what they look like. So when you roll up for your first moto, you can pick.
How do you mark it up?
What do you mean? You go down there with the first class and have the guy who pulled the one fucking mark it up.
What do you mean mark it up though? Like
mark up the tip of the spoon.
Oh, with a marker?
No, just scrape it on your foot peg, something to make it look different from the other 40 that are in there.
So they don't hold the bucket up high.
No. Now they have brand new rolls of 40 poker chips that go into the bucket. You pick one and it's yours to keep, and they just keep. They have a new sleeve every single time, and that's your souvenir. Hey, there's my gate pick. I got 40.
Oh.
At the spoon trick got to be outlawed because people were cheating.
So back in the day, the Canadian Loretta Lynn's, it was clothespins.
Yep.
And a guy got caught because he just wrote number 1 and put it in the bucket and then pulled that out. You know what I mean? Held in his hand and then pulled out number 1. They're like, well, this guy got number 1. So my question for that guy was always did you think you weren't going to get caught? Because now there's 2 number 1s.
I know.
How did you think that was going to work?
That's why the poker chip solves all that. Because there was people trying that too. Man, if you need to come to Loretta's. There's lots of. This is a serious race. There's lots of.
It's not that serious.
Angling happening.
They just pick poker chips for.
I mean, the electric 50 class. They're spraying their bikes with the cold spray, keeping them in a van next to the start to keep them cold, to keep the battery cold. They don't go on the parade lap. They skip the parade lap.
Yeah.
I mean, there is lots of strategy. That we are exploiting every angle we can down there at the ranch.
The spoons need to go. Poker chips need to go.
Oh yeah,
the poker chips.
The random start positions need to go.
Absolutely, too much money on the line.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Right. All right, Jamie. Are we bicycling tomorrow? Are we bicycling tomorrow?
Yeah, every morning, man. I hit the trail up at 6:30 every morning.
Look, Marks.
What a life, dude.
I was just gonna
Marks, he doesn't work?
Unbelievable.
He bicycles every day?
So wait, did you quit your other what was he doing?
He dug ditches.
You've quit that?
Yeah.
Your full-time Vital.
My last day was the 20th of last month, and the 21st was my first day of Vital.
Wow.
I don't want to give out the amount of money, but his Vital job is a significant amount of money raised. So
he's making more money.
He's making more money. He's bicycling every day. He's not digging ditches. He's got a haircut. He's got a YZ250.
He has switched industries and switched lives, basically.
Right.
When
and
he parted with that hair, he left that guy behind.
Dude, and it's all due to me.
Well, you do like to take credit for a lot.
All of it.
You don't think it has to do anything to do with him?
Michael Lindsay, nothing. Nothing. He's a piece of shit. Nothing.
Nothing to do with him?
I'm kidding. Michael Lindsay called me. Should I hire Jamie? What do you think?
Yeah.
I feel like I gave him a good,
Good reference.
Yeah. And how does anybody hear about Vital Jamie when he was greasy dark side on this show?
I think I heard about him through sister Harley Brandon Tucker, I believe. Fuck you.
Jamie, you got what is it? August? You got 4 more months of this.
Imagine what he's going to look like in a year. Shaved legs.
Yeah.
Slicked back hair.
There's no chance, Jamie, you move out of your bumfuck Texas town, though, right? You're not moving?
Well, kind of take offense to bumfuck Texas, but no, I'm staying, man. My granddaughter, my kids here.
Right.
Texas sucks, though.
I don't think Texas sucks, but where he lives sucks.
I think I would not want to live there.
You wouldn't live there?
No.
I think I'd live in Dallas. I like Dallas.
No, thank you.
Okay. All right. Moving on.
I'm outside of Dallas where it's quiet. I don't have any neighbors. I can ride dirt bikes in my backyard.
Jamie, what's the status of the attacking dog on your bike rides?
Oh, yeah. I've moved places. I don't ride there anymore. Actually,
okay.
There's a walking bicycle trail in the town next to me that I didn't think was very long, but apparently they've added onto it. So that's where I go every day.
He started he couldn't ride by his house next door neighbor because the dog literally would eat him.
Really?
Yes. Called the cops on the dog.
Yeah,
and
that's
everything.
inconvenient.
Right.
Yeah.
I said, so what if you just kick him? Like he's like, no, this dog keeps coming. There's no stopping this dog.
So he had to change his route.
Yes.
Alter.
Right.
Okay.
Great neighbors you got there.
Yeah, before I go, I got a challenge for you.
Okay.
Have you decided yet if you're doing vet nationals?
No, I have not.
Okay, because I'm coming and I'm moving up to your class.
Oh, you are?
So, yeah.
Oh,
I think he's challenging you, is what I just heard.
So
that's what I'm training for.
So you want to beat Steve?
I mean, it'd be nice. I don't know that I can, but we're going to give it a shot.
As Mark's just said in our Slack, Jamie's now giving challenges out. Like he's now He's now cocky. Yeah.
Ego.
He's the captain.
Ego on this guy.
Right. Honestly, Jamie, I haven't ridden much. I may not be much of a factor.
Hey, that would be the ultimate flex. Don't ride, show up, beat him. Let him do all the training. Oh man, then you sit him down for the rest of the day after that. Like he's done. Never a challenge again.
The new Blue Crew is going to be announced on Wednesday.
Yeah.
And
you can get yourself one maybe.
Myself a
Make
new
sure
Blue
he
Crew.
doesn't have one.
Yeah.
You can affect that.
Yep.
Yep.
What do you think about that, Jamie?
Bring it. Let's go.
So you don't normally ride B class though, right?
No. I've been a C class lifer, but I'm going to go ahead and move up.
Okay. All right. I mean, honestly, I should be in C class the way I ride at that thing.
Right. Yeah. You reached the professional level in Canada, but you're a C class rider now. Okay.
I went 12.9 last year or 9.
That doesn't mean
12.
You've still been a rider before in the past. You can't be C now. You can't. That's not how it works.
I don't know. I base it off when I go to a race. If the guys in the B class, if I were to race with those guys and they take off and I can't see them anymore after the first lap, then I'm not a B class guy.
Well, that's what happens to me when I race 30 Pro at Mammoth or something. I can't see.
Right.
I can't see Josh Grant after a while, but I got to race that class.
Yeah, I don't care, but I just I've been mid pack. I've been happy with the mid pack, like in the B class, like for my age group. I'm in mid pack. I'm not stoked, but I'm not. I don't want to be the last place guy. No one wants to be the last place guy.
So. No, or just I don't want to go out there and pay to race, and there's literally nobody to race with. I'm just practicing for $50 for 10 laps.
Right. Well, look at you,
So,
Paula, World Vets, bicycling.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, I'm eating. I haven't had a Coke.
Hey, good
any
for you.
Sugar really, like over a week. Which
cut soda out.
Friday or Saturday, coming home from Master Pools, I would have probably killed somebody for a Coke, but I held off. Went into In-N-Out and ordered a water.
Wow.
But you got a burger and fries, I'm sure.
I got a cheeseburger and I didn't eat the bread. But look, I don't know shit about eating healthy. I've been trying to do some research, and the keto stuff says hamburgers and fucking steak are okay.
Dude, the easiest thing to start with is just cut dairy out. Try to do that, and you'll see great results. You don't need any dairy. That does nothing for you.
I get a lot of differing.
Try that one
opinions on
first.
that.
Try that. I'm sure you get a lot of opinions, but try that one first to see if you can do that even. That's
Listen,
hard
if it
enough.
tastes good, it's good for you.
Wow. I mean, he's not wrong.
If you guys were, if you were to see my cabinets and all the cookies and the ice cream that's still sitting there, that tortures me every day, but I haven't touched it in a week. So.
Right. Okay. All right.
I'm trying to do better.
Listen. We got to go because Pete over in the corner is
he texting you saying, "Hey"?
Oh yeah. No, he's on
this number.
He's on Slack.
Keep
right
it
now.
going.
Yeah.
I've been doing that for the last 45 minutes.
It's almost midnight here. I'm fine with that.
It doesn't matter. You don't work in the morning. You're fine.
I got to get up and go for a bicycle ride.
Oh.
Wow.
Wow.
Steve, you don't have to get up and go to a job either.
He's not complaining about the
time.
though,
I don't complain about. I go on bicycle in the morning. Yeah. Paul and I went up. Wow, we were out at 8. Wasn't that early? It was late today. Yeah. I'm normally
Team Pete, so I get it. I'm Team Pete, even though he didn't want to talk to me when I called in.
He's what?
Team
I
Pete.
said even though he didn't want, he just put me straight to.
Team
you guys.
Pete.
You're not Team Tater.
I'm really busy over here.
You're not Team Tater.
I'm Team Pete too. I don't think I've even met your new guy.
Don't need to.
It's been a while. I always when I'm in, Pete rolls in.
We have a contract,
and I like
exclusive.
I like it. He's my producer.
Poor Tater. All right, thanks, Jamie. We'll talk to you later. Good luck with the bicycling and everything else, and you're welcome.
Thanks, Steve.
All right, see ya.
See ya.
That's Dark Side, everybody.
Catch him at Paula. Earn yourself $100.
Catch him at Paula. Get $100. All right, motorsport.com tweeted Tits segment. Let's do it.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from motorsport.com.
All right, I'll ask the questions because
tweets at
Pete
Tits
won't
Q&A
ask the
segment where your
questions.
twatted questions find answers.
He hit that intro button before you finished your sentence.
All
He's
right,
ready.
go ahead, Tits.
First one is from Kevin Foster. He caught a rumor that Deegan will be racing Ironman National in a couple weeks. Is Ryder D still going pro sometime this season as well?
We covered this already, so next question. We don't want to waste this.
That's old news, right?
I'm glad you laughed. That was funny.
Come on, man.
He's out of there. What's the next segment? Let's keep the show moving.
What do you do for employees like that? How do you discipline
I don't know, man. You got your hands full, I feel.
You just let
like,
them go.
I think
You
it's a
just
lot of
say,
things.
Thanks for your service. We're moving on.
I think the way you can fix it is you take all
for your
your
service.
You need to take all your pulp staff to Cabo for a long weekend and just reset
boy.
everybody.
Yeah.
A golf trip to California would be nice. Veterans Day or Labor Day?
It's that weekend. Yeah.
Labor Day, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. From Patty McMullen, any update on Beta or Triumph?
No, next 2024, both of them. Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Where will Dino end up?
Firepower Honda.
From Simon. Yep, Simon. Is Jordan Smith going to ride the last 4 rounds for Star Racing or wait for Supercross?
I didn't hear about Jordan Racing. Did you?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't I wouldn't foresee him racing any nationals, but maybe he would. It's not outside the realm.
Okay. From Lucas, are you aware of any protests or disqualifications at Loretta Lynn's this year?
Yeah, I'm aware of some like docks, like so. Dax Bennett, the second 250B moto, I think his bike wouldn't fire. He missed the parade lap, and he had multiple.
How different is the new YZ450F going to be?
Well, it's Monday tonight. The bike's out Wednesday. So I don't know if I can break any news. It's only 2 days, not even.
Yeah, you can break a
That's
little.
fine.
I'll break a little
Just
bit.
be like
about-
Dark Side with the fly
There's
stuff.
not much
Just-
parts the same.
Okay.
I learned that.
There's 2 parts that are the same. The shock and the rear wheel, I believe. That is it. Every part is different.
Okay.
So it's a radically different bike. By the way, thank you to Trevor Paul and Sportin' Wood 303 for the YouTube donations.
Sport and Wood.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Right.
Next one is from Rotocross.
Never heard of him.
What from Loretta's is more shocking? Martinez winning Open Pro or Alessi with 0 hole shots?
That's a good question.
That is a good question.
I'll go Alessi 0 hole shots.
As more shocking? Yeah.
Yeah.
You would think
They're
he'd
both
get
shocking.
at least a shot.
They're both shocking, but yeah.
I mean, he raced 6 times. He didn't get one.
Right.
Did he race 6 times?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, you were right. That's what you said.
Okay. From Kurt Lucas, Paul, why are bar pads so hard to put on?
I don't think they are. You think they're hard to put on?
No, not really. You find the crack and you put it in there.
Go check out Renthal's YouTube series. We go over how to install a bar pad. We can show this. What's his name again?
I don't know.
We can show him how easy it is to put a bar pad on.
He'll know.
Kurt. Go on the tube.
I just ass pack it. I mean, this is what I do.
That's the way you do it?
Oh yeah.
I'd like to see how you do that actually.
Fuck my ass.
Jeez.
You ass pack it.
From Spunk Nasty, Paul, why doesn't Yamaha put Renthals or Pro Tapers on their production lines?
I don't know. I think it's a choice made by someone that they feel the cost to add a prominent brand to their handlebar does not bring the value.
It's a cost thing, right?
Yeah, I would guess so, right? Like some brands really want to, like what Intense is doing with their Intense Taser. I mean, they think it, brings a certain value to have that Renthal name on their handlebar. So some companies don't, I guess. It could be like, hey, like we know people are changing their handlebars pretty quickly. Could be one of those things.
Right.
Okay. From Keelan Wright, Paul, what was the reason why you didn't race Loretta's this year?
I put in a pool to be quite honest with you, we just talked about how expensive it is to go to Loretta's, and I spent every kind of dollar that we had to put a pool in. For
I'm
the
a pool
family,
guy.
So
I'm a pool guy.
I think I made a really good choice, to be honest with you.
You guys got pools?
I'm not rich.
You got a Raptor. You got a $90,000 Raptor.
That's not at all what it cost me.
Yeah,
but
it is. Yeah, you have $90,000 Raptor.
Nope.
So, you got a pool?
My parents do, which is good enough.
I'm a pool guy.
I'm a mooch, yeah.
Pool over Loretta's for me this year, I think, was an amazing choice, and that's why I didn't go to Loretta's. And like, I'm kind of just been burnt on riding and racing motorcycles. I really enjoy riding and racing bicycles now, and not getting the pressure washer out after every time I go riding is really cool.
No maintenance either.
It's fitting life better.
Yeah.
Allows me time to do things like raise it for USA.
Okay.
Is there anybody whose life has improved more than Jamie Guida's in the last 5 years in the world?
Yeah, there's got to be. I just can't think of something.
Like some
somebody that's won the lotto, maybe.
Some Ethiopian kid that got adopted?
I mean, somebody that's like, yeah, I'm sure there's somebody.
Okay.
But
is he top 5?
Don't know. But you
just go with
I get
Paul.
the yeah, I get
yes.
the.
The
I'm
answer
sorry.
is yes.
Move the show along.
Yeah. From Lacrosse Defense Coach Paul, with electric bikes coming, will Renthal start producing separate bars of different characteristics due to no engine vibration? He says not same acoustics of an internal combustion engine.
Not a bad question.
No, not a bad question, but no, I don't think we're there yet. There still isn't that like dominant electric player that really we have to pay attention to yet, I think. Yeah, there's not a lot. It's a small customer base that's buying electric bikes or interested in right now still, so no, not yet.
Somebody asked, what would Deegan's handicap be right now in fantasy?
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to look at that. What did some of the other rookies come in at Hangtown, like Romano? What did he come in at? Marks, you remember what Romano was at the first national?
I don't.
So let's say within 2 or 3 of that, whatever that was.
Okay, good talk.
What was the first one?
What would Deegan's handicap be?
No, I mean, what was the first race for one of those guys?
Oh, where were we? Romano Paula.
This year?
Yeah. See,
he's not on there.
Yeah, he raced Paula.
I spelled it wrong. Sorry.
8.
He's an 8.
Yeah, so he would be between 6 and 10. There we go.
Wow.
What?
Okay.
Riveting stuff, I know.
From Joe, Steve, what is crazier, Ryan Hughes giving a speech on mental health or Brian Deegan believing in chemtrails?
Does Deegan believe in chemtrails? Is this?
I'm taking him at his word. I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, I don't know. Rhino talking about mental health has got to be.
I hear it didn't go well, that thing at Loretta's.
Wow.
Shocker.
Jesus, knocked me down.
That's old news, right?
That's pretty good.
Actually, it wasn't bad.
I was just saying, don't
wasn't
give me that
bad.
look. I
No.
went through them. Yeah.
It's not bad. You know.
That's more than I thought he was going to give you.
Yeah, and like Tater, though. Tater hangs in there.
Well, that's why he should be here more often.
Oh, you got your hands full.
I got passive.
I think I got to get going.
I got passive-aggressive employees. That's what I got. I got a real problem with that.
It is. The tone is so much different here than when the last time I was here.
When people complain about free mechanic work and time frames and things like that, it really
See what I mean?
doesn't.
Let's get it. Do these guys get a rant? Do they get to have a
They
rant?
can have a rant. The problem is they don't listen.
Rant about.
They don't
nothing
listen.
to rant about.
Okay.
I give that gentleman in the corner a $7,000 mountain bike. Just here you go.
Give?
Yeah, just
loan.
Yeah.
Oh.
Here,
Ride
get
it-
this out of my garage.
ride
You
it-
can use it in the meantime.
Ride
Earlier
it.
he goes,
taking up
you
space."
just want your shit out of your own garage is
That's
what
not
he accused
true.
you of.
That is not true. I have bike holders in my garage. I have more than enough room for that bike. But out of the kindness of my heart, the generosity of my heart, I give that gentleman a $7,000 intense taser to do with as he pleases.
And,
Hey,
and do
Steve.
you expect anything in return for
Nothing.
that? Nothing.
Oh yeah, bike work.
There we
I
go.
thought you were talking like money. Right? No, yeah. He has said, "I'll work on your mountain bikes for you."
And I will.
Are you one of those riders that requires a lot of bike work?
No.
You know,
You
are you
go through
hard? Are you
stages.
tough on
Yeah,
equipment?
it
or-
seems
You
like
go through
it's good for like a
stages,
month,
yeah.
and then there's a shit show of 3
All
weeks.
of a
and
sudden,
then-
yeah, things go bad.
Right.
Got it. All right.
Speaking of shit show, Arthur Draper. Have you been in a car accident lately? Motorcycle accident?
I don't know. I don't want to be either.
Arthur Draper, friend of the show. He's a slow moto guy turned attorney. In fact, ambulances chase him now. If Marks and his $90,000 Raptor runs you down, contact ArthurDraper.com. Help is only a phone call away. And Arthur only gets paid if you get paid. And take Marks to the cleaners. if you can. Consultations are free. Just call ArthurDraper.com.
Turn the giggles mic off over
Yeah,
there.
I know, right? Yeah. Peanut guy. He's like the Muppets. He's like the old man in the balcony.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. ArthurDraper.com. Thanks to Arthur for coming on. Jeremy Scism, Chris Riesenberg, Jason Weigandt, Cole Martinez, all on tonight. Jason Thomas as well. Good show.
Yeah. We just underrated how good he can get his point across, and
yeah, he brings it.
He brings it every
Yep,
time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
One of my favorite people in the industry, without a doubt. We're giving away some Purple Edition Renthal bars. We've done 2 tonight. Cloth pads. DMs are flying in right now, so we'll ship those away for people. RaiseItForUSA.com. RIASEIT, the number 4, USA.com. For more details.
I'd say that's you got that backwards.
That's RAI. We just want
see what I get? You see what happens?
You will get people going to the wrong website, and then they will be upset at you for giving you the wrong
September
info.
4th, Red Hawk Golf Club in Temecula. Go to the website and read all about it and donate and help Team USA.
Sign up to play golf.
Yep. And maybe there'll be a PulpMX. Maybe you get put with the PulpMX force.
Pretty sure there'll be a PulpMX team there.
Yep.
I think we might have a silent auction there. I think we got a lot of cool stuff that's going to happen here in the next month.
All right, I'm going to donate one app builder, Travis Marks. He'll build an app if you get silent auction right.
Time frame is to be determined.
I have your PulpMX
You have no
foursome
proof of said app, so
the app's coming on Friday, I thought, right?
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Coming out on Friday.
Okay.
All right. Thanks for listening, everybody. Good show tonight. Paul, thank you for coming in. Renthal.com. Always fun to have you in. Thanks for the mountain bike ride today.
Always.
Thanks to Swisscore, Moser, Roto, Pancake as well. Mav TV guys. Marks?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome.
Pete.
It was nice seeing you.
Nice seeing you. We'll see you Thursday.
Yep.
We won't have sushi here, though. For Fly Racing Moto 60 show on Thursday.
That's okay.
Tune in for that. And, I appreciate everybody listening. Check out the sponsor deals on PulpMXShow.com. Appreciate that. And, with that, we'll see you next week.
I'm a kinky bastard, okay? There's something I want to get off my chest. And it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.